out any programmatic gaps or issues that may be costing the district. Today, we will hear from government witnesses only. Our witnesses are from the Office of the City Administrator, the Office of the Secretary, Department of Aging and Community Living, the Office of Inspector General, the Department of Human Resources, and the Workforce Investment Council. So, the agencies before us today members, primarily the members of the Government Direction and Support Division of our government. Also, several agencies in the public education system and one agency in the Human Support Services cluster make up the agencies that we will be having discussions with today. Each government witness will testify, followed by their responses to a few questions. All in all, the committee's goal is to highlight the agency's services and proposed budgets while drawing attention to areas of service delivery and operations that may need budget modifications towards improving the quality of life in the district. Most agencies contained in this committee do not deliver direct services. Instead, they support the public-facing agencies through their personnel or work, as I call them, the FTEs. And finally, this cluster of agencies is concerned with developing and directing government policy. The Department on Aging and Community Living, along with the Department of Employment Services, will also present today, and their mission does include direct service delivery and public-facing activities. On Monday, we heard from the senior, Monday, April 27th, we heard from the senior advisor to the mayor regarding testimony. And to conclude our hearings for this week, the committee will be receiving public testimony on Friday, May 1, regarding the Board of Elections, the Office of Campaign Finance, Events DC, Destination DC, and the Public Employee Relationships Board, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, the Office of Employee Appeals, and the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel, and of course, the Executive Office of the Mayor. Next week, on May 6th, the committee will examine the budget of the Executive Office of the Mayor, inclusive of the various cultural services offices and commissions. And finally, on May 8th, the committee will conclude with government testimonies for additional directional and support agencies, that is the Board of Elections and the Office of Campaign Finance and Destination DC. I mentioned all of this so that it's pretty clear that who we have before us today and how we will progress, not only hearing from the public, but from our government agencies. And I think that's important for the community to understand why we decided this year to break up the agencies in this manner. Customarily, we have public testimony, government testimony. But this year, we thought it would be more efficient to approach the subject matter in this way. I look forward to discussing the goals of these agencies and have for the rest of FY26 and FY27 ahead. We'll also prioritizing district residents and their ability to access workforce opportunities and services that make our community strong. And with that, I will recognize any of my colleagues that may. Okay, all right, we'll solo, but I'm sure some will want to join us. And we will begin with the Office of the City Administrator for background. This agency provides oversight and support to the deputy mayors and district agencies by increasing government effectiveness and efficiency through cross-agency and targeted improvement initiatives, including the integration of strategic policy priorities, budgetary planning, and operational directives. Additionally, the Office of City Administrator manages the district's performance management activities and organizes multi-agency accountability sessions with the mayor. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the Office of the City Administrator is approximately $9 million, with a slight decrease of 8.1% from the FY26 approved budget, and has a decrease of 13 FTEs, totaling 54 FTEs. With that said, we will now hear from our government witnesses, the Deputy City Administrator, Jenny Reed, and she has with her her team members, and they will introduce themselves, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll now swear you in. If you raise your right hand, that would be perfect. Okay. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, excellent. And you may begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you. And good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I am Jenny Reed, and I have the privilege of serving as the Deputy City Administrator and Director of the Office of Budget and Performance Management. I am joined by Chris Rodriguez, the Assistant City Administrator, and Amber Hewitt, the Director of the Office of Racial Equity. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank our Agency Fiscal Officer, Free DeReso, for being here as well, and all her support and collaboration throughout the year. On behalf of City Administrator Kevin Donahue, we are here to discuss the Office of the City Administrator's proposed fiscal year 27 budget. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget, Grow DC, was formulated with three key considerations in mind. How do we drive growth in our economy to fund the services and programs residents count on? How do we keep families in DC and attract new residents? And how do we create a business environment that draws new investment and creates new jobs? We are navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to DC. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and to our commercial corridors. That being said, it's important to be clear. DC is still growing. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation we can build on. By making strategic and targeted decisions, we can allow DC to grow while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend on. The Office of the City Administrator serves as the central hub of district government operations. We prepare and manage the district's budget like a household balances its checkbook. We monitor agency budgets throughout the year to try to predict what costs the district will see in the coming years and evaluate programs' efficiencies. We work closely with agencies to set operational goals and implement the legislative actions and policy decisions of Mayor Bowser and the DC Council. The OCA is also the hub of coordination for several critical priorities, including reviewing programs to align them with new fiscal realities and analyzing their effectiveness. OCA's FY27 proposed budget is just over $9 million, consisting entirely of local funds. This includes $8.8 million for personnel service costs, which funds 54 FTEs, a decrease of 8 FTEs from FY26. And it includes $234,000 in non-personnel service costs, a decrease of $271,000 from FY26. Overall, OCA's proposed FY27 budget represents a decrease of about 8% or $805,000 from FY26. The FY27 budget funds several OCA initiatives with citywide impacts. I will summarize now the impacts made by each of the offices within OCA, starting with the Office of Budget and Performance Management. The Office of Budget and Performance Management leverages data, strategic planning, and innovation to ensure the efficient use of public funds and to drive continuous improvements to agencies' programs and services. The OBPM team is responsible for formulating the district government's annual operating and capital budgets and administering our annual performance planning process. The team also leads the district's strategic planning and program development. Last year, OBPM added a good government team dedicated to eliminating redundancies and identifying opportunities for greater operational effectiveness within the district government. The team is working to create a grants management database, allowing agencies to process and monitor grants and OCA to assess their performance and impact. The Good Government team is also leading the effort to right-size the district government's vehicle fleet and streamline our fleet procurement and maintenance processes. Essentially, we want to limit the types of vehicles agencies can buy so we can take advantage of economies of scale and simplify maintenance costs and needs. The government operations team, led by Assistant City Administrator Chris Rodriguez, plays a central role in strategically coordinating DC government operations through collaboration across internal service and external service-facing agencies. The GovOps team works to enhance contracting and procurement processes, optimize the use of public space within the district's leased and owned portfolios, and ensure a unified approach to the responsible use of artificial intelligence. By fostering seamless cross-cluster cooperation on core operational functions, the GovOps team is driving efficient, effective governance and advancing DC-wide initiatives. Mayor Bowser recently introduced important legislation to modernize and reform DC government's procurement practices, and we are about to launch a lease space project to align in-office work requirements with leased usage space. The Lab at DC team uses data, resident input, and rigorous science to help us answer important questions facing our government. The lab has worked with the Department of Human Services since 2017 to launch and evaluate multiple iterations of the DC Flexible Rent Subsidy Program. The mayor and DHS's plans to expand DC Flex to serve 460 new families in FY27 is supported by strong evidence that the lab generated about the program. The lab's work showed that DC Flex is an effective and cost-effective tool to reduce residents' need for homeless services. This is an example of how the lab helps us evaluate programs so that we can use those results to make smart decisions about how best to spend taxpayer dollars. The Office of Racial Equity, led by Amber Hewitt, continues its work to make government policies and processes more inclusive and to eliminate racial disparities in opportunities, well-being, and access to resources within the district. ORE provides leadership, guidance, and technical assistance, promotes strategic alignment and coordination, and strengthens external partnerships. Throughout the year, ORE provides comprehensive training to enhance agencies' understanding of the district's legacy of opportunities and inequities, and hones their skills in analyzing policies and practices through an equity lens. In FY25, ORE trained 42% of eligible management supervisor service staff and is on track to exceed that number in FY26. I want to highlight an initiative that spans OCA's budget, performance management, government ops, and good government teams. As you know, we have been focused on reducing DC government costs to reflect the new fiscal reality of slower revenue growth. OCA has spearheaded an initiative to achieve immediate cost reductions through a combination of spending freezes and eliminating unnecessary expenses. Among other actions, we have restricted most agencies' overtime spending, limited agencies' non-personnel spending, restricted agencies' travel and training requests, reduced agencies' energy costs, canceled leases on underutilized vehicles in the DC government fleet, and eliminated underutilized landlines and electronic devices across DC government offices. I'm very proud of the work done by OCA over this past year. I'm equally proud to work in an administration where so many of our agencies and employees go above and beyond in ensuring our residents are well served. We know the upcoming fiscal year will present many new challenges. I have full confidence that we will meet those challenges and excel in moving our city forward. Although he could not be here today, I want to end by congratulating City Administrator Donahue for having recently attained the distinct milestone of being the district's longest-serving city administrator. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the role of the Office of the City Administrator and our proposed 27 budget. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. I just have a few questions. Wanted to take a closer look at your 4 divisions that you have chosen to talk to us about today. Um, in looking at government operations, Mr. Rodriguez, um, the program that you have already examined, the procurement reform, what what kinds of savings are we seeing with this reform?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Bonds. We have not, the reforms have not been implemented yet.
Okay.
The legislation is still in draft and is being considered by Councilmember Nadeau. The mayor has presented her legislation. Some key aspects of that legislation are that we'd like to make it, first of all, we'd like to allow the chief procurement officer, in this case, Nancy Hateman, to delegate some of her authorities to the agency so they can procure things faster. We want to raise limits on existing limits in the current PPRA that would allow agencies to either sole source procure only in limited instances, but we want to expand that, as well as give them more leeway in terms of choosing in a competitive process who they would contract with. In terms of the council, we want to try to streamline council review processes, allow the Office of Contracting and Procurement to provide sort of packages at the beginning of the year to the council so that they can review those packages and approvals would go throughout the course of the fiscal year. So those are some of the highlights in the current draft of the legislation.
All right, and when you say packages, what does that really mean?
So, for example,
For an agency.
if we're doing, the deputy city administrator talked about how we're looking at fleet procurement. Ideally, we would have an agency like the Department of Public Works submit on behalf of the district, on behalf of all agencies, a vehicle procurement package that would give the council a lot of transparency into what types of vehicles we're procuring, when we're procuring them, lead times, so that if slight changes need to be made, the council is aware of that in advance, and it gives OCP and other district agencies more leeway in terms of making those slight changes.
Okay, so by ordering in bulk, we think we're going to get a better deal. That's
Right,
great.
and to the deputy city administrator's point, that allows us increased purchasing power as well as consistency across district agencies.
All right. I certainly appreciate hearing that and hope that this legislation can move forward. One of the things that we know in our households is that when we buy in bulk, we do tend to get a better deal. The problem is if one cucumber costs $1.50, you get 5 for $2. You got to eat those 5 pretty quickly. So I just hope that this system will work for us. And I know that customarily it has worked over the years. So I appreciate hearing a little bit about that and look forward to seeing the legislation on the dais so that we will have an opportunity to support it. So thank you. You also mentioned that you're working on the lease space reform. That's exciting because I remember the years when we said it's important to bring services into community. And to a great degree, we've done that. But we also have space that perhaps may be underutilized. So I guess your focus is on identifying the underutilized space more than anything else.
Yes, Chairperson Bonds, and actually we already have, that effort has been ongoing for about 8 months now. So we have pretty good data to look at underutilized space across the portfolio, the leased portfolio. And I will say, we have seen clear underutilization, particularly in the independent agencies. And I would add that I think, the most egregious and wasteful underutilization we're seeing is in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, which has the largest lease and most expensive lease in our portfolio, about $26.6 million. And we have about 1,500 seats across two buildings. And what we're seeing based on some of our badge data is that only 60 seats out of 1,480 are utilized on a routine basis. So you're talking about 4%.
Did you say 60 or
60.
600?
Yeah, 60. And as you know, the mayoral agencies are required to be in the office 4 days a week. So we're seeing pretty strong utilization of our lease space across the mayoral agencies. I would also add that, based on our badge data, some of those independents, including OCFO, are in the office probably 1 to 2 days a week. And so we would expect to see that underutilization there. So it is a concern. It is something that I know, the CFO does talk a lot about fiscal prudence in terms of the budget process. And what we're seeing in terms of the utilization of the lease spaces is wasteful underutilization of that space.
I appreciate you putting that on the record. And I know that the goal is to be considerate of all of our employees, but it seems to me that now is a good time for the council to entertain legislation that would immediately slash the utilization of, or the I'll say the so-called ownership of some of this space. This does not sit well. I'm sure that as people will have an opportunity, our residents and businesses have the opportunity to um, tune into this hearing and to discover that this is the situation, they would question our wisdom. And here we are talking about every day we talk about how we use the resources, taxpayer dollars primarily. How do we really use them? And what you're sharing with us is that we're not doing a good job in utilizing the space in this particular cluster, this agency. I think you ought to pull that piece of legislation together immediately. We would love to co-sponsor it. I would imagine, I don't know, maybe it would be in our committee, but we would like to get that done immediately.
And Chairperson Bonds, we did introduce again in the BSA a subtitle that would require independent agencies to follow the mayoral agency's guidance, as it means 4 days in the office per week. So that is something council can
Yes.
consider as part of this budget. But to prepare for either outcome, we will be meeting with these agencies, working with DGS and the government operations cluster to do basically a full audit of space utilization and then make recommendations on what is actually needed based on in-office attendance. I think the other thing that's really important about this is it is no secret that remote work has had a negative impact on our economy and continues to have a negative impact on our economy. So it's important that as the government, we are leaders in this space and pushing others to correct this challenge. And so we hope that all of the independent agencies will also see that and begin to resume at least 4 days in the office per week.
And I appreciate your hope and your dream. But I'm really speaking of the immediate. I mean, with this kind of analysis, $26 million, 1,500 seats, 2 buildings, yet only 60 seats within this conglomerate are utilized on a regular basis. I really think we have to say to this particular agency, you must downsize immediately your space needs. Now, I know we want to have the employees in the office, but you and I know that some of the work that's done within our government does not necessarily lend itself to in the office at the desk. Now that we had COVID and everyone learned a way to work at home, and it makes it very hard. But I think we really need to do an immediate analysis of these 1,500 seats, how many actually would be used. You know, in some parts of the country already, employees are sharing desk. And perhaps we have too much square footage for the number of actual employees, but I think this is something you would want to do immediately. I know it's in the BSA. We're very much aware of that, but this is could be an immediate cost savings. And I consider the CFO a friend, but this is the real life that we have to lead. If we are, if our revenues are where we say they are, then where we have found some potential cost savings, I think we need to move on it as quickly as possible. Oh, tough task for you.
Okay, we're up for it.
All right, okay. And then on the other is the artificial intelligence. Your approach to responsible use. Within your budget, this year's budget, the 9 million, what have you allocated towards helping the government embrace artificial intelligence? And where do we find that?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for the question about artificial intelligence. Most of the, nearly all of the efforts for developing AI tools and pilots either reside within the capital budget for Octo or for other agencies that are testing those tools. I would say, the mayor has outlined a very comprehensive approach to AI that embeds our values and our technology together to make sure that these tools, as innovative as they are being used for appropriate and good purposes. We have several agencies that are piloting AI tools as we speak, and we can get you more information on that. We have had various, I think about a half dozen public listening sessions on artificial intelligence. So making sure the community understands how we're using the tools or how we intend to use them. I would also note that we are the first jurisdiction in the nation to require that all district employees, particularly those that want to use AI tools, have to take AI training and know how to use those tools. We have a very rigorous approval process for any district agency that wants to use AI so that the Office of the City Administrator and the Mayor have insight into what tools are being utilized and for what purpose.
All right, thank you for that. I'm a little concerned. You say that it's available to agencies that want to use it. Did we say that when we had the advent of computerization and emails? I don't think so. We said, here is this tool. Ye shall learn to use it because we're automating service delivery. Now, AI It's very, very similar. I just worry when I hear that an agency may use it if they choose. It just seems to me that your entity is going to make sure that every agency not only has access, but is trained to use it. I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that, oh, if I want to, as head of my little agency, I can use it. That's not what you mean. I'm surely.
There are
What is it?
I don't think what we're saying is inconsistent. There are agencies that are already utilizing tools. Agencies, both because of budgetary constraints, but also because of operational constraints, whether their employees need to be trained on them first. And that training can take many months. We know that there are some technology tools that we already have procured that have AI embedded in it. So those agencies are already using AI tools within sort of the DNA of their systems. The most important thing for that was outlined in the mayor's order from early 2024, which sort of outlined our governance and operational approach to AI, is that the community knows how we're using it, what data we're collecting, what services we're going to be making more efficient with the use of AI, and that agencies have a clear understanding of how they work, how they're going to be implemented, and how to communicate about them. Because I would say it's not the same thing as computers or email, because the technology is changing so quickly and becoming more advanced day by day, month by month. And so we're, as a government, trying to keep up with that and make sure that if an agency is going to implement AI, they have to have a very clear understanding of what that means.
All right, and likewise, a clear understanding of how it's going to be used and how it will benefit community
Yes,
or
ma'am.
our government. Okay.
I would also add, Chairperson, that I think that we have several agencies that are trying different aspects of AI for different tools. Once we go through the process with those agencies of testing that out, there are use cases that can then be more quickly and broadly applied to agencies across government that have similar lines of service. But we want to make sure that before we roll it out to all of the agencies, for example, I believe CFSA, right, is using AI to help summarize case notes to save time from writing up cases. That can apply to a lot of agencies, but we want to do the testing with one agency first so we can figure out, A, is it going to work? What are the challenges? And then what did it take to roll out so we can use those lessons and then, more broadly apply the tool. And I think there's a number of we're trying tools in a number of different areas that could then be more widely scaled. But because the technology is so new, we just really want to make sure we fully understand how it's working or how it's not working.
I appreciate that, and I will actually be sending a follow-up. Maybe that's the appropriate way to do this, a follow-up to you, asking more questions about how we are going to or see ourselves rolling out AI services. I think this is a very important avenue, and I always pause when I hear that, well, we're testing to make sure it works. Well, meanwhile, it's probably been modified 3 times. Our government is huge, and as such, um, many are not waiting for the government to come up with conclusions that work. They will come up with their own solutions. And so I'm trying to understand what's the policy and how the policy moves our government along in modern times, because that's where we want to be. So I'd like to learn more about where you have pilots, where you think it is being utilized, what agencies, and what is the service that's attached to it. What are they trying to examine by using the AI process? So I think,
Chairperson, if I could just add one,
yeah.
I think it's probably perhaps the most perhaps the most important aspect of AI, which is the security risk. And one of the things that Octo, I know, and the agencies have really looked at is um, uh, what type of data is retained. Some tools, for example, we saw early on when we started testing AI, are developed overseas, particularly to more hostile nations like China. And how is that data used? Are we allowing those types of tools? And so we need to test them within a secure environment prior to deploying them. ChatGPT, for example, the commercial version of ChatGPT retains your questions that you ask it and the data that you provide it. Well, the government portion of that of ChatGPT doesn't do that, and so in some cases we have to wait for government versions of AI tools to come out that are more secure rather than the commercial versions.
I appreciate that. I just want you to know on my computer down in my office, I have the ability to use the system. I don't know whether it's the government or it's a commercial. But
We might need to turn that off, Chairperson Bonds.
We should
That-
check.
We should definitely check that.
said we really don't know. And meanwhile, it's happening every second and
Yeah.
it's flowing. So that's why I'm a little concerned about this. So how much money are we spending? How much of your budget is devoted to AI?
So for the OCA budget, the time spent by the GovOps team is certainly an investment in AI, but most of the budget, as the ACA mentioned, is contained within the capital budget in Octo and other agencies. We can certainly provide you a follow-up briefing and go into more detail and depth. I do think that AI it is coming. It's here. Most DC government employees have access to at least Copilot, which is an AI function through Microsoft. But we do, as Chris mentioned, we have to be very careful. There are security risks, and that's why Octo is being very deliberate. And I think we also just need to make sure that we're doing it in a very responsible way, because this is, residents' information, and we want to be very careful
Sure.
with that.
And I do understand that. Also, I'll be asking follow-up as to your estimate or real numbers as to what we're spending on AI
Mhm.
currently and how we see the budget growing. I think that would be very helpful in looking at. I want the city administrator's office and the broadness of your responsibility to be funded to do what you need to do. And so as you know, once these hearings are done, I would say around the 15th of May, then we come together as a council and they start hacking away and chopping down, banana plants and everything else. And so I want to know just what I need to protect, if there is anything that we need to protect. Okay.
Thank you. We will make sure to
All
work with you on
right.
that.
Okay, thank you so much. Um, Can you talk a little bit about the flexible rent subsidy program? How much we spent in FY 20, just began really in 26, correct?
DC,
Or is it proposed for 27?
it's both. DC Flex has been around, I think, for about 2 to 3 years now.
Yes.
As a tool, and we can get you the amount that the Department of Human Services is budgeted for DC Flex. It's a program that we created several years ago as like a mid-range subsidy. So not a permanent housing voucher, but not a one-year housing voucher either. So it's a 5-year flexible subsidy that lets families draw down varying amounts based on their circumstances. So families may not need the full amount to go towards rent every month, right? But if they run into some kind of financial issue, right, through job loss, or, maybe they need to get some car repairs, they can dial up or down the amount of rent subsidy. And so we have done an interim evaluation of the program and showed that it has helped keep people from needing homeless services through Virginia Williams. And we hope that the 5-year timeframe allows for families to get on a more stable path before the subsidy ends.
All right, so you would have approximately 3 years perhaps of data that could inform us as to the benefit of the program?
Yes, and we could send you the lab at DC's analysis, what they found so far. It was a decision for us last year as we submitted the budget. We pivoted away from rapid rehousing as such a reliance tool for homelessness prevention and shifted more to this DC Flex program.
I would really appreciate seeing that, and wondered if you would take a look at, maybe the lab might look at, how do we move individuals, families from public housing, from some of the entitlements into independence. I think that would be a tremendous pilot program to pull together and see if there are things that we are doing, particularly for families that have been in the entitlement programs for, let's say, 10 years. And if there is a way to really move them to the next level up the ladder, so to speak,
Yes.
and what we might do and try to do that. That was the nature of my question to the mayor when she was presenting the budget at the library, when I said, who are we moving out of poverty?
It's a great question, and I think we have a program that was also started at the Department of Human Services during COVID called the Career Map Program. And this is also a 5-year program meant to help address the benefit cliff issue that some families face, where they start to earn additional income and then they earn like $1 more and they lose access to a public benefit that's far greater than the additional dollar in income they gained. And this program is, I think, 2.5 years into the 5-year cycle. This is also one that the lab is doing an evaluation on. And we don't have results yet because we're still in the middle of the pilot program.
Yeah.
But it is, I think, one program we've tried to think about how can we move people out of poverty. The other one that has been tried, I think, is the Strong Families, Strong Futures, which was a cash assistance based pilot that was done for, I think, about 3 years for a small number of families in Ward 7 and 8. And so it's a good idea to review these different types of programs and see what are the outcomes at the end of the day and what are ways that we can help families move up the economic ladder.
All right, thank you. I'd like to see the analysis from the Strong Family, Strong, Future. I'd like to see what that is, and anything that you can share with me regarding the Career Map program.
Sure.
I just feel that this is where we have to go. Otherwise, we're going to end up every year keeping people at the same so-called price point because of inflation, if for no other reason. And we've just got to find a way to pull out of that. Almost want to ask Dr. Hewitt, what does she think about this? But that's not quite her arena. She deals with us in the government, trying to get us sensitized to do the right thing.
Well, if I may, good morning, Chairperson Bonds. I
morning.
do see a connection point between the work that we're talking about because our charge is twofold. One, as you mentioned, to build the infrastructure for our colleagues, for agency leadership, to apply a racial equity lens across government operations. And you're probably more familiar with that work under the leadership of Deputy City Administrator Reed has been a huge catalyst around doing that with the budget and performance. And we also do that through our training program, and that's one component, but it really speaks to the capacity for agencies to apply that lens. But I would say our biggest charge is to improve outcomes for district residents who have been most impacted by our policies and programs, and just to speak frankly, structural racism that created the conditions of the inequities that we see. I'm jotted a note when we're talking about strong families, strong futures, the DC Flex program, and I'm sure the lab is already doing this, looking at the data in a disaggregated fashion by race and ethnicity, and also intersectionally, race, ethnicity, and other variables. So we can really get a snapshot of who's utilizing these benefits, who are improving, who's moving up, and the impact. So yes, a lot of it has been around government infrastructure, but improving outcomes for all DC residents is, I would say, the largest part of our charge and mission.
All right, and so Dr. Hewitt, what is, of the $9 million, how much do you spend, you plan on spending?
Regarding the OCA budget,
Yes,
so our FY26 revised budget was around 1.14 million, and our FY27 approved budget, I want to say was around 870 something thousand, $850,601. We currently have budgeted for this fiscal year 7 FTEs, but in FY27, we will have 5 FTEs, and that's actually where we started in fiscal 2021. So I feel confident with our staff resources and budget that we'll be able to continue to carry forward the mission and vision of the office.
all right. Well, I know that you're prohibited from telling me if you need more, and I understand that. Dr. Rodriguez, how much do you think you'll spend of this 9 million?
We had about 871,000 as well, similar to Dr. Hewitt's office.
Okay, so you're about similar for
Yeah.
government operations.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how much did you have in, do you have currently for,
Well, we had about 1.2 million last year.
okay, so you're down to about 800.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the lab is where?
The lab is in budget management services. So this is our largest division in OCA. This is the budget team, the performance management team. It is the good government team and the lab at DC. And funding for that for FY27, all those divisions combined is 4.3 million. It's about $387,000 less than what was budgeted in FY26. As part of the OCA wanting to meet the challenge in the fiscal climate we're in. There are 3 vacant positions in our division that are eliminated for FY27. There were 3 for GovOps, 2 for racial equity. So across the board, we all took reductions in vacant FTEs as well as MPS, really like trimmed down to truly what we needed in order to help find savings across the government.
And so how many FTEs are in your budget management?
For FY27, there'll be 28, and there are currently 31 approved for 26.
Okay, and so I guess you're also telling me, please do not ask to take FTEs from the city administrator's budget this year. I see you back there.
Yeah.
I will do my best to not do that.
So what I would say, thank you, council member, we did, put up 8 FTEs as a reduction. We have been year over year reducing the size of OCA, both in numbers of positions and MPS. The positions that we do still have, we have had a tremendous amount of interest in. Dr. Hewitt and I were talking just before the hearing started. For one of our positions at the lab at DC, they got over 500 applications. For one of Dr. Hewitt's positions, they got over 290 applications. So there's a lot of demand out there, and we have gotten ourselves really lean. So we would appreciate being able to fill these crucial positions.
Noted.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for that. The cost reductions that you've made, the restricting agencies from overtime spending. Now, this is what the city administrator proposes throughout the government, correct? These, I think it's 7 different points you make. Restricted most agencies, overtime spending, limited agencies, non-personnel spending, cancel leases on unutilized vehicles. That's so how do you enforce that as the city administrator?
Yeah, so thank you. It's through the work of the entire office. So, for example, there was a city administrator's order that was issued at the beginning of this fiscal year that removed the majority of the spending freeze that we had to put in place as a result of the congressional resolution from last year and the $1 billion reduction in budget authority. But what we maintained is a requirement for OCA approval of overtime spending, of travel and training, and of any kind of salary adjustments. And so agencies are required to submit through a portal, and they must receive a waiver from us in order to be able to make any of those expenditures. So that's how we kind of watch those. And those expenditures get requested by the agency, they get reviewed by their deputy mayor, they make a recommendation, they come to us. Secondly, on some of these larger sort of fixed costs that the city faces, we have several different projects underway. So for example, ACA Rodriguez talked about the lease space initiative. We have worked with DPW and other agencies to implement a new sort of fleet management system where last year, for the first time, we were able to review vehicle utilization. So not just like how old is your vehicle, but how many miles did you actually put on the vehicle? And we did that across agencies. And what we discovered was there was about 60 vehicles that were not being utilized and were not needed to be in like reserve for emergency purposes. We worked with those agencies and we were able to repurpose those vehicles to other agencies that needed vehicles, therefore cutting down on our overall procurement needs. We will continue to do that analysis every year to identify those underutilized vehicles. We also, through a city administrator's order, have limited the types of vehicles that agencies can buy. So it used to be that you could pretty much buy any type of vehicle, but we had agencies buying so many different types that it was difficult for DPW, who does the majority of the maintenance on the non-specialized vehicles, to be able to respond to all these different types. So we've narrowed it down to about 5 different types of vehicles that agencies can choose from. That will allow us to have parts on hand much more quickly, and obviously make sure our folks are trained. So it should improve maintenance efficiency and reduce overall costs. We've also been doing a lot of work with agencies around energy usage and ways that we can reduce our energy demands from our own DC government facilities. We'll also be doing a Mayor Council breakfast on May 12th, where we are going to focus on unpacking for everybody, why is everybody's energy costs going up so much across the city, and what are things that we can do to begin to bring down those costs. And so we've been working very diligently with the Department of Energy and the Environment and the Department of General Services on ways to reduce costs, be more efficient, and therefore lower our overall need in the city.
Also, you mentioned in your testimony, the elimination of underutilized landlines.
Yes.
What does that mean, and how will the carriers react to that?
Well, this was an initiative we started about 2 years ago with Octo, and they've been a really great partner with us in identifying underutilized, what I would say are devices across DC government. And so people bought a lot of devices during COVID because we were all remote. What Octo did was looked at how often were those devices turned on. And if they hadn't been turned on in 6 months, we reached out to the agency to say, do you really need this? In some cases, they do. They're emergency backup systems, and so they need to keep some amount in stock. But in a lot of cases, they didn't. And so we were able to eliminate, I think, close to like 1,000 devices that we were paying monthly like subscription costs to. So Octo has continued to review that. They've also been doing an inventory of their like all the subscriptions that we have across DC government, all the licenses for software we have. And they're really looking at how can we do more citywide license purchasing, and how can we make sure to basically remove software that nobody's using anymore. And they continue that work, and it's been very effective.
All right, well, we're going to look to your agency to continue focus on cost savings in our government. It's coming kind of late, but it is coming, so we're very excited to hear that. So thank you very much. I think we pretty much understand the basis of your presentation and certainly your budget today. So I think, let's see, I do have my 16 questions. I was just talking about what you put in your remarks, so we haven't even gotten to the good stuff. And I know everyone is wondering, why does she go on forever? I go on forever because I want the community to know just what's going on inside, these buildings with these 57, what is it, 57,000 employees.
I think it's
Um,
about
30.
38.
All
We're not
right,
that big.
okay. All right, 38,000, we'll go with that. But really and truly, it's important that people understand that it really does take many to make what we are able to deliver in community. So I just want them to understand. I'll ask this, but I think you've spoken, there may be other areas. When you look at the current budget, do you believe we are overinvested in certain services at the expense of more critical needs, which is a little different from what we just discussed?
I would say that, as part of the budget formulation that we looked at for this fiscal year, one of the key, we had sort of 4 key guiding principles, and one of the key principles was making sure that we funded those core services that our residents rely on, that people expect a city to do on an everyday basis. So that means investing in our libraries, our Parks and Recreation Department, also our Department of Public Works, Transportation, right? Making sure that we have the necessary funding in our capital plan to maintain our assets in a state of good repair. In order to do that, we did have to look at making reductions in other areas of the government. But it was very important to us that those basic city services remained intact. And I would encourage the council, as you go through the budget process, to also keep in mind and keep intact those core services that our residents need.
All right, and you mentioned libraries, parks, DPW, and transportation. Those are the core, you see as the core services that are provided by our government.
I would add the Department of Motor Vehicles as well, just thinking about the types of services that nearly every resident interacts with on some kind of daily basis.
So what do I say to my colleagues that are managing economic development, health, housing?
Well, I think that there is certainly a lot of need.
The entitlements, I mean,
So we do still have a $21 billion budget. So we do still invest quite a bit of funding in programs and services across the entire government. We also still continue to spend 50% of those funds on education and health and human services. And so while every program that existed before may not be funded at the same level, or some may have been eliminated as part of this process, we still continue to provide a strong safety net. We still continue to provide healthcare coverage for 4 in 10 residents across the district. And so we made sure that in addition to the core services that I mentioned, that public safety and public education remained funded, right? Those are two very strong sectors that really have driven DC's comeback and will really continue to keep families in DC and wanting to move in DC. But as you know, since you have also been with us over a number of years, when we look at revenue growth over time, what really drives our revenue growth is sort of what we call organic revenue growth, like just general organic growth in the city. It's not really tax increases. And so if we want to identify more revenue to fund more programs and services, we should really look at growing our economy. And that will provide the fastest and most long-term sustainable way to be able to increase the number of offerings that we want to have.
I appreciate that. You opened this door. You mentioned taxes.
Mhm.
So I have to ask you, if there was a need, if there was a revolution to bring about tax increases, where should we go?
Well, I would caution the council against going there, because we have seen over the years that there have been taxes raised. So for example, I think it was in 2022, the council created 2 new income tax brackets on high income individuals in the city. I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, the council created a new property tax for homes, the value of homes above $2.5 million. I think it was closer to maybe 2020, the council lowered the estate tax threshold. So there have been a number of taxes that have been implemented. Given the size of the revenue gap that we have, there's really no way you could close it without going to the big 3, and that's sales, income, and property. We do not believe that this is the right time to be raising taxes. We have a lot of people that have lost jobs as a result of the DOH cuts, and we have a lot of our businesses, particularly like our restaurants, that are still struggling to keep afloat. And so we actually delayed a sales tax increase in this budget proposal. And I think the other thing that the council should keep in mind is that if you raise taxes this year, you're going to be back in the exact same boat next year, because our costs are just growing faster than our revenues. Our revenues are only growing at 2%, which is far less than inflation. Healthcare costs will grow beyond that no matter what, right? Healthcare costs just grow much faster. If more students enroll in our public schools, that's going to drive that cost. So you might temporarily take care of a program or service, but you're going to be back here next year having the exact same discussion.
Okay. I hear you. And thanks for that perspective. One of the questions I wanted to inquire on is we heard this morning that in Congress, Comer is asking for additional information about the police supposedly situation with considered cover up as to the actual number of um, cases that we have, violent cases. How does the city administrator's office address that? Or is that totally within the domain of the police department?
Well, in this instance, I think the letter just came yesterday,
Yeah.
so we're still reviewing it. In this instance, when the allegations came about, the mayor did refer this matter to the Office of the Inspector General. And so we felt that it was appropriate for the IG's office to be the one to do the investigation into the allegations. And so that's where it is currently being addressed.
All right. And so we will have the Inspector General on soon,
Mhm.
and we'll see how they're proceeding. I think you've spoken rather generously about the telework policy, which is in the BSA, and so we look forward to um, taking some action on that. But I want to know, is there any flexibility? And I ask that because if we're talking about space reduction, particularly of lease space, office size, then does it also follow that we would have 2 days of telework as opposed to one? And then there would be a sharing of a desk, or does that not work? And how many of, I guess we'd have to think about how many of our employees are in sort of shift type work.
I think there's a couple considerations, and we certainly had discussions about this as we began to bring people back into the office. We do think it's very important for folks to be in the office. There's just a like collaboration and
yeah.
efficiency that is very different from when you're completely separate and remote. The other consideration is that we have many workers who do not have the ability to remote work. Their jobs simply will not allow it. And so we really need to think about how we're treating all of our employees and what we're asking of them. So we could certainly look at, would there be a way to increase the number of days of telework, and how would that impact our footprint? But I think we would be concerned about some of the productivity that we might lose, certainly the impact on the downtown. And then we'd have to think about how is that fair to our employees who simply do not have the option to work at home?
And I hear you, and you know, I have family members that fall into those categories as well.
Yeah.
You know, my daughter and my son.
Mhm.
Okay. And one needs to be in the office. The other one could do their work at home every day.
Mhm.
Both go into the office.
Mhm.
But what I'm really asking is, and I hear your concern about fairness and how we treat all our employees. But when we look at private industry, they treat employees based on the occupation, based on what it is that they must accomplish in the course of a workday. And so I'm just wondering if we're pushing too hard to have all of us in the office again. I'm an old school person, so I'm going to be in the office. I don't know any other way, Dr. Hewitt. I've been coming in starting at 7:30 in the morning and leaving, you know, late at night. It's just, but it's my routine. Many younger, newer employees, you know, well, their whole life is in that electronic device, you know. And so I'm just wondering if we need to, I know what our intention is. Our intention is to bring people downtown, bring them back into the office, have them to buy their lunch, buy their coffee in the morning, spend dollars, but they don't do it. Now I'm hearing them talk about how they make their lunch and bring it in. I'm just wondering, and they talk a lot about the cost of commuting. Tell the mayor I'm not trying to upset the apple cart, but I am saying let's be as real as we can be. And I'm sure Dr. Hewitt is picking this up when she talks to the managers in the agencies, because it's all over the place. I agree that if you are in a position and an occupation where you must public face, where you must go to meetings and be available and seen, then yes, you must be there. But I don't know about the others. And I think being in the office should be a condition of the work that you must get done or accomplish, as opposed to, oh, well, fairness, everyone gets the same. I tell the chairman the same thing about, you make one committee, you know, 20 agencies, another committee will be 4 or 5 agencies, but we get paid the same. So it can't be, it's about the volume and the how we are approaching the work of our government is, and I hope that you'll also have an opportunity to look at that.
Yeah, and I think that, in addition to, the impact it has on downtown, I think some of the other equally important factors are the productivity element and the collaboration element. I think there's also been research too for showing, coming out of COVID, where remote work was particularly high, that it did limit the career prospects for a lot of younger people who had not had the chance to really be and work in an office. And so I think we're still understanding what the full ramifications of in-person work are. So we think it's just very, very important that we're here as often as possible and at minimum 4 days per week.
I appreciate that. And on purpose, I went hard on what I'm hearing from the employees, because I wanted you to put the other side of the coin on the table. And that is the collaboration. It is so very valuable. And you can't replace it. You need to be with your colleagues. You need to be working in teams with your colleagues. So I appreciate that. And on that note, I think we are nearly done. Let me check. All right, okay. We just have a few more. So how is your office measuring success in workforce programs? Are you focused on actual job placement outcomes?
It's a great question. So we recently worked with the Deputy Mayor for Education, who led a review of our workforce development programs as part of the lead up to budget formulation. And what we looked at was the outcome data that you just spoke of. So were people actually getting into jobs and earning wages after they completed programs? And unfortunately, we found that a lot of the workforce development programs that we offer do not have good outcomes when it comes to those two measures. And so we did propose to scale back some programs in this budget that we felt just were not meeting the mark. It also gives us a tool then to look at existing programs and how we might be able to make changes that would lead to more job placement. I think that the programs that are really having the strongest chance of success are those that are tailored in working and aligning with business so that there are actual jobs at the end. And that would include the DC Infrastructure Academy. That would also include the advanced technical centers that we've begun for our middle and high school students, where they're really focused on the in-demand jobs today and connecting with employers throughout the training process to help connect them to a real job at the end of the day.
I'm so glad that you are focused in this direction, because as you know, the Department of Employment Services is in this committee, and that has certainly been our finding. And the Infrastructure Academy does lead to a job. In fact, when you are there in training, you know where you're going next. And I think everyone would like to have that as, case scenario. I'm glad that the school system has finally decided that technical training is as important as academic training. Um, Finally, so I hope that they will not change their minds again. I can say that as a product of our school system here. I'm certainly hoping that this is into the future and that we're going to see some results from it. I would like to also think that when we talk about marrying what we are using as our training process to the business community or to the career opportunities, that we put more effort on that. As you know, we have the WIC, the Workforce Investment Council, which is mandated in order for us to take advantage of U.S. labor dollars. However, it seems to continue to be something new, yet we've been getting this money for decades. And so I'm just hoping that we'll put more emphasis on that. There are employers in our community that have moved on and they're doing their own, sort of training because we, the government, haven't really been focused there. So I'm really hoping that when you say that you're scaling back on those that are not making the mark, that we're also focused on those that are making the mark, and that we'll do a much better job. I'd like to see, as I mentioned earlier to you, that we have an assistant city administrator, or as Dr. Hewitt has an office of equity. Well, why don't we have an office of workforce within the city administrator's office? That's the only way we're going to really focus on what has to happen. And particularly given the mandate for RFK, there will be a few jobs that are not attached to a union. And so for those few that are not, we should have the opportunity to have DC residents in them. For the union jobs, we'd like to have DC residents in them, but we really got to push to make that a reality. And I think we have to have a focused leadership, at the top that will be pushing on that. I don't know whether you see that, Mr. Rodriguez, as a part of operations, but we really need to do that. We can add to your title and workforce. If that's what it takes, but we really need to show the community we're serious about this. And this is not just huff and puff.
Understood. And we do have both the Deputy Mayor for Education and Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services who, between their two clusters, have the vast majority of workforce development programs focused on this analysis around outcomes and performance that we think will help drive the conversation about where we should be investing and where we need to strengthen our programs. And certainly agree.
What's the harm in saying to the public that workforce is truly important to our government? When you say Deputy Mayor for Education, and that's so different from what happens in the workforce arena. I guess we need a Deputy Mayor for Education to make sure that our proficiency increases within our student body, if nothing else. And then you say a Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. That's true, but I think it's time for us to say to the community, workforce is really important. At the council, we were able to send the signal years ago that housing was important, pulled it out of economic development. it was standalone, and
Mhm.
now, we're treating it as somewhat of a little cluster, okay, of agencies. And I think workforce is equally important. In this society, you cannot be in the District of Columbia without money. And you only get it if you are born with it, or you hit the stock market, or you work for it each and every day. Workforce is an integral part of living in our urban community. And I think we ought to give deference to it and what it means to community. And I hope that before this administration disembarks, that you will be focused in that direction and make it clear to the public what the intentions are.
Absolutely. Thank you.
When we think about the programs that are what would show workforce investment, can you speak to any contingency plans in place to fulfill obligations arising from the union's collective bargaining agreements, given the full cut to the workforce investment account?
Could you restate the question?
Okay, what I'm asking is, how will the district ensure that it can meet compensation commitments without creating future budget shortfalls? I'm thinking about the fire and emergency medical services that they're currently in arbitration. I'm hoping that they will complete their, I guess, their contract renewal during this FY year budget. But if they do not, how would we handle that? Because we've said no contracts in FY 27.
Correct. And that was, one of the harder decisions that we had to make when we put together this budget, was eliminating the funding that would be available for future collective bargaining agreements. We will go through the arbitration process. Depending on the outcome, it would need to be included in an upcoming budget in order for us to be able to make the appropriate payments, depending on the outcome of the arbitration.
All right. Thank you. So in this current budget proposal, there is no cost of living increase or compensation competitiveness for non-union employees. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, there is not a COLA for non-union employees. And, as we were not able to afford new collective bargaining agreements, we were also not able to afford a COLA. Employees would still be potentially eligible for their step increases or their within grade increases, but not a COLA specifically.
All right, thank you.
And Councilmember Bonds, if I could just add, and you'll be getting this data later today as a follow-up from our hearing on the supplemental last week.
Yeah.
We did cost out what it would take to basically redo all of the prior contracts that we had with all of the unions. And the cost to do that, including what had been done for non-union in 22 and 23, is close to $900 million over the financial plan. So it is not an insignificant amount. And we'll show it to you broken out by union, but it is a very substantial cost. And one that, in this budget and in prior budgets, we have been very focused on making sure we can preserve as many jobs as possible. That was true during the thick of the COVID pandemic. We didn't lay anybody off. We never missed a paycheck. Same with the CR. And same with this budget. We were really focused on making sure that we could keep people as many jobs as possible. And unfortunately, the raises had to take a back seat.
If it materializes, would the city administrator's office take a look at, I think, the promise of the $10 billion beautification for DC, monies that may come in through the federal government, and see how that money can sort of augment or replace some of the monies we have in those budgets that would lead to beautification, that would free up some money so that we could then give the non-unionized employees a increase.
Mhm.
They haven't had one in 5-6 years.
Mhm.
And also take care of this $900 million.
So certainly we will be looking for any additional resources that may become available. As you recall from the mayor's presentation on the budget, we did introduce a contingent revenue list this year. And the number one priority for the mayor, if additional revenue materializes, is to go into that workforce investment account to be able to do more collective bargaining agreements related to compensation. That is our number
Right.
one goal.
All right, well, thank you.
Mm.
I'm just thinking about that $10 billion,
We'll take a
Uh,
look.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about parks, roadway,
Mhm.
you know, sewer lines.
Mhm. There's a lot of opportunity if it gets through Congress.
Yes,
Mhm.
keep Mr. Rodriguez quite busy figuring that out. Okay. Can you just shed some light on the district's financial reserves and the limitations that we have on utilization of those, or those that are available, could be available if needed?
Sure. So the district has 4 reserves. 2 are federally mandated, 2 are locally mandated. The 2 federally mandated reserves are the emergency and the contingency cash reserve. The contingency cash reserve is available for the executive to utilize for unforeseen and non-reoccurring circumstances. A good example of how we utilized it in FY26 would be when the federal government shut down and was not going to make payments to SNAP recipients for their monthly benefits. We utilized the contingency cash to be able to make those benefits while we waited for the federal government to finish their negotiations. The emergency reserve is for emergencies. We have not had to tap that since I've been working in this position, but it is available should the city encounter either some sort of like natural disaster where it needed immediate resources, or a significant decline in revenues that was sudden and severe. Then we have 2 locally mandated reserves, the fiscal stabilization reserve and the cash flow reserve. The fiscal stabilization reserve is really meant to be used in the same purpose as the contingency reserve, although it can also be used for cash flow. And then the cash flow reserve is meant to be used for that, for basically making up the difference between when our revenues come in and our bills are due. In total, our reserves equate to about 66 days of cash on hand, which is, at least that was at the end of FY25, which is the highest we've ever had in the district government. We were not able to utilize some of the fiscal stabilization reserve. The CFO has raised concerns about having enough resources to meet cash flow needs. And I think you heard the city administrator discuss at the hearing on Friday how critically important it is for us to get more detailed and transparent information from the CFO about why this is so critical. I mean, this is a lot of money. Certainly we want to be able to pay our bills. That is extremely important. But we also need to better understand why the district is in this position and what things can or cannot be done in order to alleviate the need to have so much cash on hand.
So to access that information, does it at this point, well, does it, or would it be wise to have legislation, emergency legislation in place that would be passed by the council so we can move forward without all this hesitation and uncertainty and
I think it would be something we would need to discuss with the CFO's office. We have a briefing with them in 2 weeks to better understand the cash flow needs. My understanding is they will also meet with the council chairman on that. But I think we just really need better transparency on like what will it truly take to get an answer and why, and what are the options available to elected officials based on different outcomes that we could see from that analysis.
and I appreciate that, and I know that we have a very diplomatic approach to some of these issues, but it just seems to me time is moving quickly, and this uncertainty can affect what we can produce as a government. And since we are not able to show definitively how we're moving people out of poverty, to me, it just makes sense that if we have something that can help as we work to build new resources, that we would have access to this. I
I,
don't know how to write it. If I did, I would.
yeah, I think
Okay.
it is definitely something we should continue to have conversations with the CFO's office because it is a very big deal. It is a significant amount of resources, and we just all need to be very, very clear on what the problem is,
Correct.
what the potential solutions are, so that the elected officials can evaluate the different strategies, the pros and cons, and make a decision on behalf of the residents.
And more importantly, so that we are not here every year at
Mhm.
this point, so that we have something in process that is guidance to all of us as to how we're going to move forward.
Yes.
So finally, what does the city administrator's office see collectively as realistic opportunities to generate additional revenue? And what are some of the barriers that you see also?
Well, I think that the number one thing that we could do to generate revenue is to create job opportunities for DC residents. We have lost jobs, unfortunately, over the past year in the district, really as a result of the DOGE layoffs in the federal government that then also affected some of the industries that typically support that work in the federal government. And so we are very focused on trying to attract new employers to the district that will hire DC residents and help us to increase the overall revenue growth in the city. I think that would provide us the most, it would certainly contribute to that organic growth, which has provided more than 70% of our overall growth over the last 12 years. And it would also contribute to the stability of the district's economy, which is very, very important. We want this revenue growth to be sustained in the long run rather than a one-time tax increase that maybe has a little bit of a bump in the beginning and then your growth still can't keep up. And so you're back at the same place next year with the same decisions.
So what are your barriers?
Well, I think the barriers are, one barrier is making sure that we have enough tools to be able to attract and retain those businesses. So we would encourage the council to preserve the investments that we have made in our Vitality Fund. as well as our tech ecosystem fund, and our small business grants that allow us to help our small businesses here in DC. We also need to continue our investments in our economic partnership, and really be focused on business attraction and retention. So having the tools is extremely important in making sure that we can compete with the region and attract and retain businesses here. And then I think the other barrier is just making sure that we have the kind of climate that businesses want to come and continue to operate here in DC. So the budget that we put forward also reduces the cost to own and operate a business here in DC. It provides more certainty for the business community by delaying BEPS and net zero legislation that would have significantly increased the costs of businesses to operate. So we are trying to both make it easier, cheaper, and more stable for businesses to come and locate and then remain here in the district.
Okay, we will probably ask that we get from you a list of the tools that you see
Mhm.
that will help us generate stability
Mhm.
in the community. I know that we can go to DIMPED and places like that, but I would imagine that it would be very helpful to, I know that the city administrator must have that information, because I'd like to be able to say to community that this is how a portion of the $21 billion is being spent.
Mhm.
I think it's time that people understand how we're really spending this money. And it's sometimes very difficult to go from agency to agency to get a handle on that.
Mhm.
So would like to have that. And maybe we also need to ask of the city administrator's office same kind of information as it relates to workforce.
Mhm.
And you said it, so it tells me that you're already thinking
Mhm.
that it's clear that we need the Office of Workforce, you know, expansion. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Mhm.
If not an assistant administrator position, you know, some of those 54 FTEs you already
Mhm.
have. So,
Understood. I will definitely
thank you.
speak about it with the city administrator.
And I mean, I appreciate so much the time that you have taken. I know it's been a while and I didn't know we were going to go on like this, but you're that's what happens when testimony is very comprehensive.
Mhm.
Then, you know, our job is to break it into little pieces,
Mhm.
digestible bites. So I thank you. I thank you and your team very much for today. Um, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chairperson.
We next have the privilege of hearing from the Office of the Secretary. And so they are waiting with bated breath to come and chat with us. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see. Oh, Brayden, I need to get you that resume too. I will. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I always love having you all. And so as we continue our hearing this morning, we have before us the Office of the Secretary. Um,
the notary operations. Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances consists of 6 FTEs. The Office of Documents continues to publish the DC Registers weekly, and in FY '26, during the government shutdown, the office processed and issued 604 marriage licenses. The Office of the Notary Commissions and Authentications includes 6 FTEs and is funded through special purpose revenue funds. ANCA continues to improve its operation by streamlining the notary application process. The past average processing times of 8 to 12 weeks has been reduced to fewer than 3 weeks in most cases. In FY '27 proposed budget for the Office of Public Records and Archives, it includes 8 FTEs with no changes from FY '26. This year, the office celebrates its 40th anniversary. Mayor Bowser continues to commit her support to the construction of our new DC archives at UDC campus to preserve DC's history. As outlined in the Growth DC RFY 2027 budget, Mayor Bowser has reiterated her commitment to $121 million additional funding for the DC archives, which brings the total estimated funding for this project to $168 million. As the implementing agency for the DC archives, DGS manages OS capital budget. The Office of the Secretary is also charged with managing and administrating the DC Democracy Grant Program. Each year, the Office of the Secretary administers over 200,000 in grant funds to qualified community grant organizations. So in closing, Mayor Bowser's fiscal 2027 proposed budget, Grow DC, gives the Office of the Secretary the resources necessary to maintain its critical role in executing key high-profile projects on behalf of the mayor. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on the Executive Administration and Labor Committee, and the opportunity to testify in support of the mayor's FY 2027 budget. This budget reflects the many, many tough choices, but we're fortunate that the district remains well-resourced even in challenging times and can continue to deliver world-class programs and services. And Councilmember Bonds, thank you for your service and your dedication and your love for this amazing city. You will be missed. I look forward to answering any of the questions that you have at this time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Almost this morning, we just moved into the afternoon
Yes.
segment.
It's
but
fine.
thank you very much for being here.
Thank
And to your entire team, thank you all very much. I just have a few questions. Wanted to make sure that I understand. You mentioned that the secretary's office is in 3 different buildings.
Yes.
What is the square footage of space that you have in those 3 buildings and how many seats?
So the Office of Notary is 2,000 square feet,
Okay, notary is 2,000.
and the Office of Documents is 2,500 square feet. And it maintains a library of bounds of DC registers from 1954 to 2009. And the bound commissioner, we have mayor's orders ranging from 1954 to the present. And the mayor has a lot of legal materials, including those related to the formation of post-home rule district government.
So of your 3 buildings, you're saying one of them, it is the documents.
Yes, the Office of
And
Documents.
okay, that office, the 2,500 square feet is
Also-
primarily storage.
There's a
documents.
library, yes. There's a library
And
there.
are there staff located within this storage?
Yes,
element?
we have all of our staff that are there. The storage library, that's what we call it, is separate. And then we have offices behind the library.
And that is in the Wilson Building?
No, that is in 899 North Capitol.
That's $8.99, okay. So,
Also in 899, we have the Office of Notary. And the Office of Notary has a waiting area for customers. It has a counter and space behind the counter. And then when you go into the office, there are cubicles for our team, and we have 2 offices, and we also have a meeting room in that building.
all right. And so for the documents and administrative issuance located at 899 North Capitol, you have 6 employees there.
Mhm.
And then also at the same location in 2,000 additional square footage for the notary commission, you have 6
Six,
employees.
yeah.
So 12 are located in that particular building.
Yes.
Okay, where is the other building?
So our beautiful archives, we have a building where we have our archivists there, and that's 8 archivists. That building also has a waiting area, and our archivists, our chief archivist has an office, and also one of another one of our archivists has an office. And then we also have the person in charge of record management. They have an office, and the rest are in cubicles.
All right, and what I'm trying to understand is that the budget document indicates that archivist services and public records management, okay, it's 4, so it's total of 8. The 2 offices are in the same space, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
OPR
okay.
and the archives are in the same space.
Okay, excellent. Just trying to
No,
get a city administrator's office says they're very interested in how we're using the space that we have allocated to our various services. So I'm trying to, as I'm thinking about the agencies, trying to picture where we are and what we're doing with it as we move forward, trying to downsize, make sure that we're utilizing all the inches that we're paying for.
I
to the
can say that we're
maximum.
definitely utilizing our offices.
Sounds like it.
They're both public facing offices, so we have people coming into the archives. We have hundreds of people that come through the notary office throughout
All
the
right.
week.
And I think in your notary, how many were serviced in FY 25? I think you gave us that number.
Notary, how many were serviced? Can you answer that?
No, you didn't. I
I
didn't
don't
get
think
that.
we didn't provide that.
No, you did not. Yes. You just indicated it was 6 FTEs.
She said from April 2025 to the present, we have serviced 12,100 people. 12,157 people.
Okay, and you do that in your,
Notary office.
okay, your 2,000 space, square footage and little, I guess, waiting area?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
It's a beautiful building, and we also have a space outside the door that we have some of our customers that wait outside on beautiful couches, and it's very nice.
All right, and so, in the office of secretary, how does the staff, work? Is the staff on 4-day in office, 1 day away from the office, or is it 2 days away from the office, 3 days in the office?
So we have telework days of 1 day, and each office staggers. Some of our employees don't take telework. days by their choice. Some of our staff is very small, like in the notary office. So we need every single person there based on the fact that we're open to the public. So unfortunately, a lot of people in that office aren't able to take telework days. So it varies from office to office, the amount of telework days that we take, but everyone has one telework day.
All right. And thank you for adding that the notary commission is so busy and so much public facing that it's difficult for them to really be away from the office.
is.
Thank you very much for that information. In contrast, I guess over in the archives, you can telework a day.
Actually,
But then you've got all that paper that you have to
yes.
and stuff that tells us about the district.
In the archives, they have a lot of work and they're very dedicated employees. And again, they don't take their telework days most times because we have
Okay.
people coming in and out. And also we have the Office of Public Records, and we're doing a lot now to wind down, and our agencies are really in line. We deal with 109 agencies with record management, so there's not enough time to really telework.
So who gets to take advantage? Because you mentioned that 600 marriage licenses were issued.
Yes.
1,200 letters or ceremonial letters are done. So who in your
Yes.
office gets to take a day?
Well, again, I based it on everyone's feeling, how much work they've been doing, and I have to encourage. I'm like, have you taken a telework day? They all know that, but my staff is so dedicated, and if we don't do it, who's going to do it? So, the DC Register has to go out every Friday with those marriage licenses. Not only did we had to, create the application. We had to make sure that the application was certified. We had to do lots of research about who's getting married. Then we had to perform the weddings as well. So this has been a really busy year for us. Yes.
All right. Well, tell me more about the DC Democracy Grant Program, this $200,000 that you give to qualified community-based organizations. I'd like to know more about what is a qualifying agency or entity that can receive this money.
So we put out an RFA in November, and then we close it in December, and we basically have maybe 5 to 6 applicants. We don't get a lot of applicants, and we do encourage a lot of applicants. Some have received this grant for years, just based on all the amazing work that they're doing. So we do ask that we do try to recruit. Last year, our person that was new was Long Live Go-Go Foundation, which we gave them $30,000 this year, an increase from last year based on the work that they did the year before. We also have the Herrick House Museum, and we granted them a grant. They're a new grantee, $25,000. And then we have the DC History Center, who always does amazing work, and we gave them $50,000 this year, based on all the programming that they're doing. And I know that you had mentioned, DC Public Schools and what we were doing in our last hearing, and they have been coming up with a curriculum for DC Public School kids. It's fabulous. I think you may have seen it. It's fabulous. So we gave them $50,000 this year. DC Vote has been a longtime partner as well, and they've had a lot of transition, but they are starting to gear up again, and we gave them a grant for $47,000 because they do a lot of outreach outside of DC. And then our partner, the League of Women Voters, who are also rock stars in this space, who have done a lot of work around 250. But what's really great about what they've been doing is they created a game, and it's going to be on voting rights, and we are going to play the game in a couple of weeks. But we've had a chance to meet with them, and it's really exciting. And people have been playing this game, democracy game, and I'll look forward to seeing what they're doing. So they're all very different, very creative. Also, when you are a commissioner or you get a grant or anything like that in our office, we consider you ambassadors for the mayor, ambassadors for the office of the secretary. So you may see a grantee at a parade, you may see a grantee at the democracy breakfast, you may see a grantee, or, so we make sure that everyone is active in all the things that we do so that they have ownership of what they do, and we keep an eye on them.
Okay, $200,000 goes to any group that says the word democracy, right?
Oh, absolutely not. It's a statehood grant. So really their goal is to promote DC statehood across the country and to educate DC residents about the importance of statehood. So that is there. But because of the DC 250, democracy is a word that we've been using quite a bit.
Gotcha.
Yes.
A replacement, word
Yes.
replacement.
Yes.
Okay.
Same thing though.
Well, perhaps, I don't know. In FY 25, your office entered into an MOU with the National Archives and Records Administration for record storage services in the amount of $985,000, and it was renewed in FY 26 for over $1 million. Can you please elaborate on what these record storage services entail? And what do you expect the increase in cost to be? I'm assuming it's a cost of living increase that we're paying. We're not giving them more paper or storage items. It is just the general cost of living increase that they require, or we automatically insist on paying it out.
So there are a few things. As you know, we have records, five football fields full of records, and they're in 19 different locations around the country, including the National Archives. And so we do pay for that storage. They have digitized a lot of them. A lot of agencies, federal agencies, have gone into digitizing. And I'm going to let Dr. Lopez speak about it because he's anxious. I can see it pushing the button.
It's an increase that they require. So they've increased their fees for what they do. And so we have to pay more for the storage of the space. As long as we keep using them, we have to keep it. But
We can hardly hear.
Oh,
you.
sorry.
There you go.
Can't
You
pull-
might
close the-
try that other one and see if it'll come on for you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, because I was trying to pull it closer to me, but
Okay.
it won't pull.
Yes,
So
it's
for the
right.
National Archives, they increased their prices. And so we have to increase what we pay because we're still using their storage. So that's what they
Well,
requested for this year.
I'm also concerned with the secretary's point that there are 5 football fields of records,
Yeah,
and most of it is in storage away from the district,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
What is this that we're keeping? Because you told me at oversight that the archives is about the government.
Yeah.
It's not everyone's family reminiscence of what happened starting in 1619. It's about, so our government, home rule government, it's a little more than 50 years. Prior to that, started in 18 something another, right?
1792.
So is it that you have 1792 onward records, and have you been able to sift through those records so that you can eliminate some of that? It sounds like we just took boxes and just said, I'm out of here. There you go.
Well, the collection that we have does go back to 1792, and the records that go back that far are permanent records, so those will be around forever in perpetuity. The reason our collection is so large is that DC does a lot of work. We have 106 different agencies. They all create records, and the public records law says anything that is created by an employee belongs to the district, and so it has to be disposed of in a proper way. And
And
there
so
are,
let me just ask you, so he is making notes
yes,
now,
Yes.
okay? So his notes will go into the archives, is what you're telling me?
if he worked for the government, no. It
He-
depends,
he does
because they are
for the
considered
government.
working papers. The council is a little different, because the council has a different set of rules.
We're part of the government.
You are, but the council is exempt from the Public Records Act.
So
so-
if we were in an agency,
Yes.
like all of your employees,
Yes.
everything that they produce is
If it is in the course of their job, like you might send a
of
message
course,
that
within the
says,
course of
"I'm
their
headed to
job, of
that,"
course.
So those can be destroyed.
Don't you
But
think
if
that's a
things are-
lot of stuff?
It is a lot, because there's a lot of work to do, but there's also a record schedule that says when that stuff can be destroyed. And so there are laws that say how long certain records have to be kept, and so they have to be kept during that period.
Well, you're telling
And-
me when I worked on the operating side of government,
Yes,
okay, that those documents I created, those work plans, those reports that I did, that you're keeping that.
yes, but they're evidence of the work of the government of DC. They're legal evidence, they're evidence of people's rights, they're evidence of what the government has done to support its citizens. And so if it's a document such as that, then it needs to be kept. Now, some things are kept because we legally have to keep them for a certain number of years because they represent people's rights. So we have to keep them for a certain number of years. So they can't be destroyed until they reach the end of that period. And so that's why we have to keep records for a certain amount of time, and they can't be destroyed legally. And so we keep them. And so we do, DC does a lot of work.
So it
And so
includes,
it's a lot of records.
when we pay our property tax?
Yep.
All of that?
All of that is stored because that's evidence of the work of government and protects people's rights.
So how are you digitizing these 5 football fields of records?
Well, we follow the standards set by the Library of Congress and National Archives. We are focused on, for the archives, I can say that we're focused on the most popular records that people want to see the most. So that's where we focus our attention. for
You're focused on the
digitization.
most popular records?
Yeah,
What does that mean when you say
so
popular?
people request genealogical records. So we're starting with birth records and death records because those are what people really, really want to see. We're digitizing photographs because they speak to the history of the district and people like pictures. So we're digitizing.
You need the
photographs.
mic a little,
And
there we go.
got it. And so we're digitizing photographs also. We have, limited resources, but we are working through digitization. As far as the agencies, we've set a standard for the agencies, and so they themselves would decide what they need to digitize to make themselves move most efficiently.
So you are digitizing the operating side of government. You said the council is exempt.
Yes,
What about the courts? Are they exempt also?
they are exempt, but we store their records because the law requires us to store their records.
Okay,
Yes,
so are you storing our records, the council's records?
yes,
So we're exempt, but you're storing it.
yes.
What does, tell me
So the
how
law
that
says
works.
that even though you are exempt from the provisions of the law, we still have to store the records. And so if you offer it to
So
us for storage, we take,
here, you're gonna store it.
if he chooses to send it.
He doesn't make that decision, you do. You tell us what to do.
We can give you guidance, but since you are not required to follow our our standards, then it's really up to the council what they choose to submit. But we can offer guidance.
And this directional information that we would receive is relatively new to the council, I believe. I don't think it's been around for decades.
It's not relatively new. We have somebody who knows what they're doing and who's enforcing it. It's not relatively new. It's just that now we actually have someone who's a records manager. We have people responsible for records. We've also done, I think, 3 council members. We've come and we've had meetings with them and have taught them the process of like records and explaining records to them. So we've been opening ourselves up to council offices. We've had council people who have left, who have like come to us and said, I'm leaving. What can I do to store these records? What should we store? And we give them advice. But again, you all don't have a provision. So we usually look to you all to make the decision about what you want to keep and what you think should be destroyed. And so when I look at our records, I'm not like an archivist, but he's shown me amazing things like speeches, mayor's orders from the 70s, you know. I've seen your name on documents. So yes, we have documents. You know, as far as those other 19 locations, we will, you know, eventually have to get resources to look through all those documents. But our goal with a new archive is just to bring everything to one place so that we will be able to, in the future, you know, go through those documents, have them in place where we can, I don't know the exact terminology for what you call it, but we'll assess the records and decide whether some of those records from the, you know, back in the 70s, 80s, will be able to destroy.
So are we able to digitize all of the records, even those from 1792? Or
Well,
what's the status? What I'm trying to understand is threefold. Are we able to digitize all of our records? And what is the cost to do that? Are we really at a point where we can do that? Or are we waiting to bring them to the new archives building 5 years from now and then digitize and then discard? And the cost of storage, and this is for one location, or is this for all of the 19 locations,
That's for the National Archives.
which is one location? So
Four.
where else it's 4,
Yeah.
4 within this one. Okay,
Yeah.
4 here. Okay. So that means we have 15 other locations. Do we pay for those? They're free.
Well, the agencies are paying for them.
The agencies, I would like a listing of what the agencies are paying for these. If you could get that, Dr. Matthews, Secretary Bassett, I'd like to know
we
what
can
they're
attempt to
paying.
do that.
Mhm.
We can attempt to do that. And
Yeah.
we will try our best.
All right,
Because
please.
we have been asking and we'll try our best.
Okay.
Yes.
I would really like to know that, because I'm wondering if we shouldn't have those files, records, as you call them, digitized now, digitized at the time that they want to so-called preserve them. And if that's more cost effective than storing them, because it sounds like we may have 15 different storage bins somewhere that we're paying for.
Well, I would like to say that, you know, we have 8 staffers and we are doing the digitizing. And so as Dr. Matthews said, we are, you know, trying to do the most popular things like birth certificates, death records, you know, things that people, and you know, that's going to cost probably $4.2 billion if we were to digitize every record,
How much you say?
$4.2 billion. So,
Okay,
and another thing is that we'll still have to keep records, the paper records. So even after we digitize them, we're still required to keep the records. The paper version of the records.
okay.
And we're doing such a great job. Like, we have all this new software that we've been able to purchase through our budget. And we have scanners, like, we're really doing it.
Okay,
We have lots of interns that come in the summer. We are constantly digitizing as much
okay.
as we
You
can.
have interns. Let me ask
Mhm.
you, do you have any of the summer employment youth that are part of your team?
Absolutely. I think we're gonna have 6 this year.
Two.
Two?
Two for
Just
summer.
Two
two.
for you.
Yeah, 2 for me,
Yes.
2 for you.
And we have 6 altogether, but they're gonna have 2 in their office. I'll have 2 in mine.
I guess I'm wondering if there's a way to increase that number, give them the necessary training, not necessarily to use the equipment, but to ready the documents so that your expert can use the equipment. In other words, how can we cut costs? And I think we need to be thinking about it from that perspective. To learn that it's $4.2 billion to digitize every record. And you also are saying you are committed to keeping many of the records you're going to digitize. I'm just like, what's going on here?
Well, all
I
state
mean,
archivists,
this is a huge enterprise
it
here.
is. All state archives do it. Maryland, they have a separate facility just for
That's just it.
digitizing.
They're a state,
I know, I
Okay.
understand,
and we are a federal entity.
I understand. But I did want to just give you context that
Yeah.
that our archives is bigger than Maryland's, the state of Maryland. You know, so they have a whole facility that they just do digitizing and records management outside of their building that they have on the campus at University of Maryland. So just to give you context.
Sounds like bigger than the Census Bureau. That's what you're telling me.
I don't know how big the Census Bureau is,
It's a
but
big
it's
building.
it's
I've
big.
Been
It's
there
very
a few
big.
times.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, we obviously aren't going to solve this today, but this 4.2 bill, and that's what you're telling me the cost is today. 5 years from now, it will be much greater, I'm afraid. So
And
I'm
maybe
just
technology
trying
5
to
years from now might.
wonder if in the final days of this administration, if we can't come up with a bona fide plan to reduce costs drastically. Already we're getting comments from the public is, okay, you say we don't have revenues to match the need in community, and the revenues are generated from my tax dollars, not me, but I mean, the
Mhm.
public is saying that. They are also asking, what's the value of a building with paper when we have people that need to have a home, have resources to live by? So when we go into the bullpen of the council members after the 15th of May, I got to figure out how to protect what is in the plans for the archives.
Mhm.
And I know the Friends of the Archives aren't happy to hear that, but it is where we are.
Preserving DC history, preserving the history of our city is of utmost importance. I mean, I feel like we learn about ourselves.
You cannot convince community of that. Given that we said preserving the White House, we had it rebuilt after the big fire.
Mhm.
And now we're chiseling away parts of it. So what is the value of history is what people are saying. You got to live today.
Mhm.
I'm just putting it out there.
Oh, I would just tell them that if there are no documents that protect your rights, then what is the point of trying to exist? How can you hold people accountable for serving you if there are no records of what they're actually doing? What are they supposed to do for you?
Your rights
let
are
me go look.
protected by the Constitution of the United
But if
States.
that
So we have been told.
protected, where are you gonna find it? You know, what do the people do? What are your elected officials doing? You know, where's your birth certificate? Is it gone? Is it preserved? You know, that's what records do. They're not just from 1792. They're records of what people are doing tomorrow. There are people who come in our office every week. People doing construction in DC come into our office to look at architectural plans because they want to work on their homes, or they're having a dispute with the neighbor. Those records are held by our office. How do you protect what's happening with your home? Oh, I need this copy from the archives. So they come to us and we give it to them. Or there's a will that you need. You're trying to deal with your family's estate. Someone passes away. So you come to the archives to get the copy of the will to say, hey, this is what happened with my estate. There was a man who came just last week looking for his father's will because he was a kid. And he said he doesn't know what was in the will and what happened to the house. And he's trying to figure out what happened, everything. And no one will tell him anything. So he came and we found the will for him and gave it to him. And he saw
And in
exactly what he was entitled to.
in the last 3 years, how many documents have you already digitized? Millions.
Yeah, about 1 million. Yeah, we've been moving with the ones that could be digitized because we've tried to increase accessibility to the archives because we don't have a large staff. So we can't accommodate a lot of people in the building because it's also small. So we've tried to put a lot of things online to help people access the collection so that they can get to the material that will help them. And we've tried to put a lot more things online to help people find the records that support them, like just put up a FAQ about requesting records from MPD. And that's only been up a month and it's gotten the most hits of most of the FAQ questions. How do I get the arrest record? How do I get a copy of this, a copy of that? Well, this is where you go. Because our name is Office of Public Record. So people think we have everything and we don't have everything. So we're also a clearinghouse for a lot of other agencies' records to tell people where to find what they need. So
Well, Dr. Matthews, it's
Yes.
always exciting to invoke response from you because you put it out there and that's what we need.
Yes.
People need to understand the value. Okay, so I will continue to be provocative so that we can get to the public the information that they need. They don't talk
you.
like we do. They don't talk about in governmental language. They want to know the real deal. How does it really affect us in community? So thank you very much for that. We really needed to put that out. The budget for the archives is 121 million, and this is the new, to build a new. I guess it's really the entire demolition of the current site with a new, okay. Am I correct?
So Mayor Bowser, which we're so appreciative of, and your support of this project, she's given a commitment, an additional 121 million, which the whole estimated cost for building the archives is 168 million altogether. So this is the total funding that we have is 168 million. And currently, right now, we have an allotment of 47.2 million, and we're obligated to 28.9 million, and and we've also spent 16 million already, and so now our balance is at 1.4 million. And so
All right, and so the 16 million that has been spent, what was that for and when was it spent?
Well, we have been, we've done a lot of demolition of the entire building has been, demolished. We've also have architectural fees that we've had to spend. And I can't go into all that, Gilbane, who's our contractor, or DGS, because they would be able to give you a more detailed, amount, but I do know those are the things that I'm aware of.
All right. And you mentioned 28.9 million. What is that?
So we have an obligation to date, and that means that money is going to go to Gilbane. And they will be doing, different projects. Right now, we have a concrete restoration of the, garage, and it's already began, and it began in March 2026. And, after that, we're going to be demolishing Building 41. And that's going to be fall 2026. And so right now, that money is allotted for that.
Okay, so the 16 million you mentioned was for demolition. I misunderstood. I
The
thought it was,
demolition of the inside of the building.
okay, you have to
Yes. You have to-
demolish the inside in order to take the outside down. You
Right,
can't just wrecking ball and the
you can't.
side falls.
You
I
can't.
see.
And Dr. Matthews, do you want to contribute, or you think that was fine?
I would just say that the 16 million is what was spent since the project started in 2015. So it's already been 11 years of working on the project with architectural fees, the interior demo of Building 41, paying consultants to get the permits. And so there's a lot of work that's been done over the last 11 years to
So
get
the
us where we
16
are
million
today.
is more than demolition.
Yes.
Okay. And the 28.9 million will be demolition and restoration of the garage.
No, just, well,
Yeah,
yes,
just demolition.
just demolition. Restoration of the garage, UDC, they had money for that. So they, reprogrammed that to DGS, and we are managing the project. So that does not in the 28
28
million.
million, 29 million to demolish a building. It's a lot of money. Oh my God.
It's a big building. Yes, you wanted to stop on that. It's the demolition, of Building 41. It is, and then the garage structure, we're doing that. And it'll bridge the project. And we're just hoping that we're moving this for 5 more years out, because we aren't getting funds in FY 27. So something that probably could take us 27 to 30 months, we're gonna have to extend it now. And so basically that's our funding stream, and we've been meeting constantly and trying to figure out ways to, make sure that this project stays on budget. And, in 5 more years, it's hard to say how much more money we'll spend.
It will be 200
Mm,
million.
But we are working, diligently every day, trying to figure out new ways to, make this affordable within our budget. We've been working with the architects, and, our contractor, and they are constantly thinking of ways to save money.
Well, unfortunately, when you have a project like this, where you continue to push it out years,
Right.
my grandchildren will be having children before it's realized, if then. And I mean, I'm not trying to speak to what is the likely delay. I'm just really saying that this may never be realized in our lifetime. And so have we thought about it from that perspective? And of course not, because we're government and we're about the business of the day. We're about the business of that budget cycle that we're in. But I think that trying to get the documents digitized wherever they may be should be one of the goals of the archives. If we want to know that we will actually have these records available. And maybe you work backwards. Maybe you start with 2025 and whatever 2025 to 2020 and digitize that, and then 2019, 2015, something like that. I don't know, but it just seems to me that we certainly have years before we'll have a building, if not decades before we have a building. And as such, how do we continue to preserve these documents? You know, all of us players of today will be gone, scattered, perhaps before we actually have this stand up. And how are the records going to be handled since they're so precious and so important, so significant? You know, I think paper doesn't last but forever. So, I mean, what kind of treatment are we giving it? I mean, pressurized cooling chambers and all of that. We can't afford that. Not for, I mean, when you talk 1792, that's got to be a long time ago.
I do see where you're coming from, but I'm very optimistic. I think that we have come so far and we have done so much work, and I don't want it to be in vain. I mean, I've spent
I
9 years,
understand.
we've been doing this since 2008. Some of my team have been here and they've been working on it through secretaries. Dr. Lopez is very young. I think he can, hopefully they'll let him stay a long time, but I just feel very optimistic. I think we're on the right track. We don't have the resources to do the things that you've said, but I think with the staff that we have, we've been making really good strides, and I just don't want to diminish all the work that they've done. We've been digitizing with the equipment that we have, with the most popular documents. We've been digitizing over 1 million in the last 3 years. That's a lot of digitizing, and we have come, I think we know where our documents are. We know what's in our documents. Those 19 locations that we're talking about, we know what's there. We know how to get to our documents. So I just feel like, we're winning.
We-
And I just want to keep that momentum. I think we have advocates, we have the mayor supporting us. We have you, and we have some other council members who, I've spoken to, who've expressed, who also are very young too. So hopefully they'll be around to keep the torch moving. And they're elected again and again. I mean, it is disappointing that we are going to have a year without funding. And it's going to push us back, but we're just still optimistic. So I won't say 10 years. I don't think we should receive that. And I'm going to be a citizen, and I'm going to be helping to promote this archives too, whether I'm here or not. So I just feel, and I could be really persistent.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and I wasn't trying to go into the stratosphere, but the truth of the matter is that we really have to think about these records, because that's what is the bottom line, the records. And how will they be handled? You and I know that into the future, we will have few facilities. Will be things are likely to be handled electronically. So in with that thought in mind, I figured it was worth an effort to talk to you today about the record and the record storage and the cost
And we thank
that we
you
have to
for
bear.
bringing it to our attention, and we'll think about it.
Okay.
And we
You've been
have,
thinking-
and we
yeah.
have put in a infrastructure in place to begin managing the electronic records. We purchased a digital preservation system last
Yes.
year so that we could begin collecting and managing electronic records, so that we could begin that process. And I would just say it's funny that you mentioned preserving the paper. The paper is actually more stable than the electronic records,
Wow.
because electronic records are very unstable. Because all it takes is, I mean, I've hit my leg on this table right here many times while I've been sitting here, and if someone kicks the wrong plug, electronic record is gone.
Correct.
And so, you know, they aren't as stable as paper.
Right.
And
Only
so
the cloud is stable.
the cloud isn't even stable.
Well,
because
we
you
don't
have a
know
hacker
what's
come
there.
in,
It's
and it's
something
gone.
is up there.
A hacker could come in and the cloud is gone.
That's true.
And so, you know, the paper is very important,
Yeah, Doge
and it
comes to
lasts. It
mind.
could get wet, and you throw it in the freezer, pull it back out, paper's back. But a hard drive gets wet. So paper's very important. Paper is wonderful.
We have heard from the archivist. We know what we're treading on. Thank you for that. How does your office account for the decrease in notary revenue for the last 3 years? You've had some decrease.
We did change, the amount, to 1.1 million, but we're exceeding the 1.1 million. So, now that we have new leadership, we have stability in that office. We have an amazing team who's really hardworking and creative. Our revenues are trending. You could speak to that.
Yes, for this year, the projection is to exceed the $1.1 million to 1.2. But generally, to your point, the agency has exceeded its projections each year, and it fluctuates. It doesn't mean that they're not working hard, or there are trends which go into the revenue collection. So
Okay, what I'm speaking of, it shows that in FY 24, commissioned notaries revenue was 133,200 in FY 25, 114,450, and the first quarter of FY 26 is the information that we have. It's only 35,550. So it sounds like what you're getting from the work that you're doing, I think you said 12,100 customers,
Mhm.
but it's saying that you may have more customers, but the amount of special purpose income is less.
So again, so I'm just looking at it on on a fiscal year basis. And
Yeah.
so for the totals, for the last several years has always been over the $1.1 million, which is the basis for the budget.
I do not see $1.1 million. This is from the oversight responses of this year that were given to us. It showed FY 24, 133,200, FY 25, 114,450, and the first quarter of FY 26 was only 35,550.
I don't have that particular report
Okay.
with me, but if you look at the budget book, if you look at chart table BA 0-2, it will show you the actuals
Okay.
from FY 2024, which is 925,000.
It is, yes.
And then for 2025, it's 1.2 million.
it actually shows, I think what this shows to us is the amount of expenditures, correct?
I'm not sure which table you're
The
looking.
one you mentioned BA
B,
dash two.
BA 0-2, yes,
Yeah,
the
proposed,
actual is the amount of expenditures.
right.
Right.
What I'm speaking of are the proceeds that come through the notary process.
So the special purpose revenue matches the expenditures. And if for each fiscal year, so if that is what is shown in the book, the actual expenditures. So if there is excess revenue over the expenditure, then that will go back to the general fund.
And so I'm assuming then these numbers which were provided to us in the oversight booklet that your office provided is showing that this is the amount of revenue that went back to the general fund that was collected through the notary process. Correct?
So you'll have a amount that is collected,
Right.
and then you'll have an amount that is expended.
Yes.
What's expended goes into the budget chapter as your actual once the fiscal year closes. And so the excess will go back to the general fund.
All right.
And each year it resets. And so, so for 27, you'll see the proposed is $1,093,000. And so if that amount is exceeded, then what will show in the budget book after the year closes is how much it was expended that particular year. But we keep track of the revenue. And so each year, the revenue has exceeded what was proposed.
Exactly. And I'm speaking of the revenue that exceeded what was proposed. And that's where this is coming from. This is showing us that in FY 24, $133,200 was exceeded what was proposed and it went to the general fund. Likewise, in FY 25, $114,450 went to the general fund. And for the first quarter of 26, it is indicating that $35,550 exceeded what was proposed and went to the general fund.
Well, it doesn't go to the general fund until after the year has closed. So it may track that
Okay.
we have collected more than we have expended
Okay.
for the first quarter, but we don't send it back until the year
Okay.
has closed.
All right, I'm using your terminology. Okay, I got it. So that's what I was looking at, and that's what I was asking about. Do you anticipate this downward trend to continue in FY 27? Because it's down, the first quarter is only 35,000. You can do the math, 35,000 times 3, add to that, and we would be less than 133 thousand. So what I'm trying to understand is if we are seeing a trend that says, although we may have many additional customers that are using notary service, we're not showing that the revenue is increasing, the surplus revenue, I guess I should call it, or excess
Well,
revenue.
we don't want the money, we are definitely exceeding our goal, as he mentioned. So the money that goes back, We normally don't find out until
Okay.
the end of the quarter. And we have to have months before we can purchase items sometimes. So we don't use that money and it goes back into the general fund because we don't have time to use that money for something else. And so, for us, we're not losing, I mean, we aren't losing money, but we always try to be cautious because we don't want to spend money that we don't know we have. And so that money that goes back into the general fund, we're not losing money. We're just putting money back into the general fund.
Understood. So how do you spend this surplus? Does it automatically go back to the general fund, or is it that you make some decisions to spend it within the agency?
There are decisions made to spend it during the agency. So during the year, things may occur. For instance, the Emancipation Day luncheon, if all the costs aren't covered through sponsors or donations, then the agency will absorb the additional expenditures and it can be paid for with the special purpose revenue that was exceeded, that's over the expenditures that were anticipated.
All right, and I must ask then, do you have specific regulations or guidelines as to how you spend this excess money on an annual basis?
We have a spending plan where we anticipate the expenditures for the revenues that are collected. But obviously, if we exceed the revenues that we projected, then that's when it's up to the discretion of the secretary on how those additional revenues are
All right,
used.
so it's a discretionary payout, so to speak. All right, so there are no regulations specific that say how you would expend these funds. Okay, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to use these last few months to understand how our government functions so that the newbies who will be not only at the council but in charge of our government will take note and decide how they want to do it. I know how you're doing it, and I know how some of this came about. Okay, having many years being around in this government. But I'm very curious as to whether or not we have guidelines that stipulate certain conditions for how we spend monies that flow through our government. So I was just asking, trying to understand that.
Yeah, it
We're
is.
really fiscally responsible in my office. We don't spend money that we don't have. We try to follow the rules and we make sure that when we find out we have extra money, we try to purchase computers, things that we need. Sometimes we need more time, so we aren't able to purchase.
Right.
it.
And you're a good soul, and that may be what you do, but it's always works best if you know you got a set of guidelines and this is how you do it.
Mhm.
We have a situation today that has developed with the Office of Campaign Finance. It's a part of our government. And it's looking at a situation that we probably, I'm not sure that we have regulations or law
Mhm.
that can speak to that situation.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know, but you know, and so I'm just trying to look at the agencies under my purview to spend some time understanding operations enough to know what we do and how we handle the money. Everyone likes to follow the money trail, so I thought in caution, I see your general counsel back there thinking about this too. It is important to know how we spend the money. You know, when citizens complain that everything costs a lot, you know, I don't want them coming down here with pitchforks and brooms and saying, I'm getting you all out of here. You're taking my money and I don't know how it's being used.
Well,
So
the Office of the Secretary has been helping because we've been giving our money back to the general fund.
yes, you have. You
Yes.
have. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. The Office of Protocol and International Affairs, you only have one FTE now working there?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
Is that you? Because I know you're
Oh,
a protocol officer.
It's myself and the Belay, who is our
Okay.
international special assistant
Okay.
for international, but also Deputy Secretary Candelaria. She spends a
Okay.
lot of time as well helping
Right.
us with our embassy neighborhood task force. So the three of us collectively, we spend quite a bit of time together. So he's not working alone. He manages us and he makes sure that we're on task and we follow his lead. But
Who is this, Dule?
Belay.
Belay. Oh, Belay.
back
All
here,
right. Okay.
Belay. Yes.
Are they listening to you? Okay. All right.
For the
Yes.
purpose of budgeting, there are two FTEs which are assigned to
Thank
that
you.
program.
Two,
Yes.
and one is working temporarily or with the,
The notary office.
yes, so that
And-
we can handle those 12,100 plus. Yes.
Right. And,
Requests.
we thought that Greer has all these ideas. She wanted to do so much that she needed like a strong second. And we were really fortunate to find a really strong candidate who's been able to help.
Yes.
Now two really strong candidates, along with her
All right.
current staff, who's
All
been
right.
in this game for quite a bit and keeping things moving. So,
Yeah.
Thank you, Secretary Bassett. No, we've really made a lot of efforts to digitize things that you were speaking about, increased efficiency. So the numbers we were able to share with you about the number of walk-in customers, that's a result of actually having customers creating that data. So we have real numbers that we're reporting because we're really heavy on data integrity. So we know exactly how many customers are coming in, with the exception of a delta with people, perhaps elders and others who don't want to use that technology. And then we can compare those numbers to our actual revenue to determine what we need to do. We're using our staffing more efficiently because we can see who's coming in while people are doing other tasks. So we've spent a lot of time and efforts automating things, leveraging existing district resources, since you're talking about budgeting. So we spent no money with the exception of what, $300? To improve services to over 1,000 customers by simply automating and digitizing it, like I said, using existing district resources in collaboration with Octo.
So if you had another staffer, would you be able to accommodate more? In other words, is your customer base sort of waiting, having to wait? And you're having trouble getting to them because you don't have the resources?
We would always benefit from more resources in terms of our walk-in customers. There's some really innovative best practices that we'd like to implement that would benefit from additional staffing who actually have the capacity to leverage the technology that's necessary to improve our customer services. So we're actually implemented an internal capacity building program to work with our existing staff to ensure they have the tools to use the technologies we're talking about, but we could always use additional staffing. In terms of our notaries, existing DC notary publics, there is lots of room to improve our outreach, engagement, and enforcement with that population. 7,000 plus DC notary publics. So we should be perhaps doing more education, more outreach, working with our district government agencies who have notary publics to make sure people are in compliance with the regulations. So of course, we would benefit from additional.
So
We've
the
already
big
started those.
Okay.
Even with training, we've like streamlined the
Okay.
training process. So DC residents who come in for training, notary training now, you can tell.
Oh,
about
yeah,
some of
we're
those.
leveraging. So when I talked about team capacity building, we're using existing DC government resources. So for example, Microsoft Teams, but my team is now using hands-on to provide virtual services to our existing customer base and new notary publics. So that's for that capacity building to leverage the technology to improve the services. It's that whole cycle and circle, but absolutely. So we've got virtual services. Feedback has been wonderful. We're doing surveys to get that feedback to make wise decisions, since winning is the secretary's expectation. But we've got the data to make those decisions now in terms of how we're providing those services. Yeah, but virtual services, automations, the application time is shorter now for individuals. Renewal notaries are getting automated messages from us to remind them to renew so we don't lose that revenue. And we ensure people are maintaining their commission. So it's very exciting.
It sounds like it. And so if you had another staffer, would we take in the revenue that we would generate? Would we generate revenue from the public that would pay for that staff? And I know the secretary says you can't answer that, but I'm really trying to understand where we are. Listen, we need resources where we can find them. So I'm just curious. I mean, I have no magic wand. I have no way of, but I just think it's important for us to understand the value of this service and how there is the potential perhaps for there being more excess as the accountant has indicated to us.
I think that she's doing such an amazing job, and I think the capacity building is really helping. We have a lot of existing staff, not a lot, there's only, there's 6 of us, but the existing staff that's not really computer, they weren't used to using a lot of technology. We're training them, we're paying for trainings. Some of them are going to UDC to take classes. So we're really, really trying to beef up the capacity.
So the existing staff is not at 100% output yet.
Yes, but they're getting
Okay,
there.
all
I've,
right.
I've watched the progress.
Okay. So not this year, but perhaps in a year or two, you'll
I
have a
think this
need.
year, I think this year. They are
I'm
looking.
talking about an additional person, maybe in a few years, I guess is what you're saying.
We have a really hardworking team. We're working on capacity building. And if there's an opportunity for additional staff, we would appreciate the capacity. With the legacy staff we have right now, they're adapting to moving from a transactional presence-based performance model to one that is regulatory and enterprise-based. And that's just a change in management practices that's up to ANCA leadership to ensure that they can ease through that transition. So our legacy staff, they'll be fine.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, yeah. So we were talking about the excess revenue. And so part of the issue is we have to look at it from a conservative perspective. So even during the year, if we have more revenue than expenditures, we still have to be prepared because the secretary's office does not control the amount of records that are provided to for storage, but the secretary's office has to pay. And so if, just for example, if we get towards the end of the year, and let's just say DC courts decides to shut down part of their storage and send all the records to NARA, then we would be responsible for paying that bill. And so if we don't have the money on hand, then that could potentially put us in a deficit for the year. So we have to be very judicious in how we spend the money up until the end of the year.
All right, and so in FY 25, how much did we pay to store court records?
I don't have the specific breakdown. I was using DC Court as just an example.
Okay,
At
Well-
one point, we did have purchase orders with each individual agency, but that, to be honest, that was chaotic. And so it was all moved under to the secretary's office at one point, and that's how it's been. since then. But
So you do not have it separated out, the courts and then the council?
right,
and
we
then-
don't build individually. It all comes to
I see.
DCs. So it's like a parent and they give out all the credit cards to the kids and they go and spend. But the parent pays the bill at the
That's
end of the
right.
month. So you can imagine how that could turn sideways.
And you
Okay.
said DC courts because they're the ones who to request documents the most. And they also don't
Naturally.
pay. And we are constantly taking their records out
Okay,
daily.
so where in your budget do I find this particular activity that you just spoke of? Which,
It's
Char-
all
It's-
inclusive
yeah.
in the NARA,
Yeah, so if,
what's the NARA? I'm sorry.
National Archives.
So this is
$1 million.
only within the National Archives.
Mhm.
yes, and
This-
National Archives is paid out of contractual services. So if you look,
I see, yeah.
but it's not all inclusive. There are other contractual services which are paid. But as you can see, that is the largest line item
Well,
under NPS.
I'm confused because the MOU with the National Archives Records Administration was renewed in FY 26 for 1,017,000. The chart BA3 for contractual services says you have a total of 1,135,000. So what else would be under contractual services? It looks like this organization or the National Archives is taking up most of the money.
It does. It eats up the majority of the budget, and that has been the secretary's point, that her budget is eaten up by this contract that she essentially has no control over it. The cost. We manage it as best we can. But going back to the example I gave, we won't name a specific agency, but an agency can send over an unlimited amount of records, which would cause that line item to spike. And if we don't have the associated
To talk
revenue,
to the court system that sends the most requests, talk to their accountant and see if they can't somehow send resources to your shop so that you can always make these records available.
well, those
You
talks
can-
have been,
those
those
questions.
talks have been going on for at least a decade.
Oh my goodness, an MOU, what an
It's
MOU, if you had an MOU.
an
with the court-
MOU, an MOU would assure that the funds come over.
Yes. got it.
Now, getting them to sign it, yes, we
That's
would,
another thing.
we would not look,
I'll
take that
do-
for granted.
to-
I'll just say that.
On your behalf.
But any additional funding towards this contract would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. That is very important. So what does it cost us to do a register we do it every week, right?
Mhm.
What's the real cost of that?
Wanna come up? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
When you say real cost, help me out, what you're trying to get to.
I'm trying to understand, we talked a little bit about storage and what those costs are. And I know to produce the register, there is some mechanical, maybe some, what does it really take to do that? I know that in the budget, it, under administrative issuance, your budget, proposed budget is 690,000. Does that cover the cost of the work that goes into this particular service area?
Most of those costs would be staff
Okay,
in terms of salary. And so we have an editor, we have a program support specialist, and we have a staff assistant that between them produce the register. But then we also have myself and our two attorneys who deal with mayor's orders and rulemaking that contribute to the DC Register. And all of that work is driven through our online platform, DC Regs. And so DC Regs is a platform by which agencies submit materials to be published, including the DC Council. And then our review of that work goes through DC Regs and ultimately produces the register each Thursday. No, sorry, each Friday for publication.
so in other words, the staff that is in administrative issuance is, how many are in?
Total of 6 of us.
6, okay. But you and your lawyers are in another category.
So we
So
have.
you're not included in the 690,000?
Yes, we should be. I don't have the numbers in front of
Okay.
me, but so I've divided the offices into 2 teams. We have an editorial team
Right,
and we have a legal team. The editorial team is principally responsible to produce the full register. The legal team contributes to what's published in the register. So their contribution would be through mayor's orders and rulemaking. And then
okay,
my contribution is to review all of it before
Okay.
we publish.
okay. Just trying to understand how we're paying, where
Understand.
everything is. Okay, thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. Well, thank you very much, Office of the Secretary.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time and your energy, and thanks to your entire team that's here today. And I'm looking forward to the protocol officer keeping your team in place, would you please? It's gonna be hard, but you can do it.
Yes.
And congratulations on all the work that you've been able to accomplish thus far in this year. And you have so much more to look forward to. The 250th commission, and then there are all these other things that you do traditionally annually. So thank you all very, very much for what you do with your small budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
thank you. All right. So can we take a picture with you? Because
Of course, and we can also take a break. Why don't we do a 15-minute break, okay? And so we'll come back with the Department of Aging and Community Living at 20 of 2. All right. Better.
Good afternoon. Is this on?
I mean, that is fine, that was mine.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello, hi, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm just testing my mic.
We can hear you.
Awesome. Crystal clear?
Crystal clear.
Perfect. I was for the first time noticing that there's a volume button on the side.
Oh,
So
wow.
here we are.
Okay,
And there's a
before
plug
they
for
start.
headphones too.
We are pleased to continue our oversight on the budget hearing with now the Department on Aging and Community Living. The department is started as the Office on Aging, but there was a need to be a department instead of an office to adequately provide resources and support to seniors and those that are retirees in the district. As such, on September 18th, 2018, I introduced a bill to designate the DC Office on Aging as a new Department on Aging and Community Living. It became law on March 29th, 2019. And the mission of the department consists of advocating for programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly, in addition to promoting longevity and the rights of older residents to prevent abuse, neglect, and exploitation. It also has become the center of activity for those who are caregivers. And of course, when we talk about our aging community, we are also including those with disabilities. Moreover, DACL, as is affectionately referred to, leads efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to leverage resources. It's important to make the necessary investments in our senior citizens and those that are maturing gracefully so that they can continue to live and strive in our city, as the DACL's motto is live boldly. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the department is $64,380,813. And this is a slight increase, not even a whole percent, but 0.3% increase from the FY current approved budget. And it does include a slight decrease of a half of a person. So there, and FTEs are counted by hours as opposed to real bodies. And so the FTEs are 121 employees, full-time employees. With that said, we'll now hear from our government witness, Director Hines, and I'll swear you and your team in. All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and committee staff. I am Sharon P.W. Hines, Director for the District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living, affectionately known as DACL. I am honored to testify before you today to present Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget, Grow DC. Joining me today are Angela Richardson, DACL's Chief of Staff, and Ragat Hagos, DACL's Chief Operating Officer. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to Mayor Bowser for her leadership and for the vision reflected in the upcoming fiscal year's budget. Additionally, we thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership and partnership over the years. As we continue to run through the tape with the mayor, this budget reflects a disciplined and forward-looking approach, one that prioritizes investments in education and public safety, protects robust health care for residents, grows our economy, and most importantly, preserves core city services that residents rely on every day. For older adults in the district, those core services are deeply personal. They are the programs delivered through DACL that make it possible to get to a doctor's appointment, to receive a meal, to remain in their homes safely, and to stay connected to their communities. And I am proud to share that in the mayor's FY27 budget, DACL remains strong and stable, with our programs protected and positioned to continue serving thousands of seniors across all 8 wards. Madam Chair, over the course of Mayor Bowser's tenure, we have been sustained and meaningful investments in older adults, investments that have fundamentally changed how seniors experience aging in the District of Columbia. Through core programs such as Safe at Home, Home Delivered Meals, Connector Card, and Senior Med Express, the district has collectively supported tens of thousands of older adults. What is important to recognize is that this progress is the result of consistent, intentional investments over time. Investment that reflects a clear understanding that supporting seniors is essential to the overall strength and well-being of our city. As we move into FY27, that commitment continues. And in a time where difficult fiscal decisions must be made, what stands out most in this budget is that the mayor's decision to protect and preserve the core services that seniors rely on every single day. As I have shared in previous hearings, DACL's work is guided by 5 core pillars: socialization, transportation, nutrition, helping older residents age safely in place, and delivering high-quality supports. These pillars reflect the lived experiences of older adults in the district, and the FY27 budget maintains stability across each of these areas, allowing us to continue delivering services that are responsive, consistent, and impactful. Transportation, a cornerstone of independence. Transportation is often the deciding factor between isolation and participation. The Connector Card program continues to provide older adults with flexibility, allowing them to travel on their own schedule for medical care, errands, and social engagement. Since its launch, over 8,600 seniors have used the program, reflecting both its value and its demand. And in FY27, Mayor Bowser is prioritizing continuity in service delivery, ensuring seniors continue to receive reliable and consistent transportation support. At the same time, we are expanding access for populations with more complex barriers. The Returning Citizens Senior Transportation Pilot Program recognizes that older adults returning from incarceration face unique challenges in reconnecting to services and stabilizing their lives. Thanks to the council's $150,000 investment, the program will fund more than 4,400 one-way rides, supporting access to medical care, housing services, workforce programs, and supervision requirements, helping seniors stabilize and rebuild their lives with dignity. Together, these efforts reflect a broader approach. Mobility is not just about transportation. It is about access to opportunity. Helping seniors age in place. For most older adults, remaining at home represents stability, familiarity, and control over how they age. The mayor's signature program for seniors, Safe at Home, has been central to making that possible, supporting 8,000 households through practical home modifications that significantly reduce fall risk and improve daily safety since its inception. The mayor's FY26 investment of $300,000 expanded this work, allowing DACL to reach 45 additional households with critical safety upgrades. As the district's population continues to age, the importance of this program will only grow. Aging in place is not just a preference, it is a cost-effective and person-centered approach that allows residents to remain in their communities while avoiding more intensive interventions. While the FY26 enhancement represented a one-time investment to expand capacity, the mayor's commitment to Safe at Home remains steadfast. The program will continue at a $4 million level in FY27, allowing us to deliver more than 600 home modifications that help seniors remain safely in their homes. Nutrition, supporting health and reducing isolation. Nutrition remains one of the most essential services we provide, particularly for older adults who are aging in place and may face barriers to accessing healthy, consistent meals. Over the course of the mayor's tenure, the Home Delivered Meals program has served over 45,000 seniors, providing reliable access to nutritious meals for residents who may be homebound or unable to prepare food independently. The mayor's $425,000 investment in FY26 expanded this reach, allowing us to serve 150 additional seniors. This investment recognizes that nutrition is directly tied to health outcomes, chronic disease management, and the ability to remain independent. At the same time, we are strengthening opportunities for seniors to engage in community settings. In Ward 7, new dining sites at the Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church and Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens provide spaces where seniors can gather, share meals, and maintain social connections. This dual approach, meeting seniors where they are while also creating opportunities for engagement, allows us to address both physical and social needs at the same time. In FY27, Mayor Bowser is sustaining DACL's critical nutrition services that support seniors' health, independence, and well-being. Socialization, strengthening community connections. Connection is a critical component of overall well-being, and it cannot be treated as secondary to other services. Through our senior wellness centers, events, and neighborhood-based programs, we create consistent opportunities for seniors to remain active and engaged. The village model plays a central role in this work by building localized support networks that help seniors stay connected to their communities. As this model expands, we are focused not only on growth, but on long-term sustainability, ensuring that villages have the resources and structure needed to support residents over time. This work reflects a broader understanding. Reducing isolation is not about a single problem. It requires building systems that foster connection at every level. And in FY27, Mayor Bowser is continuing to strengthen opportunities for seniors to stay socially connected and engaged in their communities. High-quality supports, ADRD, and workforce development. As needs become more complex, our approach must evolve to meet them. DACL strengthened its capacity to support residents living with Alzheimer's, dementia, and related diseases, ADRD, by hiring the agency's first ADRD coordinator, Giovanna Hunt, allowing for more coordinated, specialized support for both individuals and their caregivers. The program has received over 100 referrals, reflecting strong coordination across DACL and with external partners. In addition, 65 community-based presentations have reached more than 1,000 residents, helping families better understand dementia and navigate available resources. In FY '27, Mayor Bowser is reinforcing the district's commitment to high-quality, specialized supports for seniors and their caregivers. At the same time, we are creating opportunities for older adults to remain engaged through workforce development. Madam Chair, your FY '26 investment in workforce development has provided 14 older adults with temporary part-time employment opportunities. Through our lead agencies, these seniors are now contributing across all 8 wards, supporting program delivery while remaining active participants in their communities. This work reflects a broader shift, recognizing older adults not only as recipients of services, but as contributors to the system itself. In closing, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, the FY '27 budget reflects a clear and steady approach, protecting the services that residents depend on while continuing to move the district forward. For older adults, these services shape daily life. They support independence, improve health, and strengthen connection to community. We are proud of the foundation that has been built over the past decade, and we remain focused on carrying the work forward so that every senior in the district has the opportunity to live boldly. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to your questions.
I certainly appreciate your testimony and thank you all for being here. We will not go through all 57 questions, just so you know. You answered some, so we won't have to do that. But we still have a few. Again, glad you have a little water and that will help. But I know that you're ready to take this on. DACL is always ready to take on whatever the challenge may be. Grow DC. I think that's a great caption to be operating under. And you mentioned that in your testimony, you said you're prioritizing investments in education and public safety, protecting the robust health care for residents, growing the economy, and of course, preserving core city services. So when you think about investments in education and public safety, what does that mean to DACL in the service delivery you do for our aging population?
First, I will respond from the perspective of how DACL operates in the public safety space or cluster. We have our Adult Protective Services team. They are available 24/7 to respond to seniors and or their loved ones that contact us when they have concerns about self-neglect, financial exploitation, or abuse. In addition, when I think about public safety and reflect on the work and collaboration we have with additional sister agencies such as the Department of Fire and Emergency Management, DC FEMS, we oftentimes partner with the Mobile Integrated Health Unit, where we look at case studies around seniors who need some additional wraparound care and service support. Joan Williams, our clinical services officer, is our designee that meets monthly with DC FEMS on a task force that was formed by Alexis Squire, the Deputy Chief of Staff at FEMS. We are also partnered with the Metropolitan Police Department when we have seen an increase. This is a partnership that I formed under former Chief Pamela A. Smith. We saw an uptick in silver alerts, our seniors who were missing in the District of Columbia. And, you know, my day doesn't stop at 5 o'clock. Oftentimes I'm on the phone with seniors, I'm in the community with seniors alongside my family. And I met with Chief Smith and team and talked through how we could partner around supporting families when their seniors go missing. So we're fortunate at DACL that we're able to work through our senior service network, which is comprised of over 40 grantees, to reach out to them when there's a senior that's missing, to see one, if they're in our C-STARS database, if they've been a part of any of our DACL programs and services. And then Giovanna Hunt, who's our dementia care coordinator, has a monthly meeting with the Metropolitan Police Department Missing Persons Unit where they review case files on seniors who may still be missing, seniors who have recently returned home. They do home visits together to work with families on how to best support their loved one that may be experiencing ADRD. Transitioning over to the education side, and many know that, school, as my mom would tell me, is my first love. Having an over 20-year career in education, transitioning in this leadership role at DACL allowed me to be a part of the full lifespan continuum from birth to seniors. And so looking at our education and workforce development partnerships at DACL, I look at the University of the District of Columbia's Institute for Gerontology, where district seniors are able to take courses. Excuse me, they can take courses that lead towards a certificate, and it's free. I've talked to a number of seniors who attend our Iona program around town at St. Albans, which serves as our satellite Ward 2 and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center. We look forward to having a standalone Senior Wellness Center in Ward 2 and a standalone Senior Wellness Center in Ward 3 in the near future. But the benefit of me having the opportunity to serve in the Bowser administration from the beginning, serving alongside the mayor for these 3 terms, I have built relationships and networks across our sister agencies so that I use transferable skills. So when I arrived at DCPS as a senior advisor to Chancellor Fairby, I did a map of our district government agencies and how students and families plugged into each agency. We plug into all the agencies. And I use that same approach coming over to lead DACL, looking at our senior residents and how they plug into all of the district government agencies. I won't say the easiest, but the seamless approach is through our Commission on Aging. We have an opportunity to have ex officio representatives from our sister agencies that attend a monthly meeting with our appointed Commission on Aging to talk through senior issues, to make sure that authentically we have senior voice and senior feedback at the table with decision making. And so I think overall that kind of sums up how we collaborate and strengthen these partnerships with our public safety justice cluster and our education cluster.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that because sometimes people forget that when you have a theme or an approach in government, that perhaps that theme doesn't really relate to all of the constituencies. And you give yourself an A+. You did an excellent job with that. You can talk now about health care. The robust health care that you see, or you may find that there's some parts of it that are lacking that we need to, sort of shore up. If you could talk to us a little bit about health care.
As I begin to respond to this question, I think about a recent opportunity. Just last week, I had an opportunity to participate in a fireside chat at the Leading Age Annual Summit. And during that time, I was able to lean in to the work that we do at DACL as it relates to analyzing health data disparities, how we respond to seniors who may have medical crises or comorbidities, whether that's giving them a referral to one of our nutrition programs, whether that's assigning a senior to a case manager to help them navigate clinical paperwork, scheduling medical appointments, identifying a safe and responsible caregiver, loved one, family, or friend to accompany them to this appointment. I think about Joan Williams and I recently being at Leading Age DC for the DC Long-Term Care Coalition meeting, where I was able to talk through how we've grown our community transition team, which is a very specialized team of community outreach coordinators and transition care specialists that engage with district residents living in long-term care facilities or short-term care facilities. The model, when I think about two words that Angela Richardson and Joan Williams, when we were talking about health-related matters in seniors, is person-centered approach. And what's at the core of person-centered approach is prevention. And so as we prepare for the budget hearing and testimony and responding to questions, and we're drilling down into our data, what matters to us most is when we see, for example, a decrease in the number of home delivered meals, but an increase on community dining sites, because that's possibly showing, and we're working through this, that possibly shows that we are increasing health outcomes for our seniors so that they're not homebound anymore. They're able to go out to the community and return to their friends and neighbors, where they can visit the senior wellness center or community dining site, increase social engagement, reduce that social isolation. I think about the work that we do with DC Health. One of the subcommittees of the Long-Term Care Coalition is a subcommittee that works with DC Health and looking at how we can align the licensure process for our home health aides and our certified nursing assistants or nursing aides, CNAs, because we know that district residents are aging, and DACL is a place that you can call for any and everything. There's never a time we're going to say we can't help you with that. And so it's very humbling when seniors come to testify like they did on Monday and talk about the benefits of going to, for example, it was a very powerful testimony from Model City Senior Wellness Center, where the senior talked about being hospitalized, being discharged, and then going to Model City Senior Wellness Center and working with Monica Carroll. Many see Monica Carroll as the choreographer for the MC Steppers, but Monica is so much more. You've heard from testimony previously during this performance oversight period from our current Miss Senior DC, Valerie E. Robinson, Miss Congeniality on the national sector, talk about her being, and I'm not going to get it exactly right, but she had hip replacements, knee replacements. Monica Carroll at Model City's Senior Wellness Center helped her with her outpatient rehabilitation, because that's what happens at the senior wellness centers. Mind, body, and soul. So we feed you a nutritious hot meal Monday through Friday for free if you're age 60 and above. You have access to fitness programs where you can work out and exercise. Even this Friday, May 1st, when we kick off Older Americans Month at 11 a.m. at Turkey Thicket Recreation Center out there on the track, we will have a walk, roll, or stroll. So however your ambulatory and mobility works, my knee has been acting up, my foot has been acting up a little bit, but the team is laughing because they know. And so that's an opportunity to improve health outcomes and introduce Turkey Thicket Recreation Center, which is a very popular recreation center for our seniors. They have a lot of senior programming there, but that's also another demonstration or testimony to how sister agencies work together. We don't claim to do it all, but we know how to partner to achieve those outcomes that give us the results.
Again, another A plus. And finally, the big one, which, well, not finally, but it is a big one, and that's something that we're all struggling with in the city, and that's growing the economy. How do seniors contribute to that?
It's a matter of how have the seniors already contributed to the economy? Time and time again, when I'm talking to seniors who reach out to DAPL for assistance and service, on one hand, you have seniors who have dedicated their life through public service. It could have been through the federal government, through the district government, who understand why we fight to maintain home rule and for statehood in the district. We constantly pay, as the young folks would say, homage to those who have come before us. And so the team at DACL, we don't take for granted the work that we do on behalf of district seniors. We understand that district seniors trust us to have their best interests at heart. And so when I think about how seniors grow the economy, they've already paid into the economy through their various workforce and career opportunities. But there's still seniors who are working and growing the district. When I think of our transportation investments through the mayor and through the council, that's growing the economy. Taking seniors to movies in the area, shopping in the area, dining in the area. It's opportunities for them to use their district dollars to continue growing the economy. When we have seniors who may decide that they want to downsize, this house is too big for me now. My grandchildren are grown up, my children are grown up, they have their houses. They may want to sell their house to a younger family that's moving into the district. And so they're contributing to growing the economy. And then they want to stay in the district. And so then they call DACL and they talk to Plathan Watson, our housing specialist, who will go out and look for apartments on their behalf, walk them through the application process. And then they may become a renter after being a homeowner. They're still growing the economy.
Thank you. That is very, very good and helping us to understand. I always like to take a look at the testimony and have a clear understanding of what the words that are printed on the paper mean to the organization that's presenting it. I think that's when our public can sort of feel and understand that government is a living thing.
Yes.
And that they are very much a part of it. So it took a minute, but I just think it's so important, and particularly for our community, my community, the aging community of the district. Sometimes they feel very forgotten. In fact, I was at a program the other evening and a lady came up to me and she said, "I just want you to know, no one down at that building, the Wilson building, talks about seniors but you, and I want to thank you. Have they forgotten that we're here?" I said, "No, ma'am, they know I said, "We're here." Me, she said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else. They never talk about seniors." I said, "Well, I try to remind them that they will be one if they're lucky." And so she said, "I like that." That's so that really made her day. She was happy to hear that. But seriously, people wonder, what do we feel about our senior community? not everyone has the opportunity to digest all that we do in the broader sense. You know, they wonder about the Department on Aging and Community Living. What is it really doing, perhaps? And many of our aging community members, they are partaking of services that are available to them, but they never see it as also relating to the service delivery system that we have within your agency. So I certainly appreciate that. I'm going to hurry along. We won't be here for 2 hours as well. The city administrator was here for 2 hours. And we could have stayed another 35 minutes. Okay, so, and the secretary, was it about an hour and a half? Yeah. Yeah, from 10 until 1:30. So you're just our third. Yes, we have a few more agencies, but we won't keep you that long. Because you're one of my favorites, so I'll try to speed it along. Speed it along. But I wanted to ask a little bit. You talk about the Connector Card program and you say since its launch, 8,633 seniors have used the program. And at what cost? What has that cost us to serve the 8,633?
Yes, I'm gonna have Forgot Hagos respond to that, our Chief
All right,
Operating Officer.
thank you.
The Connector Card program, the budget is about a million, 1.8 million.
Okay, 1.8 million is the budget for
FY
proposed
20
budget for 27,
For 26,
but it's the current budget.
correct, yes.
And for 27, there is a slight increase.
We had a one-time funding in FY 26. So that 1.8 million includes the one-time funding.
Okay, the
Mhm.
one-time increase.
Yeah.
All right, so when I look at table BY4 and it mentions number 3609 transportation, is that where I find the proposed expenditures for?
That's the budget, yes. That line item will give you
For the connector
the
card?
connector card is in that budget, yes.
Okay, what
Mhm.
else is in that transportation amount?
Med Express.
All of these, okay.
Mhm.
Med Express, Returning Citizens Pilot Program, group trips, and
Yep.
then the adult day transportation to sites. What's that?
To sites and activities.
Because group trips is specific to trips to lead agencies, senior wellness centers, or is it the programming that those entities do and they call up for transportation to take them on their field trips?
Yes, so
Okay.
it's the lead agencies and all other grantees have a budget for sites and activities where they do field trips. They take seniors to farmers market and things like that.
Okay, is that categorized under group trips
Mhm.
or is that categorized under adult day transportation? Because you have a breakout of two different but similar kinds of service.
Under transportation, so the transportation line item includes transportation to sites and activities, connector card, Med Express. The adult day transportation is also, that's provided by the grantees, so it's part of that budget.
And if I could just add in for the adult day transportation, some of the senior wellness centers are able to use their transportation for door-to-door service. Pre-COVID, there was funding in place for all of the senior wellness center. This was under another Seaberry Connector. Would
Correct.
pick up the seniors and do door-to-door, so pick up from the home and take them directly to the senior wellness center. That transportation program doesn't exist the same way. We do provide funding for door-to-door, but it's on a much smaller investment.
Okay, and that's under the category of adult day transportation now.
Correct.
Okay, all right, now I understand. All right, and so I have what is the budget for 26 and the expenditure thus far. And so for the adult transportation, the budget is 200,000 and the expenditure to date is about 77,000. Is that what your records are showing?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
And then for group trips, which is when a center or senior group calls up and asks for transportation for their outings, as I'll call it. You're budgeted for 630,000 expenditures. I'm assuming these are expenditures through the first quarter of, okay, then that makes more
Yeah.
sense. The expenditures are only 205,000. Just want to make sure that we are not seeing savings already. In other words, we're not spending what we have allocated to be the need. And so, in other words, I'm hoping that we're not have leftovers, so to speak, or as they call it in the budget, some surplus somehow in your agency. I am concerned about the returning citizens pilot program though, because for that you had 150,000 and first quarter only $1,326 has been used for that. It sounds like that program isn't working. And I have a question about why is it one way? I mean, if you take me to the doctor, how am I supposed to get home?
It's another term the young people keep me up on, word salad. So it's funded as 44 one-way rides because you call to go to your destination, and then when you're ready to leave, you call again for the return. So that's just a little word salad. It equates to 4,400 one-way rides, which is, in comparison, when I think about the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs, they have vets rides. And so there are, for example, 10 one-way rides, which is 5 round trips. We give the flexibility of saying one-way rides because oftentimes the seniors, whether it's the connect, whether we're calling it the Returning Citizens Senior Transportation Pilot Program or the Connector Card, seniors may only need transportation one way, depending on where they're going. That's the autonomy side of it, because some seniors may have metro access. They may have a loved one that they're going to meet, let's say for lunch or at a faith-based institution at the medical appointment, that will then take them back home. So that's why it's listed as one-way rides.
Okay, when I do the math, it tells me that we're paying $3,000 for each of those rides. Am I correct? You
That's
said
right.
44 trips, 150,000.
We can get back to you on the calculation. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, let's do it. I mean, 150,000 divided by 44.
Yeah, but it also includes an admin cost, so it's not all
It includes what?
an admin cost.
Admin
yeah,
costs.
mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Admin costs. Let me just say this. that's an earth-shattering admin cost. I can't believe that we can only get 44 trips out of 150,000. 44 trips, that's.
We're getting you a response right now.
130,000.
Our program manager, Jermaine Dillon, met with Director Lamont Carey, who was then the director for the Mayor's Office of Return and Citizens Affairs, to map out what this pilot would look like. So if you would give us a moment, we're just pulling that
Right,
information
okay.
for you, okay?
Okay, all right. Oh, it's.
It's 4,000.
Ah.
Yeah,
Oh, 4,000 trips.
4,400.
Okay, not
4,000, let me be clear.
Please repeat it.
4,400, 4,400 one-way trips.
Yeah, so 4,400 one-way trips. And actually, just to set the record straight, there is no admin costs for this program. And one other thing I do want to add, if I may, in 44 trips per day, 44,400 for the year. One thing I want to add to something you mentioned earlier, Councilmember Bonds, related to this, is the slow progression to the program. And we do recognize that it is moving slow, but we are exploring other partners to partner with to ensure that we can meet the mark to serve as many seniors who are returning home.
Thank you very much. And we have, I think the other day, it was indicated that we have about 50 returning home every month. 50 returning home every month.
And that's right. And we do have Sharon Wise, who I know you're familiar with, who leads our Senior Ambassador program, also works really closely with the Ready Center. So supporting particularly seniors who are returning home from incarceration and meeting with them at the Ready Center. So this is something we're also going to add to our outreach materials so that they are aware of the program. So we're using a multi-pronged approach. So we're not just relying on the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens to promote this program, this pilot program, but also using our outreach team to promote it as well and meet them directly when they come home with this program.
I think that's great. This is a program I'm sure that is very welcomed by our returning citizen community. And remember, it's almost like being in a, let's say, a flying saucer and they just drop you down. You're here. You're back home where you came from. And supposedly you have served your time and you want to become a part of the population again. So they need all the help they can get. Identification is one issue, a place to live, and they have to have a job. A place to live, have a job, you got to have some sort of transportation arrangements. So this could be a very wonderful program for our returning citizens. I'm hoping that we can really get this off the ground, and I'm delighted to know that it's 4,400. Those little zeros dropped off, and I was like in a real panic. And I know Heather's sitting there with her transportation hat on and wondering, my goodness, what is this about? She's not with DACO, but she's on top of every transportation conversation that we have, right? So I'm wondering, do we talk about it? I mean, scooters or what? What is this? This. So thank you very much for that clarification. We do know that. Should I go into the- Yeah. Yeah. Connector card. Okay, underspend in FY25, yet we know there's a wait list. Budgeted a little more for 26, and it does not look like we are going to get close to what we've been budgeted for, the 1.8 million for the connector card this year. Your first quarter was 725. How are we doing with the connector card?
It is still one of our most popular programs.
Yeah,
If you think back to, we had a very harsh winter, and so we did not see as many participants during that winter time. But we're actually able to enroll seniors into the Connector Card program. So act fast, 202-724-5626. And so that would explain why you saw a little bit of lower participation during quarter one.
all right. Does that also help explain the Senior Med Express because of the weather? and
Yes.
Seniors not,
Yes,
okay.
because also during that time, the famous Snow Creek period, we actually, out of an abundance of caution for seniors, of course, we did not fully operate senior wellness centers during that week. We moved into a hybrid approach where seniors were able to participate in their classes online, and we were able to do food deliveries to our seniors in partnership with our lead agencies and with DC FEM's Mobile Integrated Health Unit. So yes, due to those the colder temps, seniors were able to pivot with their appointments, whether they went and did telehealth or were able to reschedule when they were able to get there.
All right, so we're likely to expend all of the budget for this year.
Yes.
And I think you got a slight increase for. Yeah, you have I imagine that, no, you're down in transportation in total. So what are we going to do? Because you just established the fact that we have a wait list for connector card.
Oh, we don't have a wait list for Connector Card.
It's all, the
We don't have a-
350 are all settled.
We don't have a wait list. We actually have space. So as the director mentioned, if seniors are interested in receiving a Connector Card, they can call us. I'll say the number again for the record.
Say it again.
202-724-5626.
All right.
This is a program where you do have to submit income verification, but our team will work with the seniors on what they need, and we'll make sure that we can get as many seniors as we can a Connector Card that needs it.
So what is the average lowest value on the card? I know the maximum is still 100.
Yes. It is still 100. And so prior to us making the change of providing us with income documents, it was self attest. And so, naturally, if you don't have to provide income verification, you can put you have no income. But what we were finding is, and I'd like to acknowledge, the work of the teams in our programs and grants team that made calls to seniors to go through that list alongside Yellow Cab to check in with seniors to find out if they still wanted their connector card, letting them know about the change. We sent electronic messaging as well as snail mail, the good old USPS postage stamp to seniors to let them know we were going to have this new change because we were going over budget. And so as a result of having income verification, which was putting us in alignment with our other DACL programs where you had to provide your income verification documents, that's how we were able to open up the wait list in addition to the funding provided by the mayor and the council. What I want to circle back to is you talked about budgeting for FY27. So in FY26, we had received 2 one-time enhancements. And there was a $350 enhancement for connector card, and then the $150,000 enhancement for the connector card for returning citizens. As of now, in FY27, both of those investments have been removed.
So the amount of, so what do you have What is your total budget for this year, FY 26?
For transportation,
For the
Oh,
connector
or
card.
connector card. 1 second.
It's
No, that's 20.
1.5, I'm sorry, 1.85 million.
Okay, so then the number I have here is correct. Okay.
Yes,
And that is with the 2 enhancements that you received?
for this year.
Yeah.
Yes, for this year, for just
Mhm.
for this year. Okay. And so
That's for 26.
what are you asking for FY 27 in this particular category? Since what I have before me is just transportation.
Yes. Now, Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
we're having a
I'm not
robust
supposed to know that.
conversation about the connector card.
Yeah.
So I would say, if we reflect on public witness testimony from Monday,
Mm-hmm.
if there is an opportunity to provide a little more to that connector card, I am sure seniors will be delighted.
And I am too, but I want to know how much you think you're going to spend now, and that should be reflected in the budget line that says connector card.
Let us circle back to you in the follow-up questions.
All right.
That will give us an opportunity to analyze ridership. You know, I like to do a 3 to 5 year trend data look back. And thinking about increased numbers of seniors, those turning 60, that will be eligible for a connector card. So if we could circle back, and I'm looking at Andrew, go ahead and make that question number 1 on our follow-up to give you an idea of where we are, what we may need.
Yeah.
What the seniors
See,
may
I
need for the
can only
connector.
ask what is presented in your budget document. And that only speaks to transportation, 3609. It doesn't break it down. And I know that since you have 5 different transportation programs, got to be somewhere. You have already made some determinations, I presume. Or are you just saying transportation and then you'll, as you spend from the allotment, you will attribute it to how you're spending? Is that how you
All of the above,
formulate your budget?
in addition to the teams that are part of RGOT's Chief Operating Officer Cluster, our budget, finance, invoice team, alongside programs and grants team, monthly are looking at the budget, our participation, if we're over budget, under budget, where we may need to do any pivots or pauses.
And I got that. I've been around a while.
Yes.
I've got that. What I'm trying to understand is if you have, in what I have before me are 5 different programs, transportation programs. I have your total number for FY 26. Okay, that was budgeted and they matched the numbers that you shared with me. Okay. 5 million. And then the expenditures out of the 5 million after first quarter was 2 million. Okay. Now what I'm asking is to have an understanding of, as we move forward, starting October 1, 2026, beginning of the 27 budget. I'm trying to understand how much have you allocated for connector card? And you told me there's no wait list for that anymore. Your senior Med Express, how much there? And then your returning citizens transportation, where I think you're telling me that 4,400 trips are what you're estimating you're going to do in FY 27 or 26. So it may be more for 27, right?
Well, with the pilot program, it was a one-time
It's one day,
funding.
1 year?
Right, yes.
Okay. Okay. So that may not even show up. And you may not, I'll say you may eliminate that program. You're saying at your discretion, you may eliminate that program. If after this year, it shows it didn't work, this year being 26.
I think if I may, I think we will evaluate the program
Mm.
and see how we can provide space on our Connect the Car program, considering that we do have space, right? So
Yeah.
looking at as we get closer to the end of fiscal year 26, going into fiscal year 27, considering that that was a one-time enhancement, we would see how we can continue to serve those seniors, because that's one thing that we want to make sure that we can do, continue to serve.
Well, I would hope that you can. We have them coming home every month, and we have many of them are older persons.
That's right.
You know, have been away from our society for 20, 30, 40 years, to be very honest with you. They have no idea of what is before them. So I certainly hope so. The group trips, same thing. And then the adult day transportation.
So thank
So
you.
you
thank
haven't
for-
figured it out yet.
Right, but thank you for pointing us in the direction of, as we run through the tape and prepare for FY 27, to take into consideration if these one-time enhancements in our transportation budget are not funded, how we can still include various stakeholders or additional stakeholders into the proposed FY 27 budget. Keeping in mind, for example, if we don't get a restoral of the enhancement for the connector car for returning citizens, setting aside a certain amount of seats, so to speak, for returning citizens within the connector car budget. The same with our senior wellness center transportation piece. So yes, thank you for mapping that out a bit for us. So thank you.
Well, it's you don't have to thank me. I'm just reading the information that has been provided to us. And it just seems very strange to have a category 3609 transportation and to know that you have at least 4 distinct transportation type programs and to not have it broken out. I mean, I'm trying really hard to understand this concept. Let me just move on. On I'll ask, where are the home delivered meals, the congregate dining sites, eat well, live better, a hungry harvest, and food for choice? Are they all in this day programs, or are they somewhere else?
They're under the nutrition program,
Oh, guess what? You do-
0037.
My goodness, you do have home delivered meals broken out, community dining broken out. So that's the congregate, right? Then the eat well is where? Eat well, live better. Where would that be? Which one of
Yeah.
these categories would that be? Would that be nutrition supplement?
No, that's under home delivered meals.
That's I'm sorry,
Home delivered meals.
home delivered meals goes
Yes.
there. And the hungry harvest is commodity and farmers market?
The Hungry Harvest is actually under lead agencies.
Lead agencies, okay?
Yes, yeah,
And food for choice, is that the supplement?
that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so now I know what we're talking about. Thank you very much for that. When we talk about home delivered meals, it looks like we are showing a increase proposed for FY 27. And so, help me understand the number of home delivered meals we get for these dollars. And when I say home delivered meals, I really should ask how many seniors are served through the home delivered meals?
Councilmember Barnes, we serve slightly over 1,600 seniors with our home delivered meals program based on our FY 26 budget.
Okay, and so the home delivered meals, I know there's something called Mom's Meals.
That's our vendor.
That's your vendor.
Mhm.
But also Central Kitchen does some home delivered meals. That's one of your vendors, another vendor, right?
They're not our vendor. They don't have an agreement with us other than referral. And so in previous budgets, and I think that may have been in 24 when I first arrived to DACL, we did have a small budget for the DC Central Kitchen program, but we were not able to afford it. They were able to find additional funds to continue that program because it is a senior home delivered meal program that they provide. And I know they testified on Monday.
They did.
About they've been continuing that program, and if they're able to receive any funding, that will be helpful for them. So we do thank them for being a part of, a team of partners on DC government side, as well as nonprofits that are making sure we're ending and addressing senior hunger.
And I thank them too. What I'm trying to understand with the home delivered meals, the one vendor is Mom's.
Mom's
Okay,
Meals, yes.
this is Mom's Meals.
Yes.
Project, okay. And the Central Kitchen, how many have they delivered? Surely they must check in with you and say who they're delivering it to. They said they get their list from you.
So DC Central Kitchen.
So if I may, Councilmember Bonds, I think that's a number we should get back to you with because they're not one of our vendors. But we do referrals to them. So they're not a part of our senior service network, right? So just like Food and Friends, for example, they are another community-based organization here in the district that serves food to seniors, but they are not a vendor. They are not a grantee. We don't have any contract or a grant agreement in place with them, but we do refer seniors to them. So we can provide you with that number.
All right, so they provide specialty service, in other words, to specific population or something?
I have that number now, 130.
130 for
Yes.
Central Kitchen?
Yes.
And you mentioned Food and Friends, so how many do they provide?
Councilmember Bonds, I'm going to get
Yes.
that number to you in our follow-up.
All right, well, I see I've been joined by my colleague, Councilmember Fruman from Ward 3. He is also a member of the committee, and so it's always so charming to have a member of the committee to join me. I usually solo this, and I'm going to give him some time to ask a few questions, but I'll be right back. You're not off the hot seat yet, okay?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bonds. Start in the dementia care space. I mean, I think we all have a lot to be proud of in the last couple of years of things that we and you have been able to do. You know, we got the plan that was built out. I think you had a person who became a coordinator in the role. I think I forget which season it was, but there was a great story in the Washington Post about the work that we're doing in this area. And it is a really critical area because the number of people affected is growing. Where do the Dementia Navigator and Sibley Memory Care programs sit in this budget? And are they funded at the same level in the coming year as they were in the last year?
Okay, good to see you, Councilmember Fruman. Currently for FY 26, Club Memory has an enhancement, a one-time enhancement for $200,000. In FY 27, that one-time enhancement is removed. Just checking my notes for a second. We will continue at DACL. We will continue funding. We did use an FTE for our ADRD coordinator, Giovanna Hunt. So we didn't lose any FTEs around that work. In the FY 27 budget, all of our lead agencies are funded at their FY 26 level, which is inclusive of Iona Senior Services, who is our, our dementia navigator arm for the agency.
And Dementia Navigators, I believe, was separately funded in FY 26, although administered by Iona. Is it's also got funding in FY 27?
Yes, that's correct. That funding was a reoccurring, the enhancement that we received in FY 26, it's a reoccurring. So yes, it will be funded at the same level in 27.
Okay, great. Last year, we had a back and forth around the villages and challenges about data collection. And my sense is that the villages and the agency have been working together and that those issues have been resolved. Is that a fair
Yes, when
characterization?
you and I talked at standing ovation where we celebrate our educators. Yes, the villages have participated in their C-STARS training dating back to the summer. And we just actually finished another refresher course around C-STARS, which is our database where we maintain our participation data for seniors. It also helps us with tracking how grants are being spent, how their funding is being spent. And so I was actually with a bunch of the village leaders last week for the Leading Age Annual Summit. Great time.
So again, another one where we had an issue and it looks like
It
we've
was
resolved
resolved.
it.
We have a very strong partnership. We had a retreat together as well that was hosted by the Washington Home Foundation, where we were able to align around the work that we do together as partners on behalf of the seniors of the district. So thank you for highlighting that, because you and I talked about that as well, how we would be able to tell a different story in this fiscal year about the partnership with the villages. And Dr. Katrina Polk, who is the executive director for DCVC, was here Monday to testify during public witness time, as well as Frank Fenimore, who's one of our village leaders. And so
Wonderful.
we've been able to participate in more of the village events. Several of us, including Chairperson Bonds and yourself, I think that was back in the fall. It was a picture in the slide deck when the villages launched the 2 incubators for FY 26 in Ward 7 and 1 in Ward 5. So we're doing very well together. And so I'm appreciative that the collaboration is in place and it will continue.
Okay, a couple other things. So
Sure.
on the villages, one of the things that I had heard sensitivity about is C-STARS, the data goes in and then lots of people have access to it. And are there safeguards or disclosures that we could or should be doing so that people know that their data could be visible to it's not an infinite universe, but a universe of users of the C-STARS system?
So first, C-STARS is a database that's on our Octo platform and service. So Chief Technology Officer Stephen Miller, our team, our information technology team at DACL works with Team Octo all the time to make sure that we have a safe platform. In addition, there are designated across our senior service network, there are designated grant partners that are able to input participation data through the villages, whether it's the lead agencies, whether it could be it could be Sibley Club Memory putting in their participation data. And so our information technology team is a small but mighty team. It's also available for technical assistance. So when you talk about the information that's provided, it's the participation data. Matt Fruman, Ward 3 on Ward 3 Street, went to lunch today at Iona. It's almost like a tendency. It's like a check mark off. Matt Fruman from Ward 3 Street called in and signed up for a connector card today. That's the type of information that's there. We do have, how do I want to call it? Kind of like access restrictions, so that, for example, what APS is working on, because that's in a confidential nature, is only accessed by APS. And so there are, and I may not be using the correct techie word for it, but it's not like everybody goes in and can see the whole universe of who is in C-Stars, if I'm
That's the
communicating that
thing.
better for you.
That's the thing that I'm hoping for is
That's
that
exactly the way it is, though. You're
and-
not able, I don't have access to C-Stars, and that's fine, because I have a team that, when, particularly like with silver alerts, when I see them first, I'm like, Joan, we have this senior missing. Can you look up in C-Stars to see if they're a member of any of our DACO programs or received any of our services? Boom, have Giovanna reach out to our contacts at MPD. That's one of the benefits of C-Stars, because we're able to keep our seniors safe. But in saying that, again, everyone who has a login password, we know who that person is. We can see we control what they can access through our information technology department. So we do have those safeguards in place, and we're always in contact with Octo.
that's what I'm looking
We do
for.
security patches to our servers to make sure there's nothing going on.
Okay, so I mean, that is what I'm looking for. I want Palisades Village to see what they've put in for Palisades Village, but I don't want Northwest Neighbors Village to see what
Correct.
Palisades Village put in.
Correct.
So I have more questions, but I want to be respectful. So should we go back and forth? Or would you like me to take 5 more minutes and finish off? Okay. I'm in.
It's a busy hearing day.
Today actually is, it really is. So thank you very much. Senior Wellness Center, Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center. And again, I want to compliment you on the whole task force process. I think that you guys did a lot of good work in coming up with ideas for how we might proceed. I'm wondering where you think things stand. I mean, you can imagine, as the Ward 3 council member, I'm a little impatient to try to get to where we have a Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center. And there are good ideas on the table. So I want to understand what it would take to get there. There's a couple, we talked about this very briefly, and maybe you can elaborate. You got a set of recommendations from one source and another set of recommendations from another source, and there's a certain amount of overlap. And I'm curious, what are the sites that have become a focus for a potential senior wellness center? I will tell you, going in, I thought that the Van Ness UDC area made the most sense to be close to UDC, and I think the task force settled on sites in the Tenleytown area, and there were folks on the task force who said to me, while both Van Ness and Tenleytown have metro stations, Tenleytown is much more accessible to other places in the ward by bus, and I found that persuasive. But where are we in terms of narrowing the general location and perhaps even the particular potential sites?
Thank you for that multi-tiered question. One, Councilmember Fruman, I want to acknowledge the work of Angela Richardson, DACL's Chief of Staff. as my designee for the Ward 2 and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center Task Force. Although I was present, she really was the facilitator alongside DGS and the architect team once they were selected. I'd also like to recognize Trishna from your staff. Councilmember Bonds, you had a number of staff, John Fanning, that was present for those meetings, as well as Councilmember Pinto. So it was a very robust, talented, committed, savvy group of leaders that comprised the task force that worked very diligently and collaboratively. There is a feasibility report that you have that really walks through the entire process from selection of task force members, the schedule of meetings, site visits, community engagement, where we had several opportunities in Ward 2 and in Ward 3 where we met with community members to have visioning around location, what amenities should be available. And so in that feasibility study, also list the recommendations from the architect for sites, as well as recommendations from the task force. So right now, that feasibility report is under the review of the council, as well as the mayor. And DGS, of course, is our construction arm on this. Of note, and I know Commissioner Chuck Elkins testified on Monday, because one thing that we know, Ward 2 Senior Wellness Center has funding, whereas Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center does not have funding yet. And so that's going to be important, of course, to figure out that investment and where the timeline is in place there. But the feasibility report reflects input from the task force as well as from the community about where they would like to see the future Ward 2 and future Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center. So I would just encourage you to, to take some time. It's probably like a 1-inch binder size glowing document to look at. But that's basically the overview of where we are.
Okay, and then in terms of getting over the finish line, and I hear you, there's not money in the budget, but I'm trying to think about what it would take in the budget. So when I look at the Senior Wellness Center budget line, it looks like about $4.2 million in the senior wellness operating line. And if there's 6 senior wellness centers, am I right in thinking that the operating funds for Senior Wellness Center are on the order of $700,000? Is that?
My COO is saying on average, it's about $500,000 operating costs for senior wellness centers. That of course includes staffing. What else is that comprised of that $500,000 makes up? Staffing and programming.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. And do you have any senior wellness centers that are in buildings that are leased as opposed to owned?
All of I'm scanning the portfolio. Bernice Fontenot in Ward 1, Hattie Holmes in Ward 4, Model Cities in Ward 5, Hayes in Ward 6, Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7, Congress Heights in Ward 8 are all district-owned buildings.
Because a number of the buildings that you identified in Ward 3, they'd be more natural to be leased as opposed to owned. And there's not a prohibition on doing it via lease, is there?
That would be a great question for DGS as our construction and real estate arm for DC. So I'm happy for us to follow up after the hearing where we talk with Director Hunter and team just about this process in general, because, I would love to be around for the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting.
Mm.
of the future Ward 2 Senior Wellness Center and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center. And so I think it would be helpful to understand that process and address those questions you have. DGS would be the better
Okay.
executive.
And I will ask them last question, and then I will leave you at the mercy of Chairperson Bonds. Last year, I think we added $110,000 for a lawyer at the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. And is that position funded in this budget, or what's the status of that position in this budget?
So the additional hotline attorney for LCE, Legal Counsel for the Elderly under AARP, it is not included in FY 27. I know that the ED Rhonda Cunningham's Holmes testified on Monday as well, where she advocated for the restoral of it. What I will say is that LCE is a part of our senior service network and has been available to our team to support our seniors with legal matters, primarily around housing foreclosures, evictions, and helping seniors prevent that from happening.
And this is a phenomenon in this budget, and you might have, I don't know if you would have watched our administrative meeting where we talked about things in the budget, but access to justice has seen a significant cut. This looks like is not funded. I don't want my colleagues to miss that this is part of that whole basket. So good to get clarity on it. I certainly would like to see that position funded. I think they do great work. There are a lot of meritorious things that have been cut. So it's not a criticism about it being cut, but we have to look at what are the priority things to try to restore. And this seems like a high impact position that could and should be a priority. All right. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds. And with that, I'll turn it back to you. And thank you, Director Hines, for
Thank
your
you,
testimony and
Councilman.
work.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I might just add to that comment about access to justice. I believe the legal counsel to the elderly also shared that they also receive about $1 million from the Access to Justice program so that they can do, because through their hotline, which is where their attorney is stationed, they are able to refer individuals to actual attorneys. So I had suggested to them, are we now talking about the need for maybe $2 million coming out of this package, Access to Justice? So I think my colleague and I, we will have a very robust discussion about how we make sure that some of these important programs continue to be a part of this government.
Thank you very much for that.
Yes, thank you. All right. I think we were talking bidders. We were talking about food, and I wanted to just share with you that I've now put the code for each one of these, so I now know where we are. And in the same manner that I was able to apply these codes, home delivered meals, community dining, what have you, to these responses that you gave us an attachment to question 2, I'd like to be able to do that for the transportation. So that's why I was going through that more deliberate process. Most importantly, with these food programs, I think that there has been underspending. So what are we going to do about that? Because are these contracts fixed price or are they reimbursable? That is the mom's contract. And then for the community dining, I think you now have, what, 3 different vendors that do that?
So the contracts are reimbursable.
And could you, yes, if you can, just, I know it's kind of hard,
The contracts are reimbursable.
reimbursable.
Yeah.
And so with actual meals served, I've been to a few community dining locations where I've been informed that the service plan was for 50, but it may have been 20, if that many. I haven't done the repeat, like visit every day of the week, Monday through Friday. And so I'm just wondering if we are serving for 50, but we're really having 25 or half that number. And if that might be the case, if we would use the balance of this food money and give the seniors an opportunity for an outing. You heard during the public testimony that there are some villages that have what they call Sunday supper, where they actually have a program where seniors get to go to restaurants. I had originally thought that we could cut back on this, these contracts, one contract that's been in existence for more than 25 years. And I now know the nature of that contract and how it got to last all those years, which isn't very exciting. I mean, I cook and I've been cooking for 25 years and I think it's great, but I'm just saying we haven't really investigated meal service. I've also been to other programs in other parts of the area, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and a plate like this, green broccoli, baked potato, and baked salmon. Very distinct food items. It'd be great if we could have that occasionally. I'm just saying, I think it might be an opportunity for us if we are showing that we're a little spending less because there are fewer individuals taking advantage of these community dining occasions, to give them also an opportunity to go to a restaurant with a discount, of course. Restaurant Association has already signed on to a discount. And I'm saying all of this because when I learned from the CFO that it costs about $18 a serving, and then the delivery costs, I think they told me $26 a serving. I'm like, come on now. I just think we need to look at the economy of what we are doing with our meals. And it is a very precious activity. Our seniors depend on it. And if they are not bringing their friends, or their friends are older and perhaps staying in their apartments and not coming out the way they once did, in, let's say, pre-COVID, I think we need to think about how we can sort of jazz up that food contract. So I shared with you what I've learned about it, so I can get your response as we think about, the budget and moving forward.
What I will say is, as the team and I watched public witness testimony on Monday, we were like, we need to get with Frank. We need to get with Frank Fenimore, from the Cleveland Park, Woodley Park, Village, to talk a little more about how Sunday supper works, and if we could look at expanding it in any type of way. In addition, what I will say is our seniors who receive lunch from the congregate dining site, the nutrition manager on site at each of those locations, we have over 40 across all 8 wards, as you know, take meal reservations, daily meal reservations that are communicated to the food vendor. We know sometimes we have some changes, and we, try to get those numbers as accurate as possible as far as the meal reservation. But we know sometimes seniors' plans change. They may anticipate coming the next day, but they may wake up, they may not feel well. They may pivot if some friends or family invite them to go somewhere else. Some numbers I know that were referenced on Monday. We have 2 new dining sites in Ward 7 that we're continuing. Where are those numbers? Continuing to build upon. So when I think about the Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church, they're averaging about 31 seniors, and Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens is averaging about 32 seniors. We just launched those dining sites in the fall. I think that was around November that we launched those. So they started off with like a handful of seniors. But literally, as I was visiting that week because we were kind of doing like a kickoff lunch, launch lunch, where, me and the team were coming out to meet the seniors. And seniors were actually walking up while we were get there to say, I heard there's a lunch program at this church. I live right across the street. This is going to work perfectly for me. And I wanted to come find out about it. Are there flyers? I said, come on in, get this information. I said, I want you to be one of our stewards to get more than. And she said, do you understand how many seniors would love to know they just have to come around the corner and come to the church? Because some of us go to this church. And so both pastors, I need those things, both pastors have been instrumental alongside our village support through DCVC, as well as East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, who's our lead agency for Ward 7 and Ward 8, in recruiting seniors to get to those lunch sites. So we had started off small, and now we're getting mighty. So having an average of 30 seniors at 2 dining sites that just launched in the fall, I'm pretty happy about that.
Well, when I suggested those 2 locations and was able to find the money for those 2 locations, I was aware of the extensive senior population in those particular parts of Ward 7. Families that had been there for decades.
Mhm.
And so it made sense that we might find some folk there who would want to take advantage of this. I'll be looking for more pockets.
Yeah. So thank you,
across
thank
the
you for
city.
that, Councilmember
Mhm.
Bonds, because you were right. Your vision around location has manifested in DACL engaging as you challenge us every year about reaching seniors who don't know about DACL. And so this has allowed DACL to increase our outreach and engagement with seniors in Ward 7 and beyond, because we know that seniors can go to any dining sites across the 8 wards. But this has been a wonderful partnership that we've established in collaboration with our villages.
All right.
I want to
and-
just add one thing, Councilmember Bonds, to what you mentioned about flavor. So our nutrition team, we have to give them their kudos because they have been doing a lot of meal surveys with seniors, and 93% of our seniors have found the flavor of the food very satisfactory. The meal presentation, 96%, very satisfactory. Cohesiveness, 95% satisfactory. And meal portion, 96% satisfactory. So I do want to say that the team is taking account to your notes and making sure that the food is not only nutritious, but is flavorful. Not just during special occasions like the Mayor's Senior Holiday Celebration or Senior Fest, which is also coming up May 20th, but year round, so that seniors are not just getting a meal, but getting a delicious and nutritious meal.
All right, I'll try and do some more testing.
Tasting.
Yes, yes. The director knows what I'm speaking of. We together witnessed one serving, if you recall, and it wasn't that appetizing. It
Things
may have
change.
tasted wonderful.
And we have improved
Yes,
since then.
I'm sure. See, there you go.
Yes, senior voice matters. And what I appreciate is when I'm talking to seniors, when I'm being a secret shopper at the community dining sites, is when they'll say to me, they come to me to share the feedback, but I'm trying to encourage them to share feedback as well. And since you're here right now, now they can talk to you. And we take the feedback seriously. I think back to when I first arrived at DACL, that was a consistent question from you to me about senior voice. How am I collecting the feedback and affecting change? And so seeing seniors advocate for menu option changes, to have more variety in their selections, has been a true testament to the challenge you put forth to DACL's nutrition services team. They go out and do food demonstrations. They're also meeting with the nutrition teams that run our community dining sites to model, uh, you know, the good habits and best practices from their certificate background as being registered dietitians.
Thank you very much for that. I don't want to keep you much longer, but um, in the FY 27 budget, there's a proposed slight increase to the lead agencies and case management. Please help me understand this $15.8 million budget plan. And what I'm asking about is help me understand how case management, which a few years ago was moved from the lead agencies back to headquarters. So does this mean that lead agencies are now doing case management, or case management has flipped back to the lead agencies?
Case management is still in-house with DACL. And seniors are able to reach a case manager by calling us directly, 202-724-5626. Case managers are available, after hours. They've built relationships with seniors.
Are they 24/7?
They
Is
are
that
not like,
number
they're not,
24/7?
that number is not. Our APS number, which is, the APS number is 24/7. But case management, that number is reachable during the DACL business day, which is 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
What is the Adult Protective Services number?
It is 202-541-3950. And I can
54139.
I'm sorry, I'll say it one more time. 202-541-3950.
50. Okay, thank you. Okay, so they're still under the same program.
Yes, case management is still in-house and a part of DACL.
Okay, so lead agencies are also under this 3605.
Yes, that's correct.
So how should I look at this plan budget? Because it says here, currently you have 15,349,000. Proposed for 27 is 15,838,000. So, and that is a increase. Modest, but it is an increase. So how will the money be spent? what will the lead agencies be spending and what will headquarters be spending on case management?
So that line item is for all of our lead agencies. And also that includes personnel cost for DACL. So that increase that you see under lead agencies, that is an increase for to support the transitioning of our staff into the union scale.
Okay,
Mhm.
help me understand that. It's moving headquarters staff into,
That's right.
Y-
So
uni-
I'm sorry, in this fiscal year, our staff joined the union, so they were unionized.
okay, into the union.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Hmm. So union, we have collective bargaining, they have an agreement.
All right, okay,
So the
got,
increase in salaries and personnel.
all right. And what union is represented at your agency now? AFGE,
It's
ASME?
ASME. It's
ASME.
ASME, but we'll get you the local number.
Okay, all right,
I have
okay.
I have some union members in the house, so they're
Okay,
represented.
they will let me know. Okay, excellent. Well, but I'm still trying to understand. So lead agencies and case management as presented in the budget document are together. Lead agencies are not at headquarters. They're here and there and around. So I'm trying to understand why this 15,800,000 is in one bracket. See where I'm coming from?
Yeah, so the way this table 4 is done, it includes everything, the entire budget for DACL, in addition to what is budgeted for our grantees.
Okay, well, they tell me to pay attention to the I guess it's called the program, which is 3605, right?
Yes.
Okay. Talking this governmental language, not the constituent. Okay. You also have something called day programs, another program 3603. You have at least the wellness fitness centers broken out separate. So I'm trying to understand of the amount in 3605, how much will be expended or planned to be expended by the lead agencies? Or maybe just tell me headquarters. Do we know?
The lead agency's budget will be about 8 million out of that budget.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. So, okay, so 8 million, okay, all right. And would that money be dispersed to them through some contractual arrangement or reimbursable services versus
Yes.
how?
So the funding is gonna be just allocated to the grantees through a grant award, and it is reimbursed on a monthly basis.
All right.
Mhm.
When I remember years ago, most of DACO's services were, most of DACO's budget was through grants within the community. So are we still just a granting program?
Yes.
Okay, because I noticed you now have the senior villages on here and they receive resources, but they're not really FTEs within DACO.
That's correct. The villages are also considered grantees and members of the senior service network.
Okay. Now the wellness centers, are they grantees also?
Yes. because they are operated through one of the grantees. So for example, Ward 1, so Bernice Fontenot is lead agency under East River. So East River operates Bernice Fontenot, Washington Senior Wellness Center. But in Ward 8, or Southeast, Family Strengthening Collaborative operates the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. Howard University operates Hattie Holmes Senior Wellness Center and Hayes Senior Wellness Center. Seabury operates Model City Senior Wellness Center. So they all receive their grantee and they receive a grant to operate those senior wellness centers.
But I do think, Councilmember Bonds, because you mentioned, are we just a grant making agency? And I think we can say we're not. I mean, we do provide grants, but we also do have programs in-house. As you mentioned, years back, we did bring nutrition and case management in-house, and that is still ongoing. Our nutrition program is not just contracting through vendors. We have a fully robust nutrition team that does nutrition counseling and education with our seniors. We can also talk about heavy duty house cleaning, which we brought in-house last fiscal year. And we are actually doing cost savings because we have an FTE in-house that is now able to assess cases of seniors who are experiencing hoarding. And we have more money in the budget to address those cases rather than that budget being mostly allocated to a FTE outside of our agency.
Okay, so rather quickly, I can go through what is presented in the budget chapter. Caregiver support services, is that a grant program or is that in-house?
That's a grant. Yeah, it's a grant.
Day programs,
That's a grant.
and what do day programs mean?
That's Iona. They operate an adult day health program in Ward 8 in Congress Heights, as well as Genevieve and Johnson adult day program in Ward 4.
All right.
They both operate adult day health programs that they receive DACL funding from that goes towards their operations and programs.
All right. Would that be their dementia programs or is
Yes.
just Iona doing?
For
dementia?
Iona is their dementia program as well as Genevieve and Johnson. They have a
They
dementia
both?
program as well,
All right,
as well with the caregivers support. They have a caregivers lounge.
all right. And in-home services, that is the hoarding program or?
That is safe at home.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's a
And
grant.
home, yeah, safe at home and what's the other program.
So that's also a grant.
Yes, it
Um,
is.
Senior villages, a grant.
Mhm.
Senior wellness, a grant. Supportive residential services. That's the hoarding program. No?
The sibling. Those are the residences, the housing that Seabury provides.
Okay. And transportation grant. Okay, so I'm really left with lead agencies and case management, which is part grant and part in agency. 8 million of the 15 million is grants.
That's correct.
That's what I just learned.
Mhm.
Aha. So the home delivered meals is direct service. It's a grant program.
That's a
Yes, it's a
contract.
contract. It's a
Grant contract. Okay. Nutrition supplement
Contract.
contract. And community dining services is,
Contract.
okay. And commodity and farmers market,
That's a grant.
which is zeroed out for 27.
It's actually, it's loaded under home delivered meals.
Oh,
Yeah.
switch. Okay. So, hold on 1 minute. Want to thank you all very much for your time and attendance with us today, and appreciate so very much the work that you do. And we may have just a few follow-up questions. Yeah, because I didn't get through the whole 57 questions, but but seriously, we'll be in touch if we need anything else. Again, I know that my colleagues are looking for every penny, and I'm trying my very best to hold on to the pennies for our community. I do want to press how you see assuring the funding that we provided last year for dementia services, memory circles, and things like that. Want to make sure that I don't see it specific within the budget. So I'm assuming we would have to come back and have make resources for that again this year. Am I correct? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds, for the opportunity to be a partner and testify about the wonderful work we do for our district seniors with your vision as well.
Thank you very much again. All right. And we see the OIG office waiting in the wings. They've yawned about 10 times, but we pay them no attention. We're talking seniorhood, which they'll get to if they're lucky. So they have stamina. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna give it. No, I'm gonna hand it to him.
Comes up here.
Yeah, when he comes up here, he's hiding. Let me tell you, we could have gone on 2 more hours with them.
I know, there was still so
But
much.
we
work
have,
to go.
we have pulled out. So much just do grants. Girl, we got the hottest potatoes in the government. Yeah, I better give this to her now.
Chance to stretch.
Yes, yes. Okay, we are now have the opportunity to talk with the Office of Inspector General. We have been joined by the Inspector General himself, Daniel Lucas, and his team. And I will, let's see if I can find my paperwork that would lead us to. Okay. The Office of Inspector General, the OIG, is our primary agency tasked with preventing fraud, mismanagement, and abuses of power within the government. The OIG is the only local agency that can investigate all aspects of our government. The OIG independently audits, inspects, and investigates matters pertaining to the district government in order to, one, prevent and detect corruption, mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse, promote economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability, inform stakeholders about issues related to district programs and operations, and recommend and track the implementation of corrective actions. The mayor's proposed FY budget to FY27 budget for the OIG is about $23.6 million. It is a part of a decrease of about 0.7% from the current FY26 budget, and it shows a slight increase of an FTE, 0.8 person. In other words, they will in FY27, 122 individuals or personnel members. With that said, we'll hear from our Inspector General Lucas, and first I'll swear him in and his team. All right, raise your right. Okay, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? Thank you. And you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I'm Daniel W. Lucas, Inspector General for the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before the committee to review the Office of Inspector General budget submission for fiscal year 2027. Joining me today are Mr. Matthew Wilcoxon, Acting Principal Deputy Inspector General, and Ms. Jamie Urusi, Deputy Inspector General for Business Management, who are here to help answer any questions you may have. During today's testimony, I will cover three specific areas: the OIG's unique budget process, our fiscal year 26 budget and expenditures to date, and our fiscal year 27 proposed budget. The OIG has a unique budget process compared to other district agencies. Specifically, the OIG's enabling legislation states that the OIG shall prepare and submit to the mayor annual estimates of expenditures and appropriations necessary for the operation of the OIG for the year. These estimates are then forwarded by the mayor to the council without revision, but subject to recommendations, including recommendations on reallocating any funds from the Inspector General's estimates to other items in the district budget. The OIG's budget also benefits from a Special Purpose Revenue Fund, or the OIG Support Fund. The OIG Support Fund budget anticipates estimated revenues to be deposited in the upcoming fiscal year, which would include 25% of revenue received from criminal restitution and recoupments generated from criminal investigations, and 25% of recaptured overpayments identified through OIG audits, inspections, and evaluations. The OIG's fiscal year 2026 approved gross budget is $23.5 million. Our approved budget includes $1 million in budget authority in the OIG Support Fund. During the year, we reprogrammed $600,000 in personnel service surplus to non-personnel services in order to fund American Sign Language interpretation services, obtain additional law enforcement equipment for our criminal investigators, and fund additional safety and security upgrades for our office space. Through April of this year, the OIG has expended about 40% of our initial fiscal year 2026 budget. We expect our expenditure rate to increase during the summer, most notably to pay for the ACFR audit contract option year renewal, which is currently undergoing council review, and we are in the process of filling several vacancies. As always, for the remainder of the fiscal year, we continue to seek opportunities to maximize the district's investments in the OIG and identify areas where district agencies can improve their operations to be more economical, efficient, and effective. Looking beyond fiscal year 2026, the OIG's proposed fiscal year 2027 gross budget is $23.6 million, reflecting an increase of 0.7% over the prior year's approved budget. Our proposed budget includes $3.2 million in federal grant funds to support our Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, or the MFUCU. Our proposed budget includes estimated deposits of $1 million to the OIG Support Fund, which, if realized, will be used to fund emergent oversight requirements. Additionally, with the executive support, our proposed budget includes an additional full-time equivalent position to help bolster the MFUCU's prosecutorial capacity. Our proposed budget reflects a continued commitment to oversight and accountability of the district government. As the council deliberates the fiscal year 2027 budget, I must note that any reductions to our proposed budget would negatively impact our oversight capacity. Conversely, any additional resources provided to the OIG would enhance our ability to identify and recommend changes that strengthen economy efficiency and effectiveness across district programs and operations. Building on topics presented and discussed during the OIG's FY 2025 performance oversight hearing, with additional resources, we intend to develop a system called the Economy Efficiency and Effectiveness Drift Early Warning System to better effectuate our statutory requirement to keep district agencies fully and currently informed about programmatic and operational problems and deficiencies. This system is designed to fill an information gap between our annual risk assessment and the resulting audit, inspection, and evaluation reports. Being able to leverage district information in real time to identify and report potential risks in a particular district agency will reduce the operational drift that may lead to an adverse event impacting the district's overall economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, this will be my 12th and final budget oversight hearing as the Inspector General for the District of Columbia. I want to take a moment to reflect on what the district has built, how the OIG has transformed, and what is at stake as the district navigates a period of compounding uncertainty. When I assumed this role, the OIG was often an afterthought. Over the past 12 years, we have systematized our operations, upheld rigorous professional standards, and redefined our commitment to good government, that is, the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. The work has not always been comfortable. However, oversight is, by design, not meant to be. I truly believe the district is better governed today because of the investments the executive and the council have made in this office. I say this not to elicit praise, but rather to make a point about institutional value. As we are keenly aware, the district now faces a convergence of pressures unlike any in recent memory. From interventions at the federal level to economic headwinds impacting future years' revenues to near-term leadership transitions, the OIG stands at the ready to help the district navigate these challenges. As I conclude my service in this role, I am proud of what the office has accomplished, deeply respectful of the challenges ahead, and fully confident in the OIG's capacity and capability to meet our stakeholders' needs and expectations. I am grateful to this committee, the council, and the executive for recognizing that the OIG is not an institutional formality, but an independent and objective partner advancing economical, effective, and efficient government. I am especially proud of the OIG staff, whose dedication has personally motivated me each and every day. It has been one of the greatest privileges of my 45-year professional career to serve the residents of the District of Columbia, who may not intimately be familiar with the OIG and its work, but who can be confident that this office is working on their behalf to improve their lives. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome the opportunity to answer your questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lucas, for your testimony. I do have a few questions. In the FY 25 budget, you had over $796,000 for something called customer experience, and the agency ended up spending over 827,000, and there was a slight deficit, this minus 31,000. So in FY 26, the agency had already spent close to half this amount. Can you help me understand what's going on here? And do you anticipate continuing to spend at this level for customer experience? Mm-hmm, sure. I mean, I'll try to read it. I can pull it up on my computer. Really, I can. It's attachment B. 25, 26, and 27 proposed agency budget under program AMP 000. FY 25 available budget shows the deficit. And it shows your budget, your current budget is 814,000. And I guess through April, you've spent 393,000. So you technically have 420,000 remaining. And more is proposed for FY 27 from 814,000 to 821,000. What does that category of expenditure cover?
It's a payroll category,
Payroll,
changes to payroll.
customer experience is payroll. And when you say it's a payroll category, is it pay increases, or what are they for? Specific staff that are not otherwise covered under the FTEs, or are they part of your total FTE group?
We've asked our AFO to join us.
All right, thank you. Yes, it's on.
working? Ah.
Yeah, if it's red, it's on. Yes.
Good evening. It,
Just pull the
okay, sure.
this. Oh, there you go. Now you got it. Okay.
Good evening, Frida Resso, Agency Fiscal Officer. So it's a combination, that line item is a combination of personnel services and non-personnel services. The deficit, the slight deficit that you see is related to the 5 FTEs that the agency has. And that's very common because we don't have control on, I should say, control in the system on the payroll level, because payroll has to be paid. But if there are, for example, position change or a person change from a previous year, the budget is a budget at a certain time, and the expenditures might change if an employee changes. Since there are 5 FTEs, if you want specific, we can go back and check who has left and who's been hired to come up with this deficit, but it's a slight deficit that nets out. If you see it at the program or activity level, you might see a deficit, but it nets out at the bottom line and the agency and with a surplus for the fiscal year.
Okay, I think I understand. You're saying there were 5
FTEs.
individuals, FTEs, and that their category of occupation changed, and therefore, because their occupation changed, less money, or you overspent because, you overspent because they got a promotion or the new job paid more.
Exactly.
So the way you account for it is under customer experience. I had not seen that term before. Is that a general term that helps us to understand when staff is promoted or goes to a higher paying job, that we capture what the costs would be for the new position salary?
That is one of the standard district
Okay, we had not seen it before.
categories that has been used by the agency. Do we have 5 customer services people? Okay, so I will have to get back to you who the 5 people are, but it is currently covering 5 FTEs in there.
All right. I don't need to know the name, but I would like to know the position
Title.
that this covers, just the
Sure.
positions, yes.
Sure.
Yeah, the title of the position,
Sure.
yes. I'm not the investigator. You all are the investigators. So thank you very much for that. So I'm assuming the increase in the FY 27 proposal, where that line goes from 814,000 to 821,000, that is sufficient. Okay. Then I think there's legal services. Same situation, legal services, AMP 14. There is, in FY 25, it was 1,086,000. Expenditures were just under that. And then it shows a negative balance of 115,400. Can you help me understand that?
Sure, there was a additional FTE in our Office of General Counsel that needed to be utilized in our inspections and evaluations unit. And so that FTE moved into the inspections and evaluations. So you would see the same net gain in that category.
All right, thank you. Are there any areas of service that your office provides where you see or you anticipate that you're going to exceed what is the current budget, the FY 26 budget? No?
No, we do not anticipate exceeding our budget.
And then you have a little underspending. Help us understand that. And that is activities 607. In the current budget, you have 968,000, but you've only spent 30,000. Yes,
That's the support fund. And so while we have encumbered quite a bit, we are currently letting some contracts that will encumber the rest of that.
Okay, it says special purpose revenue funds. Is
Mhm,
that what we're talking the
yes,
same?
ma'am.
Okay. Mission support initiatives. And you're saying that where you've only spent 30,000, you have some contracts coming in that would be more than 900,000?
So there's only currently $609,000 in the account. We have a spending authority for up to $1 million, but we can only
Right.
spend what's there. So we have budgeted so that most of that $600,000 will be let in contracts this year around IT items, security items, and some kind of different law enforcement equipment that has come to light that we need.
Okay. And that's the cameras, body worn cameras?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. So you haven't gotten those yet?
Right.
Oh, okay. They're on order.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're still finalizing the contracts, but
Yeah.
the money will be expended.
Yeah,
this
because
fiscal
we
year.
expected you to walk in here with those on.
Not me.
To show us, show and tell.
You don't want the
Yes.
guys who actually wear those to come walking in here.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Thank you for that. And so your information technology services are moved where? Because I know you need that service and it's zeroed out from the capital fund.
So we've absorbed that into the local dollars now that that has been expended. So ongoing maintenance has been absorbed into the IT budget.
All right, okay. You have a MOU for $142,945 with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. What service is that?
That's AFO, budget analyst and accounts payable.
Okay. See, I told you I didn't need to know the name of the person, just the item. Okay, thank you so much for that. All right. We know that you will be following up in FY 27 with the Office of Unified Communications on the 6 recommendations, because that's a part of your program to launch the investigation, make some recommendations, and then to follow up on the recommendations. In this case, those were published on April 10th, 2026. When do you expect to initiate follow-up on your recommendations with the Office of Unified Communications?
Yeah, we'll start looking at recommendations that we made this year in the forthcoming fiscal year. The idea is to let agencies get some time to actually take steps and actions to implement those recommendations. And give 'em-
So do you usually set a timeline, like agency has 90 days to respond back on the recommendations? Or is it 6 months? Just trying to get since this is an area of interest. So I wanted to make sure that we understand where you might be going with recommendations and how you would follow up on it.
Certainly, and it's largely dependent on the context of the recommendation. So if there's a requirement for an agency, to obtain additional training, for them then to take action to either develop the curriculum or retain contractors to help them with that, we'll give them some time. So there's a little bit of discretion on our part to afford them the opportunity to make that happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Likewise, you indicated that you have 3 open recommendations from FY 25 for the Department of Employment Services. One about their unemployment compensation fund, just as a starter. What is the status of those recommendations as it relates to implementation?
So those 3 recommendations came as a result of our FY 25 annual comprehensive financial report audit. And so assuming we get our contract renewal passed by the council, our independent auditors will start going and following up on those recommendations later this summer.
Okay, so your contractors will follow up.
For those ones specifically, correct.
All right. I think there was another issue that we had with Department of Employment Services, the expending of funds that had not been authorized as it related to, I think, food and entertainment or refreshments, or where are we with that?
Right, so that was an investigation, an administrative investigation done, and we've referred that to their appropriate entities for resolution. So we will follow up
What
with.
does that mean when you say you've referred it to the appropriate? Who are the appropriate?
So instances that there may be a violation of particular policy on the part of a person, will refer to their responsible management chain to address with that individual. Likewise, we can refer to BEGA or some other adjudicative entity.
So in this instance, you referred it back to the agency to address it?
So in this particular instance, the mayor's office is responsible. They're the responsible management official because since they supervise DOES, that's what we typically do during an investigation.
Okay, so that would be the deputy city administrator. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe the deputy mayor
Yeah, we send the recommendation to the mayor.
to the EOM.
Yeah, then the mayor
Okay.
determines who is responsible for the corrective action.
Thank you for that. That's revelations. We had mentioned in our pre-hearing questions that we wanted a look at the Workforce Investment Council and questions about the separation of roles between DOES and the WIC, Workforce Investment Council. Have you had a chance to look at that? We are concerned about DOES compliance with the WIOLA regulation 20 CFR 683.200 and the uniform guidance 2 CFR 200, which outlines internal controls.
Yeah, we have not looked at that issue yet.
All right.
It is part of our annual risk assessment to put it in our plan to do a review.
All right. As you know, our concern is about the role that DOES is filling as an administrative agent, fiscal agent, and service provider. And we know from US Labor that there is some concern about when are we going to get this matter straight or defined more clearly. Then there was an issue about the preview of your well, we wanted to know about the Public Employee Relations Board. They conducted an election between the Fraternal Order of Police, Department of Corrections, Labor Committee, and the American Federation of Government Employees. Our hearing examiner found that the Fraternal Order of Police and Department of Corrections Labor Committee engaged in impermissible electioneering for the purpose of swaying the election. The hearing examiner weighed the conduct of both parties and ultimately recommended rerunning the election. And now PERB is holding another election via mail-in ballot to occur May 6th of this year until June 3rd of this year. Now, is this something that the OIG should take a look at, should review? Because we have an agency of our government tasked with working with our labor unions that took it upon themselves to conduct an election and then decided, well, what they conducted wasn't a good thing. And so then they want to redo it. And I'm just wondering, I mean, this may happen again and again as people become more nervous with who they are and thinking about government service. So I'm just wondering if this is something that the OIG would look at.
As we sit here today, I can't say with certainty that this particular issue is under our purview. Typically, when something like this is brought to our attention, first we try to figure out who's responsible to provide the oversight. Are they providing the oversight? Is the oversight effective? When we find out that that oversight is not effective, that's when we would engage. So any of the issues that you pointed us toward in the pre-hearing questions, we are taking those and reviewing them as part of our risk assessment.
All right. Can you speak a minute about the line item for resource management, which is new in the FY26 budget? And what does this entail? And how is this operating thus far in the current budget? Initial budget was 142,000. To date, at least we have 41,500 expended. You have an availability of 101,392, and the proposed budget for FY27 is a slight increase over the 142. It's 143.
That funds our OCFO MOU.
All right, and I've got to go back and find the page where you told me what that is for.
That's for financial services. So our AFO, our budget analyst, accounts payable.
She's sitting right beside you. It's late in the day and I try to keep us moving along here. Okay, and I'm getting real stares from another group here, so I'm sorry.
While we have a second, can I readdress the FTEs that you asked about?
Yes.
So that is myself and our entire HR staff are in that bucket. And when we budget FY25, we had new FTEs in HR. And so when we budgeted for them, we didn't budget at the step they may have required or needed. And so what happens is we spent a little bit more, but then we had to reduce in other areas.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. You indicated total recoveries and Medicaid fraud in FY26 to date are 255,000, close to the total for the entire year of FY25. Based on the number of ongoing investigations, do you expect additional recoveries during the remainder of FY26 or between now and September 30th?
That remains to be seen, Chairperson. What I can say is over the last 6 years, we average about 4.25 million in Mafuku recoveries and restitution over that 6-year span. So based on those averages, we're likely to have more.
Do you have some ongoing investigations now?
We'll always have ongoing investigations.
All right. So let's talk then. All right. So of this amount of money, $255,314, that represents how many investigations?
I'm not certain if that comes from one investigation or it's the sum of restitution from several. It all depends on the scope of the particular investigation. Sometimes it's a multi-million-dollar amount. Sometimes it's a few $1,000s. It all depends on the scope of the investigation.
And I do understand that. I'm just trying to have a way of understanding what this 255,000 really represents. I think traditionally, whether or not you deal with in a year, whether it's 5 cases, 3 cases, or 20 cases. So I'm just trying to understand that part of the concern, and at the same time have a sense of what does it mean when you say most likely we will have more revenue that will
Okay.
come in. So
The number of open investigations will vary, across years. The number of investigations that we actually get prosecuted will vary over the years. When we do actually have a judicial um, conclusion to a case, we can itemize the monies from those cases, and that we can share with you. We can tell you exactly what's in that $250,000. We can follow up with you on that
all right,
number.
that would be helpful. The document that we are looking at, it shows Medicaid provider fraud 1 conviction and neglect. That this money, I guess, represents 1
Could be.
fraud conviction and 3 convictions for abuse, neglect, financial exploitation. So that's 4 within this amount of recovery
Yeah, but
thus
we can
far
give
for
you
this year.
we can give you how those cases match to that number.
Yeah, because all we have to look at is the indictments. We don't have the paperwork that would tell us anything else. So I guess I'm really trying to understand, and it's hard for us to figure this out because Medicaid provider fraud, no indictment in FY26, but there were 5 indictments in 25. So, but we had 1 conviction. So I understand that it moves along. It's when the case is how the case moves along. So I guess looking for an estimate of what might be resources that would come in the 3rd and 4th quarter of FY26. It's kind of hard because you may actually get some convictions from what remains, but it may actually move into FY27.
That's all correct.
Yeah, so I was just sort of thinking you could just sort of, from doing this for 45 years, as you said, I don't believe that, but for whatever the number of years may be, at least 10, that you have sort of an idea.
Yeah, what I would add, Chairperson Bonds, is that our SALSA program, part of the enhancement we got was to hire another prosecutor. That helps immensely with prosecuting DC cases. Otherwise, we have to rely on our federal partners to prosecute our cases, and sometimes that slows the process. Over the past year, I would say with a lot of changes occurring inside the U.S. Attorney's Office, where the focus, is shifting and the pace of prosecuting cases has slowed down, which is why we've been trying to get additional prosecutors, additional sources in our office to move our cases forward so we can bring that money back. 75% of those restitutions go back to the Fed and 25% comes to us. So there is a calculus to this and helping us to get our prosecutors staffed up.
So then I have to understand that this 255,000 is your 25%.
It was 25% of multiple things.
Yes, of what we just.
Yeah.
Yes. And this is the document that you sent us, so we were reading from that. All right, thank you. I am assuming that your FY 27 budget for IT needs is sufficient. Am I correct? Or you wrote a lot, so that tells me we might have something going on.
It's sufficient for what we're currently doing, but as I mentioned in my testimony and as I've spoken to you and the mayor's office, about is, um, you know, funding a new tool for us. And this is consistent, with one of the questions that you always ask me, can I do it faster? Can I
Yes.
do it faster? But traditional inspector general tools take time. That's just the way the community works. And what we're offering is a new solution where we can tell you where there's deviation from programs nearly in real time. But in order to do that, we're gonna have to build the IT system that helps us do that. We've attempted to, use resources in-house, but we simply cannot do it with the resources that we have. So we've asked for additional NPS and PS in order to build that system out. I believe, my staff believes that this will be a game changer for the district because we can help agencies course correct in real time as opposed to waiting 8, 9, 10, sometimes a year for us to complete an audit.
So you are informing that the $151,551 is what you have, but your actual expenses were $378,915. So are you saying that you need more money or you're expending less?
So when we do our budget, we segregate software and hardware. And what wound up happening is we needed a little bit more money in the software bucket so that we could take on some additional tools that some of our operational units needed. And we upgraded a case management system as well.
All right. So when might do you have all that you need in the way of for the hardware system to make this new system?
We do not.
You do not.
We do.
What do you need?
I believe we submitted a budget enhancement for 500,000 annual appropriation plus 1 FTE.
So you're also informing me that do not come and look at your budget for $1 million this year.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that would be pretty accurate.
Yeah, okay. I kind of got that message. Don't come hunting here. I got it. Okay. 500,000 would do the hardware that you
Yes,
need.
it would help us build out the infrastructure, yes.
And you currently have approximately what amount?
0 for this
Nothing.
particular project. We've been using our current resources in order to design the system.
Okay.
And now we're ready to build. We just simply don't have the resources to build.
All right. So you actually have used 38,000 or 151,000?
So those are current IT needs and what we've budgeted for IT to continue what we currently have. That does not include anything to build this new system at all.
Okay.
So
So these numbers are not even related to,
No, not.
okay. All right. So you think 500,000 will be hardware costs for building out this system that will reduce the time frame for reaching recommendations on any investigations you're doing?
Not necessarily, no. It isn't to speed up an audit or an investigation. What it's designed to do is take, data points that we collect, throughout the year so we can analyze those and report back to agencies as opposed to going through an entire audit process. So essentially what we're doing is we're going to be reporting on data points. For example, if we have an agency where we're seeing some unusual spending, we collect that data and instead of saying, hey, we're going to come and audit this, these expenditures, instead of saying that, what we're going to do is tell the agency, based on this data, this is what we see. We believe you have a problem here. Tell us what you're going to do about it.
Okay, would it be helpful for the CFO that tracks expenditures based on the budget lines to have a built-in alert system where they would then inform you, so then you can do the follow-up with the agency, and then you would not have to build the system. You would actually get the information without all that trouble.
Right. Okay. So that's just one component of it.
Okay.
Just tracking the finances. We're also talking about tracking, um, just managing a program in general. For example, if we get X number of hotline complaints on something, instead of us saying, hey, we're going to collect all of these complaints because we see there's a problem there, and we're going to launch off into an audit. Instead, what we're going to say to the agency is, here's what we've learned about your particular agency. Here's the evidence that we've collected. Over to you to make the course corrections. So it's an additional tool. So we're going to be collecting data from all sources, including our own work.
Gotcha. Okay. And I believe you have provided us with
Yes.
information that informs the number of hotline, inquiries you get. Okay, thank you. That'll help us. Guess what? We thank you very, very much for your attention today and for your staff, and thank you very much. And if I don't get to see you and send you off officially, I just wanted you to have a little plant from us so you know that your steadfastness has impressed us. Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
And I appreciate that, Chairperson Bonds. It has been an absolute pleasure, to work with you. You get our work. You're doing your best, for the residents of the District of Columbia, and that's what it's all about. When we can all work together to one common goal, we have far better outcomes. And
Yes.
me and my team, we really appreciate your oversight.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And for the plan.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, please do. We'll have coffee, breakfast. Okay, thank you. I'm sure. Yeah, more dates. Now we have the pleasure of turning our attention to the Department of Human Resources. Director Hall and his team are here. The Department of Human Resources provides human resource management services that strengthen individuals and organizational performance and enables the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified and diverse workforce. The department is organized into 6 administrations, which all report to the Office of the Director, and each division plays an important role in the functions of the agency, and the overall district government workforce. With all those important functions that directly impact human beings and our lives, I look forward to learning about the work that the agency has done and plans to improve the employment process. Um, and the mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the Department of Human Resources is $20,238,819. And this is a slight decrease from the FY26 approved budget. The total FTEs is 150 staffers. And so with that, we'll hear from Director Charles Hall Jr. But first, I'm going to swear him and his team in. So if you raise your right hand, and do you swear and affirm that any testimony and statements that you make before us today are truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you. And you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and committee staff. My name is Charles Hall Jr., and I serve as the Director of the DC Department of Human Resources. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget and financial plan for DCHR. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget, Grow DC, is built around three priorities: driving economic growth to sustain essential services, keeping and attracting residents, and fostering a strong business environment that brings investment and jobs. While the city faces a pivotal moment marked by the end of federal funding for some programs and reduced federal workforce presence, DC continues to grow and maintains a solid financial foundation. With strategic choices, the district can keep delivering high-quality services while supporting long-term growth. The FY27 proposed budget allocates $20,238,818.85 to DCHR, balancing citywide needs while ensuring we can continue building and supporting a talented, engaged district government workforce. Our vision remains clear: to provide human resource management services that strengthen individual and organizational performance and enable the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified workforce. As we look ahead to FY27, I would also like to highlight several accomplishments and areas of progress in FY26. Recruitment efforts in FY26 focused on strengthening talent pipelines, expanding partnerships, and increasing awareness of district government career opportunities. As part of this work, DCHR launched the Public Service Launchpad Initiative to build DC government's long-term talent pipeline by engaging high school, college, and trade school students across the region. Through information sessions and community career events with partners such as HBCU Connect, Academy of Hope PCS, Roosevelt High School, American University, Bay Atlantic University, Georgetown University, and the George Washington University, the initiative reached hundreds of students and connected them to programs like the District Leadership Program, Capital City Fellows, Career Pathways, the In-School Youth Leadership Program, and district government employment opportunities. In December, we hosted a winter hiring event with 16 agencies, resulting in 36 on-site job offers and 125 additional offers within 30 days. We will continue outreach through digital engagement, community partnerships, and participation in career fairs and public events. In FY27, DCHR will build on this momentum by expanding the Public Service Launchpad Initiative, hosting cluster hiring events for hard-to-fill roles, including public safety positions, and enhancing quarterly hiring events with a stronger focus on external candidates and district residents. DCHR is committed to cultivating a culture of continuous learning and development to strengthen our ability to attract and retain a highly skilled workforce. Thus far in FY26, we have offered 53 professional development courses and more than 1,200 employees participated. Our course portfolio expanded to include strategic leadership, innovation and influence, HR fundamentals, and essential skill areas such as project management, business writing, and public speaking. Management Supervisory Service Week, a dedicated week of tailored coursework designed to strengthen the leadership skills of our MSS employees, drew an impressive 1,519 registrations. The HR Foundations Program, which launched earlier this year, has played a significant role in building a consistent baseline of HR knowledge. Participants report stronger confidence in HR law, labor relations, policy development, and district-specific HR operations, with many already applying the content directly in their roles. The Center for Learning and Development priorities for FY27 include creating new and equitable development opportunities aligned with DCHR's strategic goals, professionally upskilling the district's workforce, and enhancing workforce efficiency and service to residents. These initiatives ensure that all district employees, regardless of role or background, have meaningful opportunities to learn, grow, and lead. DCHR embraces a holistic approach to wellness, recognizing that true employee well-being depends on the integration of physical health, mental health, and financial stability. To advance this commitment, DCHR prioritizes efforts that empower employees to make informed benefits and financial decisions, which is one of the department's core responsibilities. This year, participation in our benefits and wellness programs reached record levels. More than 13,500 employees submitted open enrollment elections for 2026. 1,360 employees received flu and COVID-19 vaccinations through DCHR's clinics, and more than 2,300 employees attended on-site wellness events held across 42 agencies. Employee engagement and wellness challenges also remain strong. This past fall, more than 2,400 employees participated in the Walktober Fitness Challenge, demonstrating continued interest in programs that support movement and well-being. This month, we began biometric screening events, continuing our annual effort to help employees monitor important health indicators such as cholesterol, blood glucose, blood pressure, and body composition. Additionally, our Bloom Physical Activity Challenge, which encourages employees to track their physical activity for a month and a chance to win prizes, kicked off earlier this month and has over 1,000 participants registered. Financial wellness also continues to be a priority. In partnership with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, DCHR hosted Financially Fit DC at Work sessions attended by 674 employees, which covered financial literacy, investing, insurance, and long-term retirement planning. To support the DC government's transition from Mission Square Retirement to Voya Financial in early May, DCHR has distributed several communications and will offer both in-person and virtual sessions to help educate employees about the change. While FY27 requires careful fiscal stewardship, the mayor's proposed budget positions DCHR to continue advancing its mission. We remain dedicated to strengthening the district's workforce through exemplary HR service, robust benefits, professional development opportunities, and strategic recruitment efforts. It is an honor to steward the resources entrusted to the DC Department of Human Resources, and I'm grateful to Mayor Bowser for granting me the opportunity and privilege to serve in this capacity. I look forward to continued collaboration as we support the dedicated employees who serve the district. Before closing, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks and appreciation to you, Chairperson Bronze, for your many years of distinguished service to the residents of the district. Your leadership, dedication, and steadfast commitment to the public have been invaluable, and we remain deeply grateful for your partnership. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate the talented, dedicated, and hardworking public servants who work in DCHR. Every day, they report to work to support, serve, and advise in a manner that puts people first and enables us to live up to the standard, ensuring the district achieves the goal of being an employer of choice. This concludes my testimony for today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director, and thanks to your entire team. Glad to have them here, and excited to learn about these new programs that you're always doing something. I tell everyone that our Department of Human Resources is on spot, making sure that all of the employees, whatever that number may be, that we are happy and we're full of energy and we're always learning. So thank you very much. I mean, it is a tremendous program that you have put together, you and your team. And like you said, people really appreciate it. I learned very early in my public service career that one of the best qualities you could have is helping people to understand something new.
Yes.
And my old boss from back in the day, he taught me that, and it's been a joy um, to help empower others. So, and I know that's part of your spirit too.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much
Thank you.
sincerely for that, and to all of you all for what you do sincerely. So, our employees, how are things? Everything good?
I think that our employees are tremendous public servants who come to work on a daily basis to ensure that they provide the best service possible to the residents and the visitors of the district. We are striving to make sure that we can provide them with the service they deserve so that they can do the jobs that they were hired to do, as opposed to worrying about any HR matters. So I would hope that they're doing well. And if they are not, definitely encourage them to reach out to their agency HR staff, as well as to our team if they need any support and assistance.
Well, I do have some questions about what you're hearing from, if there have been any concerns expressed to you and your staff regarding teleworking proposals, the change in how we might handle that subject matter. I'd like to hear from you on that. Also on the employee paid leave changes that are proposed, if you've heard something regarding that. So I'm all ears.
Sure. So telework was one of the first things that I did when I arrived here in district government. And the agencies under the mayor's personnel authority have been functioning with 4 days reporting in the office and 1 day of telework. The recent change that the mayor has proposed is that independent agencies would now begin to follow that same approach. What we have heard since implementing the new telework policy is that people have adjusted. Of course, there are people who would love to have more telework days. However, I've not heard any recent complaints about the way that the agencies under the mayor's personnel authority operate as it relates to telework. Again, there may be, and I've heard a couple of agencies prior to um, our hearing talking about how not everyone in the agency is permitted to telework for a couple of reasons. One, the position that they're in may not permit for them to be able to telework. And we know that there are also whole agencies where that exists. Our police department, our fire department, they're not able to telework. And so we understand that that does exist within the workforce.
Yes.
Additionally, it's a manager's right. And so if persons aren't performing well in the workplace, then it may be that a manager may not permit an employee to telework. But overall, we've not heard any recent complaints about the telework policy. And what we're seeing across the country is more businesses, organizations, and governments are moving back to a return to work policy. That doesn't mean that there's a total elimination of remote work, but it is a lot less now than it was several years ago.
And when you say manager's right, you're speaking of the personnel authority that managers have, where they can actually deny one of their employees the opportunity to do that.
Yes, ma'am. That as well as an employer, we have the right to say whether or not you should be working 4 days a week or 5 days a week. So yes, ma'am.
Well, earlier today with the secretary's office, it was pointed out that their notary office, the volume of intake was so great that they were doing 5 days
Yes.
in office. So I just wanted to point that out because it goes beyond shift workers. It's also in some areas of our government where we're not able to increase personnel, or maybe we don't have space for more personnel, that we might find at some offices are, 5 days a week, so to speak.
That's correct. Additionally, in the mayor's initial telework policy, it stated that managers were to ensure that at least 50% of their team was in the office each day. So in the secretary's example, that may be challenging. I understand it's a very small team, so it's hard for her to have 3 people understanding the volume of requests that they may be getting in, but that is correct.
All right. So have you done any surveys of the various of our workforce to determine where we might find situations where employees are not able to have, the 4-1 arrangement?
So we've not done any surveys. When we initiated the policy, what we did do, however, was we had several opportunities to hear from directors as well as employees to ensure that they were aware of the change in policy. And the advice given to directors and hiring managers, or managers, I should say, was to ensure that they were speaking with their teams. They gave them opportunities to sort of share their thoughts and feelings, but there has not been an official survey or anything like that that has been
Alright.
sent out.
So, do you meet with us rank and file staffers, or do you only meet with the managers or directors?
Yep. So I meet with a little bit of everybody as it relates to the HR community. So on a monthly basis, we have HRAs, which may be the HR officer, or it could be someone who's, a grade 9 or a grade 11, and they're coming for our HRAs. When I go to agencies, I could be speaking to anyone who works in the agency. And there have been times when I've had a request or received an email from an employee, and we're sure to respond to those and communicate with those employees, regardless of the level that they're on, because every employee deserves respect and a response.
Okay, what I'm looking for now is my sheet that will tell me, aha, I found it. Okay. Your budget chapter.
Okay.
Okay, looking at that. So I know that much of what is before you in your shop is personnel costs,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
FTEs. But in looking at these other program lines, 7171, where would I find expenditures that would show that you are meeting with the employees? Would that be under just general personnel, or would it be a part of a program that you're doing?
I'm sorry, can you, 7170, can you tell?
Yeah, I'm looking, oh, I'm sorry. This is table BE 3, operating budget.
Okay.
Maybe I'm looking in the wrong one. Maybe I need to look in BE 4. Yeah, maybe that's where I would find it. Because you've got, yeah, this is where it would be. So your meeting with employees, would that be anywhere within the BE 4?
What is the BE for? I'm sorry. Gotcha.
Okay.
So there are several ways that we engage with employees. One would be through our professional development opportunities. So anytime that our Center for Learning and Development has a session, those are times when we would be meeting with employees to provide instruction as well as to, answer questions that they may have.
So where is that on this list, professional development? Because what I see here are agency management program, benefits and retirement services, human resource services, learning and development services. Is that where
That's
it would
learning and
be?
development. Yep.
That would be where you would engage.
That's
and your
one of them.
staff would engage.
Yes.
And then there is policy and compliance
Yeah.
services. And strategic human capital services.
Yes, ma'am. So I can,
Okay.
so our Center for Learning and Development would be the professional development. Our benefits team would not just be benefits. So they would also be the persons who would engage and sponsor retirement sessions. And they hold those sessions to walk persons through the process to understand how do you prepare for retirement? And that's not just for those persons who are close to retirement. What we've seen is there are employees who are younger and just want to get that information. And so you'd see that. Additionally, when there's a necessity, that team also deals with death benefits. And so they're engaging with people on a wide range of various supports there. Our HR team would be, again, our HR monthly meetings that we have, also with our HR Foundations course that we just started, where we are training the HR community in agencies on a variety of different topics. And so we're engaging with persons there as well. The other place where I would say we engage with employees, of course, is through HRSA, which is our recruitment and staffing team, which has everything to do from hiring them to desk audits to our hiring events. And so, they're supporting them there. They also, of course, do the position descriptions and classifications of positions as well. And then when we talk about policy and compliance, that's the team that does our suitability, our background check process, and they also oversee recertification to ensure that people are properly in compliance as it relates to their background.
Okay. And so the Strategic Human Capital Services, what's that?
Yeah, so strategic human capital assists with our records, so ensuring that employee records are in place. And quite honestly, they do a little bit more than just the records. So they're assisting with DPR summer hiring, for instance. There's someone on that team who's assisting to make sure that we can audit the information that we receive to ensure that it's clean and correct so that we can expedite the process of getting people into the system.
So
that
they're
they can,
kind of investigative as well.
not necessarily investigative. I would say they are persons who, when we think about other duties as assigned, they're definitely persons that we can tap for some of those instances. For instance, there's a member here today who is taking pictures, and so, not necessarily records, but he is serving the district and ensuring that we
Okay.
capture special moments with you.
And so again, with I guess the programs that really touch majority of our workforce would be special programs and services, training services, capital city fellows, that kind, which is the learning and development services, which are probably favorites of us. And then the analytical services, classification, recruitment and staffing sometimes touches our employees, but it's really more of the analyst kind of work that people do, desk work
Yes.
too. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just so you don't worry, I'm not looking for ways to cut your budget.
I
I just
appreciate it.
want to know what all of this means. So hopefully I'll be in a position to protect your budget. Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's where I'm trying to head here. And you have police and fire retirement services. That's a separate group. I know we have, I thought teachers were also a separate group from the rest of us for retirement. They're not listed here. Do you do anything with them?
With the teachers, no, ma'am, we do
Okay.
not.
Because are you the personnel authority for public schools?
No, ma'am.
Nor DC Water,
No, ma'am.
nor UDC,
Nope.
the libraries?
No.
Are there others that I've left out?
There are a couple others. So we are not the personnel authority for DBH, CFSA. There are quite a few independent agencies that we are not the personnel authority for.
What about the Board of Elections?
No.
Okay, so under your purview,
Mhm.
how many employees do you count to be under your charge?
I don't have a number on the ones that we have under our personnel authority. We usually talk about the entire number.
Well, let's talk about the real deal. How many can you tell what to do? That's what I'm trying to
Not
get
many,
to.
150, those that are in my agency.
Oh, okay, all right. I see where we're going with this discussion. Okay, those that are within the mayor's purview.
Mhm. Let me follow up with you to see if I can get that number for you.
Please. Please. That would be very helpful.
Sure.
And also if you could also look for the number of those that use PeopleSoft. It may be a different number. I suspect that it is.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so we're asking.
And you want the
Well-
number of people who don't use PeopleSoft or the number of agencies that don't use PeopleSoft? I know that we provided you the agencies.
The number of agencies that do not use PeopleSoft.
Okay.
Well, maybe I should ask for those that do use PeopleSoft.
Okay.
And I guess that would tell us more of what your concerns would be, because you manage the PeopleSoft system, correct?
We work alongside Octo. Octo owns PeopleSoft, but we do utilize PeopleSoft.
Okay. And of course, the number of employees that fall under the purview of your authority.
Okay.
To work with them. I guess that's not the same as the number of people who receive a DC payroll check.
No, because the independent agencies would.
Yes, they do. Have you conducted a government-wide review of current job classifications and staffing levels?
So we have not conducted a district-wide review. What we have been doing is, as agencies are reaching out, we are working with agencies on updating their position descriptions. If they're asking for positions to be reclassified, we've been working with them one-on-one with those agencies to assist with those requests.
Over the last 2 years, would you please provide me with the agencies that are working on reclassification or have inquired of you for assistance in doing that? It would be like to have that, please.
Okay.
And then you have 5 contractors and they cost about 220,000 total. These contractors are working on classification, communications, record management, information technology. This seems like a small amount of money. So what are these contracts doing?
Yep, so they're providing additional support to the areas that you outlined there. So with our classification team, with our communications team, our IT team, And there was one more that you mentioned that I think I'm missing.
Information technology and records management.
Records. So they provide additional support in those areas for the various functions of those teams.
So what kind, because their contracts must be 20 to 50,000 each. They're very small. This is unheard of in the district government. Usually it's multi-million. So help me understand, how could you be getting anything at this rate in the way of resources? This is revolutionary.
We strive to be different, for sure. I don't know if I can tell you how we got the rate. I don't even know if Free has that information. We could tell you what the amount is. But what I can say about what we do at DCHR is we strive to make sure that we're extremely good stewards of the money that we have. And so we don't spend frivolously, and we try to make sure that we remain within bounds that prove that we're good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And that's why you'll see that amount as opposed to millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars.
All right. And I assume these contracts are short-term as opposed to, or are they? Maybe what is the contract for records management? What is that?
I can get that information. I don't
Would
think
you
I have
please?
that.
I'd like to. And what is the contract for classification?
Okay. You want the length of time?
The
Is that-
length and the type of service that is being delivered, and at what cost?
Okay. So for classification, we have someone who literally assists with our classification process. So she's assisting with ensuring that based on the process that has been implemented through OPM, that we follow that federal process for classifying our positions. But we can definitely get you the length, and we'll get you
Okay.
a narrative for each of them as well.
That would be great.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
So I wanted to go back to a question about, you talked about telework, and then paid leave. Have you received comments about employee paid leave, proposed changes?
So I believe the proposed changes in the mayor's budget is for the paid leave program that DOES runs, not to the government. And so we have not heard
Last
any.
year was the proposal for, last year was a proposal for the government run. And what I'm finding, and I don't know if, the reason I'm asking is because I find that our employees and the public are mixed up as to what leave is being proposed to be changed at this particular time. So that's
Right.
why I was asking.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, you're correct. Last year, we came to talk about proposed changes for the government run
Yes.
PFL. We've not heard many issues
Since
with
then.
that. Again, because we have an extraordinarily rich opportunity for persons to take advantage of leave. PFL is actually not something that many cities or states have. And so it's an addition to the federal FMLA opportunity. The proposal now is related to the DOES program for
Right.
paid family leave. And so that would not be something that the district employees would need to focus
Yes.
on.
Just so you know, this committee is attempting to do a markup on the employee leave program.
Okay.
We've finally had some challenges that we overcame to get to that.
Okay.
So just want you to know that.
Thank you.
as it relates to the employee paid family leave program, does the agency track family leave usage?
They can and should, yes. The submission is through PeopleSoft, so they're able to track it that way. Additionally, we do have dashboards that agencies have access to where they can look at their leave. But yes, agencies should be able to track that information.
All right, so the agencies track it. And is there a accumulation, like a report that you publish or pull together on a monthly basis that would say, 5 agencies have personnel that are using a family leave?
Mhm.
I mean, how do you get the information? Because it sounds like you're saying that any agency that uses PeopleSoft would have the information there and available to them. But I'm trying to understand overall who is concerned with it.
Yes. So as a district, we're concerned about it. As an agency, we're concerned about it. And then agency directors are equally concerned about it, and their HR staff as well. The dashboard that we provide to agencies also is a dashboard that can see over all of the agencies within the government that are utilizing PeopleSoft and putting the information for FMLA in that system. We're able to literally look and see the number in our dashboard. So we are able to track that information, and then agencies can see it specific to their agency as well.
All right. So would I be able to get from you, let's say by Monday, a list of a count of staff that has requested family leave, that has requested any other kind of leave, annual leave? This is outside of this. I'm just thinking that all of the leave, as you explained, is records are contained in the PeopleSoft. Would I be able to get those kind of numbers that would tell me approximately what kind of leave type by type and how many employees take that type of leave in, let's say, the first quarter of FY26?
That should be something that we should be able to do. Monday, I will not commit to Monday
Okay.
until I talk with the teams, if that's
I was
okay.
trying to think 5 days, give me.
Gotcha.
All right, okay.
We'll definitely
Fair
follow up
enough.
with you and get that information.
Fair enough. Just trying to understand how we would handle that.
Yes.
If you had to identify the single biggest operational risks to your ability to serve the workforce, what would it be?
Good question. I think it would be ensuring that across the government, all HR teams are providing the same level of HR support and service to our employees. And as a result of that being a concern that we have, that is part of the reason why we have emphasized our monthly HR community meetings and our HR foundations training. Because regardless of what agency you're serving in, you should be able to get the same level at a high level of service and support. And so I think that that's the factor I would identify.
When you responded to the pre-hearing questions, you identified the interview to offer stage as the biggest bottleneck due to panel coordination. So what does that really mean, and why have you considered centralizing or streamlining the interview panels? I mean, what's going on? Help us understand your headache there, your bottleneck there.
Yeah, so I think that's part of what I stated as it relates to the same level of service. What we're trying to get persons to do is to understand the importance of time to fill. Which means from the moment that you initiate your interviews to the moment that you've identified someone, and then the moment that you can onboard someone. Ensuring that hiring managers understand that time is of the essence and that they don't get resumes and sit on them, but instead, once the HR team gives them to them, that they really look through them, try to set up interviews, identify someone, and if they can identify someone, to let the HR staff know so that they can screen in the next set of persons. And what we've been working with our HR community on is ensuring that they really push the hiring managers to, once they get that information, to sort of not sit on it, but instead let's move forward with interviews. Let's make sure that we can identify someone if you have a good fit, but really pressing the HR community to be a partner with the hiring manager throughout the entire process. I think that when that happens, what we've seen is that there are some agencies where that's exactly how they do it, and the time to identify someone and then hire someone is rather short. And then there are other agencies where that doesn't exactly happen, and we end up with longer time to fill.
So what kind of stick do you have to compel the agencies to shorten the time frame and move the agenda?
So what we've been using lately is the dashboard and an agency scorecard, which literally says, agency, here's your number as it relates to overtime, as it relates to leave, as it relates to time to fill, so that they can actually see how they're performing as an agency. And the feedback from directors has been good. The feedback from HR personnel has been good as well. And I think that it's really giving people an insight into where we may need to focus a little bit more on improving, as well as areas where they're strong and they need to continue to be strong in those areas.
I appreciate your approach. So don't get me wrong, but it just seems that we are we're in a time crunch. We're in a time crunch because we have so many eyes looking at how we perform our job in this government. And so I hope that matters to all of our agencies and all of our personnel. And I don't know how you're getting that message across, because I'm pretty sure you understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
And your team, but how do we get the agencies to do that? And that leads me to wondering, what kind of result have we seen from our government working with surrounding governments on trying to re-employ those who left federal government jobs?
Yes, so we definitely have seen an increase in the number of persons who are applying for our positions. And while it's hard for us to track the exact number of how many federal employees that we have hired, we definitely have hired some. Even in our agency, our newest hire, is a former federal government employee. And so there are federal government employees who are finding work here in district government. And I think that the HR community understands this. We're seeing increased engagement from them in our monthly meetings. They're attending training sessions. And I think that they are dedicated to the task of ensuring that we do better.
Um, you know, that's very concerning to know that we're part of this effort to rehire people, yet you, as our personnel director, aren't informed as to when these situations happen. What can we do so that you will know that our efforts are making a difference other than anecdotally? What can we do?
Yeah, I think that part of it is the way that we capture information in the application process. So someone doesn't have to identify that they were a former federal employee when they apply. And so that's a challenge because we're not capturing and there's no way to capture that data. The way that we would,
But it goes to the agency. If the agency hires someone who is a former, then why not task them with informing you?
I mean, it's something that we can definitely look into. I won't say that that's not,
We could do it
it's
with
in principle.
legislation.
I mean, I think that
Oscar is prepared to get that written immediately. I just think it's only fair.
yes. I think that what we'd have to think through is the way that it's captured. So in order for us to understand that, someone would have to be willing to put it on their resume. Maybe there's a job they're applying to where they don't think that they're federal.
In the interview process, we
could. I mean,
you want to work for me? I want to know where you've been.
yes,
I mean, and that's a very normal, don't you think?
I do. I would caution that we make sure that we're asking the right questions the right way so that we don't create any challenges for the district and then open ourselves up to lawsuits. So it would definitely be ensuring that we know what questions everyone is asking, and they'd have to ask that question of everyone. It can't just be, one individual.
Of course, of
Yes.
course.
But we can think through it. I'm not pushing back to say that's not
Yes,
something we can think through.
I think that would be very helpful to us. Yes, definitely. So we will be working in that direction immediately because I think it's important to know what's going on. You reported 18 vacancies in the FY 26 budget you said to date. You have 18 vacancies. But then you also said all of your vacancies are filled. How do I understand that?
Yes, so I'm not sure if go ahead, because I think that you were about to answer.
So, majority of the vacancies that you see in there are tied to the Capital City Fellow and the ELP programs.
The Capital City Fellows
Yes.
and the,
the leadership program
ah,
that are seasonal, number one. And
all right. So I can tell
considered
people,
for
stand
protection.
down, stand down. You have to be a fellow or in the category of fellow or an internship, right?
So for those programs, for FY 26, we don't have
You have nothing.
none. In FY 27, we will have some vacancies for them.
All right, let's look at and see what he's telling us.
And
Okay.
So just to note that those Capital City Fellow and leadership positions are on hold for the midterm supplemental that's proposed.
All right, so, okay, I got you.
So that takes the majority of the position.
So you can't take any more now
that's right.
Yes.
because you're, right,
Yes, ma'am.
on pause
Yes,
until the new FY year begins.
yes.
So are you entertaining resumes or applications now or?
We have not done anything yet, but we're recently, thanks to Free and Yared, we met with them last week. And so now that we know what's happening, we'll start making sure that we prepare for that process.
What about your district leadership program?
That's the
That's-
DLP.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the in-school youth leadership program?
Yes, so right now there are no persons associated with that program.
Um,
And one of the main reasons is because typically it was high school students in that program. And it was, agencies were finding it challenging to actually have them work during the school day. And so the scheduling just was a challenge because they would be available after the workday would be over, which for most agencies
yeah.
is not.
I actually had an in-school youth worker,
Okay.
but she came after school
Mm-hmm.
and was allowed to be with us till 6. Arrived around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Got it. Yeah.
Oh, it can be done.
It can be, and I'm sure that there are some agencies who have those tour of duty timeframes, but most agencies tend to have the, earlier timeframes when people are actually working.
Okay. But if we had that kind of opportunity, you feel that we would be able to manage it within our agencies?
If agencies are willing to support having someone in that program, yes, we would be able to support
Okay,
it.
but you don't have any money to give them a stipend.
We do not have any money.
I'm just checking. Career pathways?
Our career pathways is doing a lot of with our public service launchpad initiative. So that team is one of the teams that goes out to sort of speak to high school students, to speak to trade school students about opportunities in the government. What our hope is that we're trying to get in front of them as they are thinking about what's their career path going to look like. And we want to make sure that people who are in high school, who are doing trades, who are in local universities and colleges, give the district government a serious thought and to know that there are a variety of places you can work within the government. And so we want to sort of plant that seed and get them to consider working within the district.
Okay. Did you do any of that recently in the last
Yes,
year or
ma'am.
so, or?
Yes, we've had
Okay.
several events that we've attended. I can get you a list of the ones that we've attended. You want it in the last 6 months?
Would really like to know about that opportunity. As you know, we are doing as much as we can now to jumpstart the careers, pathway in our schools.
Mhm.
Trying to get our young people interested in careers as much as they may be interested in four-year college. Trying to help them have available financial resources earlier through a job.
Yes.
And you get a job if you are trying to build a career. And so every opportunity that we find this occurs, we'd like to do something with it, make it more. As you were speaking, I was thinking maybe we could put together a program that would encompass what your people are doing. And we have a program currently that's operated through DOES, which is the Scholars Program for 9 to 13-year-olds.
Mm.
And it's a summer program and they learn about careers. But I think what you're speaking of is a little more in-depth, and it could be almost during the school year. Maybe we do need to look at the middle school um, group before they get to high school and can go into those so-called career academies, so to speak, and so that they are at least introduced to it. I suppose you can give them some preliminary training as well. I mean, literacy, a little literacy, at least the nomenclature that they would be expected to use in certain occupations could be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's work together on that and see if we can't pull something
Okay.
together. I think the industries would be, the business community would be very interested in that. And who knows, we may come up with some outside funding that you can use to make this happen with your trainers.
Got it.
I really think you should be working more closely on this whole aspect of getting the community interested in public service, because that's what it is about, as a potential career path.
Yes, ma'am. We
So-
agree. And definitely will get that information to you and start
Okay.
thinking about how that would work. Additionally, the team has done a phenomenal job. We're working on a series called Community Career Conversations where we go out into the community.
That's what I mean.
We
Yes.
just went to MLK and we, talk to
Yeah.
people about resume writing and interviewing skills. We did it right there where we gave you a mock interview, looked at your resume. And so I commend the team on, not being persons who just want to sit in the office. We are trying to connect with the
Okay.
community.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. You give me hope. You have reported no federal funding or grants. And so this is a missed opportunity, as you well know. So let's see what we can do. Let's look at US labor as well. You should not be outside of the workforce arena. The district government is as large as it is today because it was used as one of the primary workplaces in the community.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the truth of it. I can recall decades ago when individuals, the media was reporting that, oh my goodness, the district government now has 3,000 employees. And at that time, population was about 600,000. Today we have, I won't say 67,000, but we certainly have, 37,000, not 3,000, 37,000. Okay.
Yes.
About, maybe 100,000 more. But my point is that it's always been viewed as a point of employment for the community, with the majority not being DC residents, to be honest. So now we're at a point of reflection where we've got to figure out how we help those that live in the city who are unemployed or underemployed to be employed and to build careers that will keep the city moving forward. So
Yes, ma'am. We agree.
what I'm working on.
We agree.
Okay. Go ahead. We have one more question here. In thinking about cost, transparency, and efficiency, you indicated that you do not track costs per HR transaction. Would that be important? And I ask because when I talk with and you may be familiar with the program Senior Villages, where parts of the city, neighborhoods have grouped together like Cleveland Park, and they have a senior village where they provide services to seniors, like changing your light bulb for those that can't, be as mobile as they once were, little things like that. But nevertheless, in talking with them, they are very big on reporting the volunteer hours as a price point. Okay, and so their indication is that we have saved the government X dollars because we had volunteers that could perform these services. So I guess I'm asking you if there is a way for you to track the work that is done in dollars and cents. I know it's categorized as FTE salary, but I'm just wondering if we can begin to play back to the agencies what the benefits have been.
I think it's difficult because our team does so much more than just the processing. So it's sitting on the phone, walking someone through, here's what a complete hiring packet looks like. So we then have to think about what is the hourly rate or the rate, by minute for talking to someone as it relates to walking them through that process, which would be challenging. And I think that's the roadblock that we would run into because the teams are doing so much more than just processing. They may be assisting with screening candidates. They could be involved in benefits calls. They're trying to help you resolve a benefit issue or something of that sort. And so the timing would be challenging to ascribe a cost to it.
Okay. I'm just sort of pondering that and thinking that you do some of your work based on MOUs,
That's
correct?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
So maybe each agency needs to have an MOU with you. And the MOU have a price tag, you know.
So the agencies, the agencies that we have MOUs with, we do sort of help them understand, like, if you want this service, then here, based on the number of people that you have or what your level of support may be, we can then sort of look through what the pricing should be for that. But keeping in mind that there are agencies that have HR staff that are doing the work, and then we're supporting those staff persons. So really trying to figure out how would you calculate a cost for that support. I think that it would be cumbersome and challenging at best.
And I think the challenge is that we have grown to this 37,000 plus employee mothership that is, a hybrid of maybe some of what you do. And it's just, yeah, it's very difficult to contain and to treat this complex planet that we've created. So
Yes.
I hear you. I hear you. Oh my goodness. You indicated that recruitment costs per hire increased from $248 to $449. What is driving this nearly 80% increase? And is it sustainable? And this is in your budget oversight questions where you gave us that information.
Okay. And you said that was recruitment?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it says here recruitment. It's a chart that shows us the total number of hires. I think it may be on page 53. Looks like that's the page. Yes, it would be page 53 of the oversight.
Okay.
Total number of hires in FY 25 actual was, or estimate was 117 days. FY 26, 120 days as of March 30th, Then total recruitment budget was 561,000 of the 117 days for 25. In FY 26, it was 388,000. Okay, I'm sorry, page 9. Yes, page 9. And this was in response to where the primary bottlenecks in your hiring process are.
Got it. Got it.
Question 22. I'm sorry, question,
22 is about the
Yeah,
bottlenecks. Yeah. 20 is the one where you're
yes,
looking at
it's
the chart.
20 because I don't have it here. It's question 20.
Let me, and your question is the reason for the difference in the average
Yes,
cost
uh-huh.
for hire?
Why has it doubled? Because the average time to hire, 117
Mhm.
in FY 25, 120 FY 26. So it has increased slightly, 3 days, but what you're telling us is that the cost has increased from $248 to $449. The average cost per hire, this is your math.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've had less hires, but I see what you're saying. We've had less hires,
Yeah,
but the average cost for the hire increased.
yeah.
We think it may be because of the number that we're dividing the cost by number of hires of, but let me
You
follow
think
up
it may
with
be
you.
because of the recruitment budget? In FY 25, it was 561. In 26, it says it's 388.
88. Yeah, let me circle back with the team on this
All
and
right.
I'll follow up with you.
Just to understand, we were just curious as to
Yeah.
what that meant. Thank you
Sure.
very much. What is the one change you would make organizationally, legislatively, budgetarily to significantly improve hiring outcomes across DC government? I think you kind of touched on that a little earlier, but
Yeah, definitely would not have a recommendation for legislatively. That's not my lane. But operationally, I think that it is ensuring that we continue to do what we're doing in DCHR, and that is to build the capacity of the HR community so that we are all rowing in the same direction and approaching each process the same way so that we can get the best outcomes. I think that that is the one thing that I would suggest.
so you are a fan of uniformity.
Yes, ma'am. I think that we're all doing the same work. We should all get the same outcome, and it should be at a high level.
All right. Well, I thank you. That's it. We thank you very, very much, you and
Thank
your
you.
team, for being with us today. And we look forward to seeing you next time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much for being here with us. Hope we haven't kept you too long. This concludes the committee's budget oversight hearing for today. Our other agency, the Workforce Investment Council, we will have an opportunity to talk with them on Friday morning. That is May 1, 2026. And so we'll be speaking with them at that time. So my thanks are to the directors of each of the agencies who reviewed today and their teams for their continued cooperation and collaboration with our office. The committee is still receiving testimonies from public witnesses on the agencies that we spoke with today. And again, those that we will be speaking with on Monday, the 12th, the 11th of May. And so you have until Monday, May 11th to provide us with your written testimony that may be uploaded onto the council's hearing management system or by emailing it to seal@dccouncil.gov. And that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. And the committee's next budget oversight hearing, again, will be held on Friday, May 1, and we will start at 10:30 a.m. And we have public witnesses, Board of Elections, Office of Campaign Finance, Events DC, and Destination DC. Also, the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel, and the Office of Employee Appeals, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, and the Public Employee Relations Board. And of course, as I announced earlier, the Workforce Investment Council government witness will also be at the top of the hour at 10:30 a.m. We will start there. The time today is 6:15 p.m. on same day we started, April 29th, 2026. And this concludes our meeting today, and we are officially adjourned. Again, thank you very much, everyone.